Okay. Gotten word that Tom will join us in a little bit. Welcome, Sensorius. Welcome, Bawash. I see some friends. I see some new people. Just so you know, we do record these. So you'll all be on your best behavior, of course. And Michael, maybe we'll go into some Chicago politics. I mean, you know quite a bit about that, so happy to have you up on that. But yeah, I wanted to just hope everyone's doing okay today. I don't know what your Wednesday, or I guess early Thursday, has in store for you, or what just happened. But I am really enjoying this moment. I think there's a lot of fun here. I think that there's a lot of excitement out there. I don't know. What are you seeing out there, Dana?
Out where?
Just out in the world.
I don't live in the best part of the world. I mean, I don't know. I don't see that much. I'm enjoying what Joe Biden's doing, but other than that, I mean, I just wish that my state participated a little bit more in the Joe Biden love, but they don't.
Well, they will, as Joe Biden once said. I bought some wonderful Joe Biden sunglasses today, which I shared a photo of which I shared up there on the Jumbotron, and it's been interesting. It's been a
I'll
fun
have to go
day.
see it. I'll have to go check that out.
Yeah, I bought the sunglasses. You know, Joe
Oh,
Biden
Joe
wears the
Biden's Ray Bans.
Joe Biden's Ray-Bans. Yep, yep. Now I can summon the power of the sky gods, the electricity world. It's gonna be good times. Um, I have been very much enjoying uh just watching this presidency in operation. Um, you know, I'm gonna put up. All right, there we go. I did a few posts today. There was some good stuff, I think, coming out there. Let me share that up on the Jumbotron, the Joe Biden sunglasses. Spencer says that we should call Ray-Ban aviators now. They're now going to be known as Bidens, and that's just how it's going to be. You're just going to have to accept that, whether you like it or not. That's just what they're going to be. And I agree. I think it's time for that. And frankly, I kind of like wearing the sunglasses a bit more. They're a bit more understated than the red hat, you know, sort of something to think about. But let's see here. We've got Joe Biden changing the rules around prescription drugs. Eli Lilly just came out and they said they're going to offer $35 insulin to everyone. It's pretty good news. It's good news, especially if you're a diabetic or you love a diabetic. I myself am not diabetic, but I have a lot of family and friends who are. I did a piece the other day about Eric Weinstein, which I'll share up on the Jumbotron. I did a piece today about, I did a little bit of stuff on Alex Epstein and the whole Likud Israel, basically everything that's super fucked with the whole anti-ESG movement and how it's pretty much obviously a foreign op. You should, by the way, if you're not a subscriber of my friend Arthur Bloom's Substack, it's free. You should be. It's very, very good. He has a very good piece today about Leonard Leo, about Israeli liberals, Jim Traficant, what really went on there. It's pretty interesting. There was stuff in there that I knew, but I didn't know all of it. Now, I do know there's a number of you who are researchers and who are interested in researching topics. And I did a piece, obviously, on George Santos and why there are documents that George Santos has that I'm very interested in, namely his birth certificate, and why that matters. And then my friend Carrie Krukall, who, by the way, I should have invited to this. I don't know where Carrie is. Let me see if she's out and about. Hold on one sec. She and I were talking a little bit about Eric Schmidt and all the craziness associated with that. So I might bring her in and we might go through that in some finer detail. And let's see here. Okay, yeah, so we've got the winner Okay, let me add him on up. By the way, if you want to come up, you want to sound off on these topics. I know some of you might have questions or things. I've been a little pressed with work. I'm going to be traveling out of the country for a little bit. Um, and so I'll just be I won't be able to do as many of these as I would like while I'm away overseas. But whatever, I guess we just sort of have to deal with that as it goes. Um, but yeah, I mean, what can I say? It's a very exciting time. Let's see here. What's up, the winner?
Oh, I don't really have anything to say yet. Uh, I want to just say that your Joe Biden sunglasses look really cool.
Mixed results. My girlfriend doesn't like them, and my daughter does like them. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see how it shakes out. Um, and I don't know yet. We'll see what my ex-wife says about them because you know, she has fashion sense on these topics.
They look great on you. What is she talking about?
Well, we'll
They look
see.
good.
She's just, she likes my beard a little more trimmed. So I think she's really pissed at the beard more than anything
I could
else.
see
But
the beard a little more trimmed, but I
yeah,
like the sunglasses on you. That doesn't make you look bad in the sunglasses with beard or without beard or short beard, long beard. It doesn't matter.
yeah, yeah. No, I like them. Frankly, I'm gonna play some poker on them, put poker with them at some point because it's kind of fun. I'm gonna go play some poker, some Texas Hold'em with a bunch of my anti-Joe Biden friends. Um, and I tweeted a lot today. I was sort of sounding off. I didn't sleep much the other night. By the way, my friend Jackson Hinkle supposedly was added to a kill list on the whole Ukraine thing, which I don't know if I buy that, but it's like I obviously don't want anyone to get killed that shouldn't be killed or anything. That's not good. Obviously, we want things to be very peaceful. But I find that kind of interesting. And then let's see here. Of course, you saw the story about how the post office is electrifying, right? And how all of the new, basically the new postal system is going to run around delivering the mail using electric vehicles, which is pretty interesting. And then obviously the Supreme Court is going to be addressing the whole the whole question about whether or not young people should be enslaved by the student loan industry, which I think is a good question. Should young people be slaves? That's I mean, I'm being somewhat facetious, but not totally. I mean, I remember when Republicans used to believe in people being free. And of course, I did a post today on working on the right problem, which is something I often get asked about. For those who don't know, my sort of day job, I run a genetics company called Traitwell, and I also do a lot of angel investing along with some of my business partners, usually in deep state related tech, deep state, deep tech kind of things. Happy to maybe answer some questions about that. People are interested. But yeah, on the whole, it's been a very busy day today. I've got to say, just in terms of what's in the news, what's going on. Um, I
I was
It looks like they're going to really wipe out Fox News, though. It looks like they're going to gawkerize Fox News, and of course, you saw today if you go on Drudge, you'll see out of gas, Musk's master plan, how it falls short, and of course, his right hand man is this weird guy from China. And we now have he's talking about building the companies in Mexico, or right, building the cars in Mexico in a sort of known cartel hangout spot. And as those people know, I've sort of talked about Musk and the cartels before, and organized crime, and I've sort of gotten in trouble for that, banned, and then they sort of brought me back, and it was a whole to do. So, but yeah, I see Tina's here. Hello, Tina. Welcome. And I see we have a lot of new friends. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to just sort of go into these topics as you see fit. If there's something else I'm missing, was talking a little bit about the Meghan Markle thing. I may do a Substack about the King Charles, and why, why King Charles is not as bad as people think. Why there's sort of more going on there than people realize, um, which should be fun. And yeah, what else can I say? Um, I'm sort of trying to figure out right now what I think is going to happen in the U.S. Senate race, Senate races for this coming year, which I know is kind of crazy to go into, but I think John Tester is probably going to win re-election. That's kind of my sense. I don't know yet what will happen in West Virginia. It's sort of unclear to me if Jim Justice runs or not. Don't know. I'm curious what Michael thinks about the Lori Lightfoot situation. Because I must say, one of my business partners is friendly with her. I don't really mess about with the Midwest. It's like one of those parts of the country where lived actually for a spell 2 summers in a row in Kansas City, working at the Kauffman Foundation for those who know it, and doing economic stuff. It's an interesting part of the world, the whole Kansas City situation. And my family many years ago, lived in Johnson County, actually kind of founded Johnson County and did sort of all that interesting stuff. Um, oh, interestingly too, on the sort of personal note, my uncle reached out to me. I hadn't heard from him in 25 years, and he sent me a very interesting thing about all the genealogical research he had done on our family and interesting genetics work. He had been, rather than go to Vietnam, he elected instead to go to Antarctica way back when. And so we sort of caught up a little bit about that. My other uncle is up from Guatemala, who was a spook for many years. And so he and I were supposed to speak, but didn't get to do that, unfortunately. But yeah, how's everybody doing tonight? Having fun?
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah, go
question.
ahead. Go ahead.
Have you seen what's her name, Britt, that took Senator Shelby's place?
Yeah, I don't know her, to be honest. I don't. She's not somebody I've
Well,
run into.
she's been trained to be him. So 2 weeks ago, she does a video with her at the border in Texas, and then this past week, she did a video of her in Israel. So I'm trying to get everybody to pay attention to how Israel and Alabama have a connection, just like
Oh, well,
Florida
it's not
does.
just. I mean, it's not just Alabama is the most egregious of it, but really, I mean, we can go into this if people want to. I mean, we can talk about what's going on in Israel. We do a lot of things on Israel, so I don't want to over Israel all of us. I will say,
But the border and Texas and then Israel,
well,
really?
Israel is about something much. I mean, the border is about a lot more than Israel, right? I mean, the U.S. Mexico border is about drugs, right? It's also
Right.
about trafficking. It's also
Which
about
Ben Netanyahu has big parts of.
sure. Obviously, the Emiratis have a big part of that too. And as we know, we've talked about before, the Netanyahu family is highly connected with organized crime, with the cartels. Obviously, that's all true. And there was a piece a while back that we did about. There was a piece we did a while back about the Sinaloa cartels and the tie-ins of the Sinaloa cartels and China, which I highly recommend to people if they haven't already seen that. That's a good one. That's something that you want to pay attention to.
Well,
Um,
we have that here as well. So I mean, she's got the full ramifications. I have the connections of I have the UAE connection, which was the cyber
yep.
stuff that I found in the Panama Papers. Then we have Yar coming here all the time, and now she's doing this. We have the EBIT or ELBIT systems in Talladega, where the
Yeah, I
NASCAR
mean
is. You
the thing
can't
to
get any
understand
more
is
spy crazy than that, right?
yeah, the thing to understand is that Senator Shelby was sort of American deep state and, albeit Republican, and he's been replaced by Katie Britt, who is basically Israel first type. And many of these people, they've sort of been
So you're
promoted.
saying he's good? He was deep state and he's good?
Well, I mean, good is a relative term. I mean, he was very pro, putting things into space. He was very pro Huntsville
He's
rocket
also very
program.
pro himself.
Well, of
Everything
course.
has his name on it,
I mean,
which
look,
he has
he's
nothing to contribute.
of course, but that goes without saying. I mean, he's an old white guy, white senator. I mean, that's sort of the deal, right?
And he
Uh,
was a Democrat first, by the way. He flipped.
well, of
It's a
course.
very interesting way and time of when he flipped.
Of course. But like, he's one of these good old boy Southerner types who nevertheless, I mean, look, we have a rocket program. Senator Shelby was all over that rocket program. He was very helpful in building up those rocket programs. Now the question is is Katie Britt legit or not? I think she's going to be way worse than Shelby ever was. But I think she's going to basically audition to be a vice presidential candidate, to be, I don't think she doesn't strike me as the type that will stay ad infinitum in the United States Senate. She strikes me as far more ambitious than that. I haven't met her. Honestly, the only one I know from Alabama in any real way is Mo Brooks, who's a bit nutty,
Very.
to put it mildly. Um, and so I don't really mess about with the Alabama delegation all that much. I met Sessions many years ago when I was on the Tea Party Express, and I had no idea he was a U.S. senator. He struck me as a little man. I mean, I think he maybe is 5'1", 5'2", a very strange kind of character. And he came, jumped on the bus, talked to us all. And I was sort of, we had been traveling through a number of states, and I was sort of tired, didn't really understand who the hell he was. And then he, of course, was very close with Steve Miller, who I knew way back when from the David Horowitz connection, and through the Dershowitz world. So a very strange kind of figure in his own right. You know the whole Steve Miller stuff. And when we did a space a while back, Richard and I were sort of reminiscing about the early Steve Miller and how we knew him and all of that good stuff, which was itself kind of a strange thing. But anyway, go ahead. The winner. By the way, if you want to come up and disagree, as long as you're civil, I don't mind. Come on up, raise your hand,
I
and
don't
come all.
I don't really have any
Come.
disagreements with what you're saying. I was actually wondering, you mentioned that you're friends with Jackson Hinkle. Do you guys know each other in person? And
Oh
from
no, I was being
oh,
ironic. No,
okay,
I
okay.
I don't like Jackson Hinkle. I hope he doesn't get whacked.
Yes, me too.
Um, though if he were to get whacked, I probably would not. I would probably be like, "Whoa, that was wild." I wouldn't get super enthusiastic. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's like one of those situations where you're sort of like you don't want to see somebody assassinated, right? But if he were to be assassinated, I wouldn't be surprised. Um, Frankly, I must say, I know we're not supposed to say this, but I think the Ukrainians have shown considerable restraint on all of the sort of like pro-Russian voices that are out there. Um, we're my nation that was like experiencing a situation like some kind of annexation, or I mean, like imagine if Mexico like seized a big chunk of America, right? And there were a whole bunch of people like basically out in Britain or something who are talking about how great the Mexicans were for doing this. I don't know. It's kind of hard to give a rough analogy, but you know what I mean. Like there's like a whole bunch of like Americans who are very obviously on some kind of payroll, right?
yes,
And we all kind of know this, right? And we know that there are operations run. We know about the Israeli one that just came out, the sort of Team Jorge project. We know that there have been a number of these projects where people are paid in Bitcoin or in donations or in all kinds of ways, hitting their Patreon accounts or their Venmos even. And we know that they're sort of out there promoting a certain viewpoint, and they sort of like take their viewpoint and they get money for pushing those talking points. Okay, fine. Um, I must say that the Ukrainians have shown considerable restraint in not whacking those people. Like we saw obviously the Dugin situation where Dugin's daughter was assassinated. Um, I must say, I think we're going to see a lot more assassinations over the next few months of Americans and others, unfortunately, who are kind of in the pro-Russia camp. Because I don't think actually militarily, I was talking with a friend today who'd been in the military for like 30 something years, something like that, something crazy like that. And what he was saying is that he didn't think the situation in Ukraine would be ultimately decided on the battlefield. That basically the Russians and the Ukrainians are about evenly matched, all things considered. Um, he said basically the Russians are sort of sending in, Kyrgyz troops and other folks, not necessarily sort of the top of the line Russian soldiers, and the Ukrainians are sort of they've got a lot of tech, they've got a lot of will, they've got increasing weapons coming from all over. So anyway, we were sort of discussing that today, and I don't know. It's an interesting question. What will happen? Um, my intuition on this is that basically, you saw the story, and I was speaking actually with a Saudi friend of mine who's close to MBS. We were chatting today, and we were sort of reminiscing about various weird Silicon Valley people that we knew. And he was actually the one who had told me that Elon was going to take Tesla private, interestingly enough. But I sent him this story, which I will share up in the Jumbotron. Saudi Arabia will supply Ukraine with aid worth 400 million head of it's obviously not that much, but it is interesting. And then I was at a lunch today with some other people, some sort of Republican types. It was off the record kind of thing, but there was an interesting point brought up, which is why is it that the pipelines are still secure in Turkey or leading into Turkey? What's that about? I found that kind of an interesting assessment. Um, but yeah, obviously, we can kind of get into this a second. I'm about to get out of my car, but basically, we can get into it a little bit, talking about what's going on the geopolitics here. How should we think of the Joe Biden's veto? What's going on with the basic politics there? And then I think people should read this story that came out today about Leonard Leo. As you know, Leonard Leo was very close to Barry's side. Barry's side gave him his company. Very strange kind of thing. I wrote about Barry's side on my Substack, and my encounters with him. He's an extremely strange man, to put it mildly. He was very tied in with Israeli intelligence, and with the Netanyahu world. And the piece I wrote is called "The Prodigy Wars: Child Soldiers and Child Sacrifice in the Modern Politics." Subheadline: Who are the real groomers anyway? And I was kind of going into my meeting Barry's side many years ago when I was 22 or so. Here we go. Put this up in the Jumbotron. Da-da-da-da. Yeah. So anyway, I know the winner had a question. I see Richard's here. Richard, by the way, you're welcome to come up. I know you're in that godforsaken city I used to call home. So I will excuse your lack of being on stage, given that everything's a stage in LA. So I'm sorry you have to put up with that nonsense of a place. Though, and I'm told the weather there sucks too, given my family and other folks who live there. But anyway, you were saying the winner?
Oh yeah, I definitely agree that it would be horrible if Jackson Hinkle was killed. I would not. I would think that would be a disproportionate response. But I agree that it is quite surprising that the Ukrainians have shown restraint on that, because he's basically been grifting off this war. He was I knew about him before that, but has become a much larger figure and a much more popular figure ever since the war started, just from producing content basically demonizing Ukrainians and praising Russians all the time. So it's a very kind of disgusting thing. And I've heard a rumor, I don't know if you've heard this, that his current girlfriend is Miss Russia 2022. So I don't know if they're basically like rewarding him with a mail order bride or something like that.
Yes, well, I mean, this is the common thing, right? The fellow who, John Matze, who was one of the people who helped on Parler, he had a Russian wife. I believe the OAN types have a Russian, they have Russian wives. Um, and yes, this is a very common thing that we're increasingly seeing, that they give you the Russian wife or the Russian girlfriend, um, which is, you know, I guess that's how it goes, right? People, I guess Russian women need loving too. I don't know. But Darren Beatty, of course, has a Russian wife. And I believe George O'Neill does, though I'm not 100% on that. Somebody may want to fact check me on that.
And I think Max
But yeah,
Blumenthal has one as well.
well, Max Blumenthal is very much tied in with the Russians, and he's a very strange cat. His father, Sidney Blumenthal, was very engaged with the Russians, particularly on the policy around Libya. One way to think about this is that there's a number of these petrostates that are quite worried that they are going to be the final, let me put it this way. They are very worried about the shift that we are doing to a post-oil economy. And so what they're trying to do is remove or eliminate the other oil producers in one way or another. And so we see that in the policy vis-a-vis Libya. We see that with people like Alex Epstein, who I've talked about a little bit before, the guy who wrote the book The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels, who was, of course, tied in with the Ayn Rand Institute and was very close with Yaron Brook, who was an Israeli military
I've
intelligence
spoken to Jørgen Brook
guy.
before. He did a talk at my school, and that was actually
Oh, yes. Did you write the essay for the Ayn Rand thing?
no. I'm not.
I did for my sins. I needed the money, that way back when in high school or whatever. You had to read the unreadable Fountainhead and the less. Yeah, actually, I've got to say, of the two, I thought the Fountainhead was better than Atlas Shrugged.
I've never
But
read Ayn Rand. I'm lucky. There was another guy at my school who was a really big Ayn Rand fan, and he invited Jørgen Brook to give a talk, and that was interesting.
as fate would have it, I celebrated my 16th birthday at an Ayn Rand event where they were talking about the Danish cartoons. Do you all remember that? Some of you may be too young to remember that, the Danish cartoons situation. But yes, I went there with my then girlfriend, and we spent the whole day listening to Yaron Brook and various other Likudniks sort of argue for why we should go to war with Iran. It's all very strange. But, this would have been, 2004 or so? It's very strange times.
Yeah.
But just as I say, the way to think about this is the Likudniks very much want a war. They want a war driving up the price of oil because a high price of oil is good for the Likudniks, given their connections around the world. Welcome, Caravel.
Hey, how's it going?
I see Hunt S wants to speak as well. Hold on, I'm just taking out the garbage. Tomorrow's trash day, and I've been derelict. Go ahead, Caravel.
Yeah, I just hopped in. I saw the space. What are you talking about?
Oh, a bit of everything. We were sort of talking about Jackson Hinkle and whether or not we think it likely that he'll get whacked by the Ukrainians. By the way, for those who are unfamiliar, there's a history here, and there's a history of people getting whacked who were supporters of the Nazis in World War II in the United States. So it's not a crazy thing that might happen.
Damn.
It would be interesting though if a bunch of Americans started getting whacked. I've got to
Charles,
say, what would the response be?
Charles, the next time you're gonna be in LA, would you jump on a podcast like Richard did with No Jumper or something of the sort?
I'm not really a fan of podcasts generally, unless I really know the host and want to, help them. I just don't. I find podcasting to be kind of lame. I know we're not supposed to say that, but I'd rather just hang out with friends. And if they have podcasts, fine. But I'm not interested in like selling people books or, candidly, I do a lot of this public figure nonsense just as a way of like sounding off about the various news things that annoy me, and as a distraction from my regular work.
Right.
So that's kind of how I approach it. I've never most podcasts. The problem with podcasts, right, is you go on a podcast, and then the host becomes famous or does something weird or whatever, and people are like, "Oh, you were on that guy's podcast," and you were like, "Yeah, like I didn't know he was going to do something weird in the future." So you get linked to these people in all these weird ways that you never really wanted to be linked to them. And then, you're in this sort of like weird, network that you didn't really want to be a part of. And then you have to sort of like attack it or defend it. And you're in this sort of like personality game. Whereas like my attitude is like, I've known Richard a long time. I like talking with Richard in his space, with his people. But I'm not really into the whole like wanting to be famous thing. Did that. It's terribly boring. I'm more interested in like building interesting teams of researchers to talk about the news, or people who have good skills that we could work together on uncovering things, and then giving that research to journalists and other people who can get a larger audience. Today I spoke with a major journalist, actually two, one at Bloomberg and one at Mother Jones. And tomorrow I'm having lunch with with another journalist who writes for the New Yorker. So I like to do that kind of thing, like amplify my reach that way.
Nice.
I'm more interested in the content than I am in myself. Frankly, I find myself to be kind of boring. I'm not into it.
Well, I get you.
I don't know how you think about podcasts, Richard, but I have a sort of ambivalent view about fame. I think it's highly overrated. I think Bill Murray is right. Those who want to be rich and famous, just try being rich first. See if you like it. Try it on for size.
Well,
don't go for the fame
that's
thing.
all good advice, I guess. But some of us are narcissistic fame whores, and
You do love it. You do love it. I will tell you, like of all the people I know who really like being famous, or infamous,
Yeah.
maybe depending on your point of view, you're into it.
Oh yeah.
I came into this world 5'9", fat and ginger, and with glasses. So I sort of always accepted that my role in life was to do the jock's homework, and I'm happiest to doing that. So
well,
I don't.
give you some more assignments, Chuck.
Okay, very good. Very good.
No, I have to say, I don't think I should talk too much about it because I signed kind of like an NDA thing. But, Adam with No Jumper, he's a cool guy. I mean, he's real down to earth. We had a good conversation. It's kind of amazing, this economy that's going on with these podcasting, because this is not, he's not at the level of Joe Rogan or something like that. But I mean, there are people running around all over the place, doing all this work. I mean, they've created kind of a little studio there. And so, I was impressed by his operation. And but overall, it was fun. It was laid back. And Destiny and we had a lot of agreement, actually. And I think we were able to get pretty deep on a podcast that is, very mainstream. It's the kind of thing people listen to while they're taking a walk or doing the dishes or something. And that's good. I'll do it again. I really liked the whole crew over there. I unfortunately did not participate in pornography while I was there. I'm sad to report.
Well, there's always next time, Richard.
Exactly. Yeah.
I believe in you. You know what I mean? It's something to. Well, I suppose in a certain sense, podcasting is a kind of pornography, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's just not
extreme. Definitely. Like fringe opinion is a sort of pornography. That's definitely true.
Absolutely, and it's interesting. I just as one does when one lives in LA, one meets people and discovers that they're in the porn industry, and it's always a very strange kind of thing. Because when you meet a woman that kind of gives you the vibe of porn star, you can't just like ask her, like, excuse me, ma'am, are you a porn star? Right? You can't really do that sort of thing. It's sort of gauche, right?
Well, in LA, maybe.
But you've tried it. You've tried it before, I guess, is what you're saying.
I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you. Living in California and getting invited to strange things, you do run into a number of these porn actresses, whatever. Yep. I don't know, stars. I know stars seems, and you do run into them, and you do, sort of meet them, and you meet people at parties. Oh, what do you do? And sometimes, sometimes it's sort of like awkward because you sort of get the sense that you're supposed to know them better than you do, and you sort of don't, right? So it's sort of like it's like a very weird kind of thing. I used to be this way with athletes too. At one time, I met Steph Curry and did not know who the hell Steph Curry was. I sort of met him through this other friend. And, it was sort of like people were sort of like aghast that I was speaking to him. And I just sort of was like, oh, I was just sort of like, oh, what do you do? How do you, he's like, oh, I play basketball. And I was like, oh, really? Like, how's that going? Like, is that a career? It was very awkward. And so I've had that sort of thing. And because I'm sort of like pop culturally retarded, I've had this, I've had a sort of dream that one day I could be sitting next to whatever this current generation's Leonardo DiCaprio is, or Brad Pitt. I could be sitting next to them and have no idea who that person was. And I'm getting there, honestly. Like when I hear about these new shows and I never really bothered to learn the actors or actresses' names. I just think it's kind of a waste of time. I just sort of
Yeah.
that's just how I go about it.
Well, if the actor, in the rare instance that the actor or actress is a good person, I appreciate your company and conversation. But in the common occurrence that the actor is a unhinged narcissist, they will probably hate you due to the fact that you don't know who I am. So yeah,
Yes, I
kind
met
of
this guy.
depends.
I met Logan Paul,
Yeah,
the YouTuber, apparently some sort of
boxer.
MMA fighter
Yeah.
type. Yeah, I met him like a few years back and had no idea who the hell he was. Um, and I kind of honestly still don't really know who the hell he was. I just know that he was somebody that was like supposedly important. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, these people. Logan Paul is arguably as big as Leonardo DiCaprio. I mean, it's strange as that is to say, because Leonardo DiCaprio has done all these, prestige Hollywood movies and so on. But if you kind of do the numbers on name recognition, I mean, some of these very marginal and seemingly talentless people are extremely important in inflecting young people's lives. I mean, I actually watched some highlights of his boxing, and to be fair, he's in super good shape. He's pretty good, but
He never won a
you
fight,
just kind
but
of
yeah,
wonder. Right, but you just kind of wonder. I mean, and I think he lost this past fight on points,
yeah.
but you just do kind of wonder with some of these internet people. It's that, what is it exactly that you do? I mean, who are you? I mean, what
No,
if
I'm
someone
old enough
show
to remember when people were famous for like being an actor or actress or like playing a musical instruments or like, but now
right,
it seems like people are just
For
famous and you're
dancing,
just sort of supposed to
for
accept it
dancing on the
and you're
street.
supposed to sort of like nod
and
along
they're not even super charismatic. I mean,
or
it's just this
attractive
weird.
or attractive for
Right.
that matter, right?
I mean, if someone said like, "Oh, this is Margot Robbie," it's like, "Oh, she's really incredibly good looking, and she has this kind of cool vibe, kind of crazy charisma." So it's like, I get it. Of course, she's a famous actress. Or if you meet, Clint Eastwood or something like that, I mean, you know who they are and what they do. But with some of these people who have millions of views, there's like a weird. I mean, Tim Pool. I mean, I'm sorry to harp on my bugbear here, but it's just this total stupidity, absence of charisma, and almost like negative knowledge. Like, all of us will get things wrong, of course. And sometimes our takes will be a little outrageous. Fair enough. But there's something almost evil about like subtracting from the store of knowledge, you know what I mean? Like, or in science they say something. He's not even wrong. It's like he's so off base, and his presumptions are just so out of control that you're not doing anything. You're not even wrong, in which someone could learn from your mistakes. It's just kind of shocking. This like apps almost nihil. It's like celebrity nihilism or something
Well,
that we're going through with a lot of these people.
one of the problems that I had back when I was more famous is that people would sort of like see me and take my photo when I was out and about in the wild.
Yes.
So I would be, I know you've had this encounter, as this sort of situation as well. And,
Oh yeah.
you'll be sort of like at church and somebody will take your photo, or you'll be like talking with a friend and having coffee, or they'll take your photo. So you sort of feel like on some level that you're being hunted, but
Yeah.
it's just a very strange feeling. And so my attitude was to sort of minimize that presence. And then the other thing is that when I've done the video podcasts in the past, when people watch them, it's new to them, right? It's not necessarily new to me. So like I'll do a podcast. I mean, I did the Joe Rogan thing in like 2015, and I bought a sports car in 2020, and the gentleman who sold it to me said, it was like, "Are you the Charles Johnson?" And I was like, yeah, are you a friend or are you a foe? Like, you sort of like try to figure out, like, are we going to fight? Are we going to argue? Are we going to like, it's like there's like this moment, this sort of pregnant pause, and I was like, I could be like maybe, it's sort of just like, and he's like, oh, I saw you on the Joe Rogan Experience, and then sort of pause, and it's like, okay. And he's like, you are fantastic. I was like, oh, thank God. Right. So, because like, I really wanted the car, right? I didn't want to be in like, have a sort of, situation. Right. And so,
Right.
I've sort of come to the position, by the way, I've been out with Scott Adams where this has happened too. Like he and I used to be better friends, um, before all the craziness. We were sort of photographed together. And I don't know, I suppose that's the price of notoriety, but I found it very taxing. I'd rather be known. I'd rather have my work known. I'd rather, frankly, I think Bill Murray is right. It's much better to be rich than famous. And if I
Right.
could spend an amount of money to delete myself from the internet altogether and not be sort of compulsive about trying to talk about these issues, if I felt like people were doing a good job exposing these frauds, I would sort of like retire and go work. I mean, there's so many things, interesting things to work on. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, let me segue this a bit into the Jackson Hinkle discussion because Hinkle's been a bit of a bugbear in a similar, for me, in a similar way as Tim Pool. I just can't stand someone who's completely untalented and subtracts from the body of knowledge who is successful. It just makes me depressed, to be honest, because it demonstrates that just be sucking is actually a business strategy, and that really is depressing, to be honest.
well,
And
what is his deal? I mean, what's his story? I just know that he would
Tim
fight with me
Pool
in these
or Jackson
spaces.
Hinkle?
Yeah, what's his
Well,
deal?
Tim Pool, I mean, if Tim Pool has an interesting story because he got big during Occupy Wall Street, and he was just live streaming stuff from, say, New York City or California or wherever. I can go look it up, but he was like a content channel basically, in the sense that he was using an iPhone and maybe some slightly more sophisticated equipment, and then thinking that he had like invented the wheel or written, War and Peace, as a result. And it's kind of like you might as well just put an iPhone, like duct tape it to a car and drive it around these places. Like you're not
Well, I met
doing
him.
anything. It's
So
not journalism, really.
I met him. He came to visit me when I lived in Los Angeles. We had lunch in Pasadena at this restaurant I liked, since gone out of business actually now that I recall it. And he had been to like Standing Rock, or he wanted basically me to give him money to go and like cover things. And he essentially had been like told that I was like a source of money for him to do this sort of thing, and it was a very weird conversation. We've sort of like crossed paths a few times. Like we have mutual friends. I've spoken to him maybe a handful of times. I
Yeah.
was told his family were Moonies. That they were sort of
Oh,
involved with sort
wow.
of. That's what I was told. I don't
What?
know that, but it does sort of fit with the whole story. And apparently, his sister has been sounding off on Twitter against him or something like that, which is just.
Well, he does have these weird connections. I mean, I don't know if it's bigger connections, but it might be kind of like horizontal connections with all these little people. I mean, I met him a couple of times, so I think I might have even heard about him. But then I met him at the RNC in Cleveland in 2016, and he did some little interview of some kind. And one thing that I did find kind of funny is that he went up to me and he was like, with the Trump era, there's all this talk about, race and things like that. And he's like, I bet you don't know who I am, ethnically speaking. And I was like, well, I think you're half Caucasian, half Asian. He was like, some people think I'm Hispanic. Some people think I'm Persian. Some people think I'm an Italian. And I was like, yeah, you're half Asian. And he goes, but in fact, I'm half Asian. I was like, I
Yeah,
don't know. I
half
just found
Korean.
I just found it funny because he was just so like oblivious. But anyway, uh, he was doing this thing called Fusion, which was like a Vice clone, or I don't know. He worked for Vice for a little bit. Every story I've heard about him is this guy who's like a Dunning-Kruger test embodied. He'll like go lecture on like I think he someone told a story I remember I saw on YouTube where he like lectured on technology and society and Occupy Wall Street, and he just went and like talked about his camera or something. Like it's just the guy is just oblivious. I also met him in 2017, and he was hanging out with Cassandra Fairbanks and company. He lives on the East Coast in that area. There does seem to be a kind of like horizontal network. Now, whether it goes further than that, I don't know. He's also spoken at TPUSA and something. I mean, he's clearly embedded in the Trump influencer market of those types of people. But what is the secret to his success? I mean, I think persistence. He does tons of videos a week, but I think also the absolute stupidity of him is the secret to his success. I had one journalist who contacted me who was writing this long piece on it, a liberal journalist. You could probably figure out who it is, and he didn't include this in his piece, but I think he just nailed it. He said basically, some people are comedians. So think Alex Jones. It's just this boisterous force of personality, or Steven Crowder or something like that. Some people are, imagine, a National Review journalist who's fairly boring and staid, but is actually talking about policy and ideas and history, etc. And then some people are just reflectors. And what he meant by that is you just kind of stare at a mirror. And so when someone watches a Tim Pool YouTube video, they're just kind of listening to themselves, or it's the kind of person who would be their friend in real life. And they're just listening to an uninsightful conversation like the one they just had. And so it's this weird kind of like post, like alternative media, but it's bigger than the mainstream media. It's like post media where there's not even an attempt or pretense to offer an insight, like the alternative media should. It's like, we'll tell you what the mainstream people won't tell you, or we'll go deeper, or we'll do this obscure topic, or talk about arcane things or something. It's not that. It's, I'm just going to be you. I'm going to reflect who you are right now. And there are obviously a lot more people. There are a lot more dumb people than there are smart people on this planet. And so it works. It's a business model. And I just find that utterly depressing.
Tim
Well, I mean, it's just the way the world is, I suppose.
Pool, Trump is going to win 49
I find it
states.
interesting, so I run into these people. Somebody sent me this. Lisa Poole is Tim's sister, and but my goodness, does she look like him? If you look at that photo. But yeah, so I posted it up in the Jumbotron, for those who are curious. And the thing that always kind of surprised me about some of these figures is just how they have the energy to keep up on this nonsense, right? They just sort of day in, day out, sort of push the basic nonsense stuff out there. It's not like they do any research. It's not like they say anything insightful. It's just, it really is like an endurance sport, just watching them all. Like, most of them have no real career other than what they're doing, right? I don't know. I mean, as much as I, have my sort of differences with Nick Fuentes, who I, talked about, and I sort of feel bad for him because he's all of 24 or whatever. At least you could say that he's talented, that he speaks well, that he has a sense of humor, comedic timing, what have you. But many of these other folks, like, there really isn't any there.
No.
Like, it's nothing is on, and that's sort of maybe by design. And I do wonder, it's obviously the case that there's lots of foreign activity in the podcasting world, right? You could think of like all the conversations that take place off camera, how valuable those conversations are. You could think of all these cameras being around. You could think of like the relative low cost of doing these kind of things. You could think about the money laundering that maybe takes place in the ad world or in the donations world. So I do think that there's a certain sense in which a lot of these foreign influence types have basically decided that they're going to go with influencers. They're going to go with Instagram stars, and I think that that's probably a wise course of action for what it's
Yeah.
worth. In
Well,
terms of a
that
return on your money.
yeah,
You
I
know.
mean that gets to the Hinkle question because he is a fascinating character, and I was noticing him before the Ukrainian invasion, and he actually took part in this hilarious kind of meme warfare where all of these people like Caleb Maupin, who's an actual Russian asset, Haas, all these other people, they were just insisting emphatically again and again, Russia's never going to invade Ukraine. It could never happen. It would never happen. If anything, it's NATO that's sparking this. And they just did that again and again. And then immediately afterward, they just turned, they flipped immediately and they said, yeah, we invaded Ukraine and we're going to crush you. Like they just got totally on board the Putin train. And Jackson had been this kind of like fly in a wall, like annoyance or gadfly type of figure with the left. So I had seen some of his things where he was glamming onto Jimmy Dore and kind of doing the Jimmy Dore thing, like I basically I have a conservative audience, but I present myself as a Marxist Leninist, which is actually how he presented himself, and attacking these liberals and things like that. And I'm sure conservatives really liked that and donated to him, but he still was pretty small fry. I mean, I think now he's getting to be pretty large fry. I mean, there is an audience for this stuff. There is an audience for demeaning Ukraine, which is basically his commentary, endlessly claiming that Putin is winning, and all of this, copium or propaganda and so on. And they're getting a long ways. I mean, look, I mean, for God's sake, I mean, they didn't just give him some, random prostitute or something. They apparently he seems to have dated Miss Russia from the universe. I mean, they pulled out the big guns. One of my friends who knows this stuff,
Could we have a
it's
picture of Miss Russia for
yeah.
those who are, put it up on the jumbotron? I mean, just for research
For men
purposes,
of
of course,
culture.
Richard, of course.
But
Not
and
for.
it's like that thing of like, well, we just want you to talk to him and have fun and go get some drinks. It's all paid for. You don't have to have sex with him, but unless you want to.
I
That
mean,
that seems to be the implication.
I'm looking at a photo of Jackson, and he is quite a good-looking gentleman, I must say. It looks like he's from Orange County, from San
Yeah.
Clemente, which is a sort of known kind of mobbish part of California. Um,
He's
so,
also 21 years old. He looks kind of older than 21.
oh, is he only 21? That's kind of
Yeah.
sad.
See, that's the sad thing, and this is the other thing that I was going to say because he's like a sponge, and he's not the dumbest. He's certainly more intelligent than Tim Pool, but he's like a sponge. He'll absorb these things. So this was like a couple of weeks ago. I just kind of randomly hopped on a space with these Russia people, and they were doing their usual thing, but it wasn't just the pro Russia stuff. They are, I am accurately representing them here. They are actually denying not only Darwin and evolution, they're
Yes, I
denying the
saw that.
existence
I
of
saw that.
genes.
Yes, I
So
saw that.
it's just
And he
so
tried to
over the
debate me on the
top.
topic, and I was like, "You are aware that I own several genetics companies, right? Like, this
Well,
is not."
you are aware that like you might as well be a flat earther. I mean, it's just like I don't. You
Well, I mean,
can't.
the flat Earth conspiracy theory was a Russian psyop. So, you
Right.
know,
And so it's just this bizarre nonsense that so you throw in the fact that he's quick on his feet, let's say he's cute, um whatever, but then you throw in all of this just bizarre nonsense, and then you throw in this kind of Putin propaganda,
well,
and you get
The
Jackson
Samira
Hinkle.
Khan woman was apparently a big fan of his as well, and she, I
Yes.
understand, has some weird ties with Russia Today, and
Oh, they're
you know,
all clearly
yeah.
Yo,
assets. I mean, I
no, go ahead.
yeah.
Do you think they were trying to do this to us, Richard? Way
Well,
back when?
yeah. I mean, I think I've gone into this a little bit with my own history. I mean, my ex-wife is a genuine Russian ultranationalist. The degree to which she is connected with any of these people, I mean, I don't have any evidence for that, and certainly I would have known, but I definitely rubbed shoulders with the network. And so all of these people who we see, Manuel Oxenreider ending up dead in Moscow after engaging in a false flag operation, also a, Richard Spencer podcast friend type of person. Um, I was rubbing shoulders with all these people, and oftentimes they do these interviews in Russian where my ex-wife would simply do the interview. She would write the interview out for me and maybe run it by me, but I generally trusted her to, do some good boilerplate and stuff like that. And I noticed looking back on them now is that they'll all say things like, the alt-right stands for the real America, all that kind of stuff. And then they'll go, we're sick of woke culture or what our political correctness or whatever we were using, 6 years ago. And then they'd say, and we're sick and tired of NATO. And so they get it in immediately. It just goes straight to the real, geopol objective of all of this stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, I generally, yeah, I was not chosen by them, or maybe I was. I mean, I've talked to one friend of mine that was saying, like, you don't know who was around you. You don't know the degree to which you were kind of being manipulated. And you might not even recognize these things until 10 years from now when you're looking back.
100%. 100%. I know exactly what you're thinking.
Yeah, but it's
Yes.
very clear that I was rubbing shoulders with them. However, I don't think I was ever chosen by them. I was never their main guy. There's also
Yes.
some interesting. I won't go into it. I
No, go ahead.
there's
Go into it. I mean, we have time.
the woman who did this puff piece on my ex-wife. Let's just say she's not a very. She's not a journalist who does a lot of work. And let's just say that it's curious her two big pieces were directed against me in favor of my ex-wife, and they were directed against this fellow named Abramson, who has done a lot of he's done 3 books on like proof of collusion. He's done Seth Abramson.
Yes. I've run into that fellow. Yeah.
He's kind of weird, and I'm not saying I fully defend him, because I'm sure some of it is a little tendentious, but isn't it interesting that you've written like 2 articles in the mainstream press, and both of them kind of like support Russia? Like, isn't that, I don't know. It's just something I noticed. I almost hate saying this, but it's just kind of like, it's probably unprovable, but it is what it is. I mean, there it is.
No, I don't disagree with you. And I myself saw a lot of weird things around me. Oh, I see that she's quite a looker, this Miss Russia today, but she has the dead Russian eyes.
But by the way, Jackson Hinkle, I think, appeared on Solovyov earlier this week, so there's also that.
So let's say he gets whacked, right? Like, God forbid, we don't wish ill on anyone, right? Like, let's just be like, but let's be dispassionate about it, okay? You know, let's just say that he gets whacked. How will that affect the influencer world here, right? I mean, from a geopolitical perspective, I should think that would be like kind of a good return on money spent, no?
Possibly. Oh, sorry.
Explain that a little bit.
Well, let's just say, so during the 2016 period, I had a number of these sort of Russia types around me. And, I was essentially, I'm not pro-Soviet or pro-Russian, but, I'd sort of was of the view that America's long-term geopolitical threat was China, that the Russians were sort of fixture. I didn't believe that we could really rip them up from Europe, right? I was wrong about that. I see that obviously with the sanctions now. Um, but I sort of was of the view, for what it's worth, that, by the way, I just muted you, Richard. I was sort of the view that basically the Russians are sort of here to stay, right? They're a sort of they're not quite a superpower, they're not quite a regional player alone, but they sort of exist. They're out there, they're doing their Russia thing, right? Um, Not really down to kill a bunch of them, not really down to like befriend a bunch of them or wipe them up. No offense, Richard. Um, but they were around all the time, and they were around in all kinds of weird ways. So they would like contact me and they'd be like, "Oh, can we have lunch with you? We're looking for an investor in our Anastasia film." And this woman who would do a lot of this stuff was this woman, Anna Kate, Kheit. She was apparently on Survivor at one point, and she went to go work for James O'Keefe, and and then there was sort of these other sort of like Russian affiliated types who were out and about, who were involved in the evangelical community, and being neither evangelical nor particularly interested in that kind of thing, but I'd run into them too, and then they would like want to give me money for various things. It was all very strange, right? It was all a very strange experience. So I could imagine how one who's young, right? Like let's be real here. Like you can't rent a car before the age of 25, right? But apparently you can be a significant geopolitical actor. I could kind of, I mean, it was sort of like a very strange kind of thing. Now, what do we know about Mr. Hinkle's parents? Um, what's the sort of state of affairs there?
So
Does anyone know?
Well, we know that they don't support him. He's getting embarrassed by his dad for misrepresenting his childhood. It's kind of
his
funny.
mom has
Oh,
also
really?
replied to
What?
one of his tweets to point out another
Well, he was just
misrepresentation.
depicting his parents as like delusional boomers or something, and he would do these posts like that, and then his dad would chime in and be like, "Jackson." It's kind of amusing, but it
Past your
doesn't
bedtime.
suggest that. Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't suggest that his parents are in on it. I think he's just an oblivious sponge who's just an easy target, and he was probably fingered by one of these existing assets that are just known assets. In fact, like Samira, something like that.
Samira, you were on that space with Samira. Also, Charles was
Very
the
odd
other day.
stuff. Go ahead, the winner.
Oh, I was gonna
I know
say,
you were
yeah,
about
I
to
was
jump
gonna
in.
say that the other thing I know about his parents is that apparently they're quite wealthy, and I think he actually ran for some political position, like some local political position, when he was like 19 or 20 years old, and they basically funded his campaign. So his parents have a lot of money, and they probably helped him get started with certain political activism stuff.
I wasn't
I
aware he
must
had
tell you,
a campaign at all.
among the stranger things I ever ran into when I lived in California was just the sheer number of Russians living in Orange County, right? That was sort of like, when one thinks of Orange County, one thinks of like the OC, blonde hair, blue eyed, kind of co ed types, right? One doesn't think of like Vlad, right? And Igor. But yet they were all over the place and they were particularly interested in the legal marijuana industry. And I found that very strange as well. Sort of ran into those types, and honestly, I didn't know as much as I knew now. Had I known more, I probably would have avoided the Russians altogether. But there's also a lot of Armenians there too, and the Armenians are quite friendly with the Russians. All very strange stuff. So you were saying, Hunt?
Oh no, I was just unaware of the campaign that he just brought up with Hinkle.
Yes, but do we think? I mean, do we think this is true? I mean, do we think he's likely to be killed or what?
I think you certainly are hitting on something with the devastation that follows after with this sort of, I don't know, this pro-Russian kind of influencer types, I guess we should say.
I mean, It's really quite crazy, right? I mean, we saw John Matsey, who I mentioned before, and of course, there's the Parler connection too, right? We have, Candace Owens is married to George, is it Farmer, and his father is involved in the commodities business. And of course, Candace has gotten money from Rebecca Mercer and the whole Mercer world. And I wrote something about Eric Weinstein and Eric Weinstein's connections with the Russians as well. I'll put that up in the Jumbotron. But yeah, I think people don't really know a lot of this stuff. All very strange, all very curious. I myself, it was interesting. I would be attacked mercilessly by this guy Lee Stranahan, and Lee Stranahan was a huge. I believe he worked for like Sputnik or one of these Russian properties. Um, I ran into the Russians out and about. They were interested in sort of cryptocurrency things. I sort of would see them sort of around that topic, but they all sort of struck me as kind of like more or less just sort of like studying me, not really like wanting to like. It was very strange. Like it was like being sort of like being the zoo animal at the zoo, you know, like one could get the sense that they were watching, but one never quite encountered them sort of directly. They would have a number of proxies. They had this guy who was a lawyer who would approach me wanting to do work with me, curious about me, who was married to a Russian woman who was a trial lawyer in Florida. They would show up in strange places. I didn't realize too how connected they were with the Italian world. That was sort of something I wasn't quite prepared for. But apparently, there's all sorts of tie-ins with the Italian world, that are quite interesting. I don't know. It's very strange stuff. Go ahead, Dana. By the way, if anyone else wants to come up and speak on the subject, happy to have you. Happy to involve you in the conversation. And if you're shy, my DMs are open, and so happy to have that conversation as well.
The Russian cannabis
In terms of
industry.
Hinkle getting whacked, which is obviously this is pure speculation. The person I knew who was a Dugin and Kremlin asset, who in all likelihood was assassinated, Manuel Oxenreiter, who was German, grew up in East Germany. He actually edited a magazine called Zuerst, which is kind of like Germany first, basically. And there was clearly some money behind it because as a small time publisher myself, I know how hard it is to publish stuff. And they were, I don't know if it was monthly or quarterly, but glossy magazine, multiple authors, and all this kind of stuff. So there was some kind of backing behind it. But he was involved in all sorts of things in Ukraine, allegedly, like a false flag operation against a Hungarian cultural center in order to create, uncertainty and divisiveness, etc. He fled when he was accused of this. He fled to Moscow and then promptly had a heart attack. So, you don't have to be too much of a Alex Jones type to suggest that he was in fact assassinated. Although I guess I would be stressed out too if I had just engaged in terrorism and was fleeing the country. So who knows? But I think he was like that. So these people are disposable objects. Like they might give you some super hot chick who might sleep with you or might not, and will go out. You make you feel like a huge star, and I get it. I mean, it's very easy to kind of get just someone feeding into your own ego and so on. But you are dispensable to them, and I think they might even see, Hinkle he could be a little bit of a martyr or something if that happens. Or they might see him as compromising their overall plan and want to just wash their hands of him. But it's just not good. And it is genuinely sad in Hinkle's case. I don't think he's a great person, but it's sad when you see just some young person just go off down this road that just can't lead anywhere good. I mean, I think it's reasonable for we Americans to ask. It's like, you have a right to free speech. You have a right to be wrong in a way. You have a right to have some pretty radical opinions, do you really have a right to go and propagandize with a country that you might not be at war with, but has explicitly stated that they are at war with you, and has theorized on this exact program he went on, a major Russian, it's the Russia Fox News basically, has speculated about, the benefits of nuking Berlin and Paris, and why not Washington while they're at it. I mean, there just has to be some kind of line. I mean, you have the right to be a crazy fundamentalist and talk about how we're all burning in hell or whatever, but like the idea of just aiding and abetting a hostile foreign power that has declared war on you effectively. How is he allowed to do this is my question. Like, what is wrong with our country that we think this is just like okay, or part of his First Amendment right or something? I just don't
Well,
get
it could well be that he's a trap, right? Insofar as
right.
the U.S. government has him under their surveillance, not unlike Fuentes or others, and it could well be that they're watching him and seeing the Russians interact with him, right? That could well be a thing, right? We don't know.
Yes.
I will tell you that so many years ago, when I was engaged in the effort to destroy Gawker, I was approached by an attorney for Chabad, which is the sort of Jewish, Russian-affiliated group, the sort of state-sanctioned Judaism of Russia, basically, effectively. And Jared Kushner's Chabad guy. They're sort of out and about in New York. Sort of run into them, chatted with them a little bit, and what happened was Viktor Vekselberg, the sort of richest man in Russia, the one whose properties are being seized all around the world, $75 million worth and counting, he had just recently put money into Gawker, and he had put this money into Gawker, and Gawker had, of course, gone bankrupt after Hulk Hogan and Peter Thiel felled the company. Okay, fine. This Chabad attorney wanted to basically carry a message from the Vekselberg world that we should be careful on how we dealt with the Gawker property in the bankruptcy. And it was a sort of like, is the Russian mafia going to whack the PayPal mafia? Right? That was the sort of like lingering question there. And it was very unclear at the time, like how that would all go down. And Michael Cohen was a sort of attorney, a sort of fixer type for Columbus Nova, which was Viktor Vekselberg's U.S. property. This guy Jason Epstein ran it. It was later handed over to Andrew N. Trader. Now I bring up Andrew N. Trader because he's the one who's given some like $600,000-$700,000 to Mr. George Santos. And I wrote about this a bit in my Substack today, why I'm a George Santos birther, and essentially going into the details there about basically going into Mr. Santos and his sort of Russia connections, as well as talking a little bit about, there's a lot of like basic bitch questions that we can't answer about Mr. Santos, right? Questions like, where are the naturalization documents, right, around his mother or sister? Where was he actually born? What's the situation with his first or second marriage, right? And I go on a little bit into the piece about Joan Stonehouse, who was a member of cabinet in the Harold Wilson government, and who was a Czech spy. And I think there's actually a lot more of this sort of thing going on than we may otherwise feel comfortable with. I certainly think, we see this with Anna Paulina Luna, somebody who I'd actually supported in 2020. I did not support her in her successful run in 2022. And of course, also with Andrew Ogles. And the degree to which, like, not asking for background check material on these people, the degree to which failing to do that is a real problem. You know, um, it's a real issue, I think, and so I think we need to be sort of on guard here. And I don't know, so for one, I'm not really a big believer on like people having a right to do a wrong, right? And um, so I don't really think you have a right to sort of support a foreign adversary of the United States, right? And there has been the House Un-American Activities, group. There have been sort of larger espionage operations in the past that have outed Russian and Chinese agents. Um, so I'm sort of the view that we should be very aggressive towards those folks, but I do think we should be aware that like what typically happens, the way this kind of goes down, is that the Israelis kind of dirty you up in different ways and sort of exile you, and then the Russians kind of buy you on the cheap. That's sort of been my impression of. And then, of course, when they're done with you, they dispose of you by killing you or having you kill yourself, that sort of thing. Um, and I talked with that guy, who's the fellow whose father's a general, Wesley Clark. I talked to him about the whole American psyop thing, and he seemingly has all these weird connections with the Chinese. So it's a whole thing. But yeah, I think the purpose of all this stuff is to basically render our sense making capabilities uh, retarded and screwed up in all kinds of elaborate ways. I see our friend Biden Nordstream wants to speak about the Jackson Hinkle matter. Welcome, Biden. I guess I don't know if I'm reading your message correctly, but welcome. Happy to have you. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. I kind of think that part of the appeal of you guys generally is that even though you're dissidents, you get a lot of the politics right. But I think on this, your love of country is blinding you to the kind of common thread between a lot of these people, and all your talk about this person is an asset or that person as an asset or these connections to this foreign power or whatever is very Russiagate-y. It's like you sound like almost like MSNBC now.
Yeah, I don't really find that useful, so we're going to remove you.
Wait,
Nothing personal, but yeah. So we're just going to get rid of you. By the way, there's a kind of common tactic that they use, the active measures issue. I know people have mentioned that book, and if somebody wants to put it in the jumbotron, I've actually read the book. It's somewhere in my house, floating around, which I highly recommend. And there's another great book called "The Russian Roots of Nazism," which a friend recommended. I would also highly recommend that. I'm, not of the view that. And during the Russiagate thing, I was actually investigated by the Israeli compromised U.S. Senate by a guy named James Wolfe. For those who are familiar, he was the one who was carrying on the illicit affair with the Alia Watkins woman. I don't know if you recall this, Richard. Maybe some of you recall this, but she was the one who was sleeping with this James Wolfe fellow, and he was a sort of Inspector Javert to my Jean Valjean, kind of pursuing me, wanting to know all the Russians I had ever spoken to. And also, I made it very clear to him that something like 1 in 20 Americans have Russian heritage, and that I just didn't know. Like, just to be blunt about it, like I have a number of people. I'm now much more keen on people's genealogies, everyone I meet, right? But at the time, I was just sort of like, well, this guy was born in Tashkent. That was part of the Soviet Union way back when, but he's a Jew and he's pro-Israel. How should I think about this person and that person? And so I was sort of in this sort of like weird situation. And then of course the FBI arrested Wolf for carrying on his affair with this reporter woman, and I believe she's still at the New York Times. And he was fired, if I recall. But yes, there's quite this kind of game that was played, and so yes, he was sentenced to a prison term, a rather modest prison term. Let me put this up here. So I was actually investigated on the whole Russia collusion thing, which was quite interesting to be investigated by the Bill Barr government. What I was told was that I was investigated in large measure because I went to go see Julian Assange. And given that the CIA had asked me to go do that, it was a sort of interesting situation, to put it mildly. I eventually got everyone together in the room, and it was a kind of interesting experience, to put it mildly. But yes, I see. Looking at Mr. Biden, the Nord Stream bombers, looking at his sort of, what can I say about this? Just looking at it, that he's a sort of like kind of one of these nutbags. So no, we won't be having you up again, sir. You should perhaps go somewhere else to annoy them. It's a rather silly kind of thing. So ta-ta. But yes, I hope they're paying you well. Not really, but you know what I mean. So anyway, but yeah, so I do think we need to be sort of mindful of these sort of Tokyo Rose types out there, and doing what we can to neutralize them in whatever way we can. And I suspect that there will be a lot more assassinations on that score. Just being blunt about it. Unfortunate though that is, I think that is a real going concern. I was watching. I don't know if you've seen if any of you have seen The Good Shepherd, this sort of film with I guess it was with Matt Damon. It's quite good actually. I thought. I don't know if any of you have seen it. But there is a sort of issue there where they're assassinating people in the United States who are supporters of the Nazi regime. And I suspect we're going to see some measure of that in the United States. Perhaps not. Perhaps that'll be sort of too beyond the pale. Maybe they'll all just have weird heart conditions and drop dead suddenly. And people, of course, blame that on the vaccine, right? Not on, not on there being a sort of intelligence operation ongoing. But I do wonder. Anywho, I see we have some more friends in the room. If people want to come up and chat, you're more than welcome to. You're even welcome to disagree with me, so long as I can detect that you're not actually a Russian asset or a Chinese one. And if you're respectful, we'll even have you up. But if you do this sort of seminar, if you do the sort of nonsense that we've come to expect of sort of trollish behavior, we're just not going to put up with that. We can do it elsewhere. By the way, I have a lot of Russian friends, many of whom are kind of critics of this government. I ran into some of them in Turkey. Obviously, there's lots of Russian money that's being brought all over the world now, and I've written about and talked about ways for the Russians to come back from all this, because I do think just on the virtue of, we're talking 100 million plus people, right? We're talking, like, are we really going to basically exile them all? No, I don't think that's wise. But I do think we're going to see the further dissolution of the Russian Empire. And I think that is upon us. Go ahead, Dana.
I was just interested. I'm surprised that I haven't seen, just after observing this over the last 7 years up close and personal, that in the cannabis industry, a lot of the wholesalers accept Bitcoin, by the way, or crypto of any type, to make payments for people who are buying it wholesale. So I find it interesting that I haven't seen anybody arrested in the field of that, because I would imagine crypto payments in a wholesale of cannabis in Colorado would be something that would attract an FBI agent, just me personally. But I have not seen any of that, which I'm a little surprised, because it was covered in Bitcoin. You could buy, as someone who was in the industry, even in the not even the cannabis side,
Well,
but the hemp side.
apparently, just Google. If you go to Google and you just type in Russian marijuana, you will see all kinds of stuff about marijuana and Russians being arrested. Most recently, there was apparently something in Wood County, Texas, where
in the cannabis industry? I thought Texas wasn't legal yet.
Yeah, and the cannabis. Nearly a ton of marijuana was seized, and 8 people were arrested in Wood County last week.
But is it legal in Texas?
I don't know. I don't think
it's
so.
So
it's not as if the Russians care,
ones
right?
I'm just talking about in the states it is legal, because it seems like it's being not as caught. You know, I mean, if it's legal there, like in
My understanding
Colorado.
is that one of the Russian oligarchs was involved in the industry, and there was a Bloomberg piece, Roman Abramovich. Yes, thank you
Yes, Roman
for those
Abramovich.
who sent that
Yes.
to me. And apparently, there's a story here in the Vermont, uh, Digger. State cannabis regulator seeks information about alleged ties between Russian oligarch and Vermont dispensaries.
Well, you
So
did
that's
have the one guy that was doing the finance campaign money that gave it to Ron DeSantis and gave it to
Lev
Pete
Parnas. Yes,
Sessions.
Lev Parnas. Yeah.
Well, it was Lev Parnas, but it was another Russian guy that Lev Parnas was attached to. I'll find that, but it
Yeah,
also gave it to Kevin
apparently there's a lot of
McCarthy.
this sort of thing going on, but yeah, I don't
Yeah, he
know.
did it through California.
Yeah, could well be. I don't know. I've sort of once upon a time I thought that we would actually I thought that we would I've gone sort of I've switched my position on the marijuana legalization question. I'm now in a sort of I'm sort of the view that a lot of the money. So I ran into a lot of strange Chinese that were like trying to spend lots of money on marijuana legalization efforts in California. I didn't quite run into the Russians. They were sort of around. I knew that they were around doing their Russia thing, but I didn't quite run into them in quite the same way.
Well, let me ask you this. There's also the hemp industry, which is also just as big, by the way, because you're seeing it in every gas station. So it can be sold in all 50
Ah, here we go.
states,
Lots of
which is,
Chinese in the weed industry. Somebody sent me this. Yes,
yeah.
censor.
Well, there was an Oklahoma
Yes, yes,
cannabis industry where a guy
yes.
he
And
went
I
in and
had
shot
I
and
had a
killed somebody.
girlfriend for a hot moment who was she was Salvadoran and was some sort of critic of the Bukele regime. And her brother was backed by these Chinese investors, supposedly going into the marijuana industry in Oklahoma, which is, which is
Well,
what
that's
it
where they just
is.
had the murder. He walked in and shot the guy, shot a bunch of them, and they caught him in Miami. He
Yeah.
fled after shooting it down, killing several, or shooting. I don't know how many he killed, but I know he killed somebody. And then they were all Chinese that were working there. I think they were maybe even,
Were they illegals or
illegal.
what were they?
Yes, I
Were
think they
they?
were illegal,
Yeah.
possibly.
Yeah. I mean,
But
look,
it was on a
I'm sort
reputable.
of the view, I'm not. I don't know. I mean, Joe Biden is a kind of drug warrior. I don't know. My view on this is that basically, I understand that for some people the marijuana thing can be quite helpful for their pain. I know my cancer-stricken mother was a fan of that back when she had cancer, and I've run into a number of sort of cancer folks, people with chronic pain or whatever, who are into that sort of thing. Like,
I wish it would just stay medicinal. I'll be honest with you. I prefer that it be. I mean, because then everybody
well,
still can get it. Your
profits are
doctor
what
just
profits
writes a
are, right?
prescription.
People want to they want to expand the market share, right? So
Well, there's a lot of, well, as long as it's illegal or it's not federally legal, there's a lot of dirty shit still going on, and it could be cleaned up. So I don't know
yeah,
what
but
they're
then of course the
thinking.
question is, let's say we make it legal. I mean, does it infect our banking system? Is this the second coming of the opium wars? I mean, I don't know. I mean, over at Tradewell, we did release something. We released an app because there are genetic markers for people who are predisposed to schizophrenia, where if they have marijuana, and then they can trigger schizophrenia. So it is. So you could imagine, if you increase the number of people, right, who tried marijuana, some portion of them would have schizophrenic breaks,
Well,
right?
I'll be honest with you. I have an aunt who was she's much older than I am, but partied, and she has schizophrenia. And that my father and my mother always swore that it was because of the drugs that she had done in the day. And that could possibly be because no one else has schizophrenia in my family.
Yes, I myself have an uncle, a late uncle. He's deceased now, who was he had all sorts of health issues, psychological issues after
Well, we
deluged
also
with
got our
marijuana.
marijuana though from Mexico, where we sprayed Agent Orange on it. So was it contaminated type marijuana, or was it actual, the cleaner kind now that we have? I mean,
I
they're
don't know.
not.
I'm much more of the view that, like, if we were, so I'm much more of the view that America's at its best when America is having uppers rather than downers. So I'm much more of the view that, like, we should be on caffeine and cocaine and
I think I would have to agree with you on that.
yeah.
Because I mean, we have enough people depressed.
My
You can
sort of
just be
theory of
depressed
the
about taking anything.
1980s, by the way, for what it's worth, my theory of the 1980s is that um, basically the economy was shit. All these women had to join the labor force. We lied to ourselves and said we were productive, and everyone was doing cocaine. And then all the cocaine money was then washed through Michael Milken and KKR and all these other sort of outfits. And that, of course, it built Miami and the Reaganistas. They were always just say no, kids.
Well,
Just say
I'll be
no to
honest, there is
drugs.
one drug I always wanted to do that I never got the chance, and my aunt has one saved, and I have begged her for it, is a Quaalude. I would like to try it, just to be honest with you. But doesn't look like that's ever going to happen, so it doesn't matter. I would like to take it if I got cancer. Something like if I've got been told I have so many days left to live. Yeah, I'm gonna light up a cigarette. I'm gonna do a lot of fucking things I wouldn't normally do if I know I'm gonna die. I mean, just
Head up to Burning
Well, I
Man
must
and
tell you,
try it
I
over there.
myself, I'm of mixed minds even on that because I've had a number of people in my life, my own mother among them, who was given a sort of not quite a death sentence, but told that she had very little time left, and she's still with us. So
well,
I'm,
the brain kind of cancer that you don't survive. The
yeah, I
one
mean
that
the one where they put you into hospice care. Yeah, I do. I don't necessarily have a problem with a bunch of the hospice patients, getting blitzed out of their minds on whatever. I mean, you know,
Oh, I
yeah,
want
I
the
agree.
pill to die. I mean, I want to go live in Oregon or wherever that I can.
Oh, I'm against that stuff. I think that that stuff is always
What?
almost always going to be used in a predatory way. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying I would like it if I don't want to live through that. I don't. I
I
would
had a
rather
great
be able to
uncle
take
who shot
something.
himself. He was
Oh,
diagnosed
I
with
don't want to shoot myself.
some
That's
kind of issue,
awful.
and he went off into the woods by his home and left a tip,
Just get
and
in the
shot.
car and go to sleep. Take a Valium, go to sleep in your
No, no,
garage.
I think
No blood.
if it should be done, it should be done in the Hemingway style, particularly if you're a man.
Oh
I don't
no,
know
and I love
if you're a
Hemingway, by
woman,
the
it should
way,
be
but
slightly different.
no.
I think,
I'm a
but
huge Hemingway fan, but I hate all the suicide by bullet. There's no reason to be messy.
no,
There's
well,
so
I
many
mean, maybe
nice ways to do
if
it.
you're a
Just go to
woman, I
sleep.
could see going to sleep. But if you're a man, I think it's important to
Oh
make a statement.
my God.
That's just a personal choice.
But the people who love you have to see this. It's disgusting.
Well, you leave a tip. You sort of do it in a responsible way. As my great uncle did, and it is what it is. I'm not a fan of suicide, obviously,
Me neither, but I'm just saying
and
if I were gonna
I'm
die,
strongly
yes, I want to
against
do
it.
it.
And if people are dealing with that issue, please reach out. We'll sort of be
I'm not
happy.
for suicide, but I
I'm
don't want
against
to
it,
be I
but
don't
I
want to
will tell
be
you,
paralyzed and
I don't think it's
dead and all
quite the
that kind of
same.
stuff.
I don't think it's quite the same when somebody has a terminal illness and they decide to
That's what I'm talking about for
take
me.
matters into their own hands. Yeah, I don't think it's quite the same as somebody who, asphyxiates themselves in the prime of life or through depression or some such.
Totally agree.
And in fact, I'm going to be doing a genome-wide associated study app soon on postpartum, and so I'll have something soon to announce there for people who are women who are pregnant or who are who've just given birth, and so that'll be something that I'll release soon because I had a very dear friend who killed herself last year and change. Actually, unfortunately, it's been a year. My goodness. And
Unfortunate.
she had postpartum depression that was really quite severe, and yeah, it's a whole thing. But yeah,
It's
anyway,
awful. It's awful. I know several people that didn't kill themselves, thank God, but they could have. And that's a
yeah,
horrible thing to watch.
grisly stuff, grisly stuff. Anywho,
Lighter subjects.
on more cheerful topics, perhaps we should kind of move on from the marijuana drug issue. I myself, at one point, was actually interested in figuring out a banking solution to this problem. Obviously, I don't think it's actually going to be solved anytime soon. So I
Well,
think,
Bitcoin's definitely not the way to go.
yeah, I agree with that. I think the whole problem of drugs is that drugs make us into altered people, and it's very hard to have a country in which everyone's high or everyone's stoned or everyone's coked out of their minds.
Well, alcohol's worse to me. I'm just going to be honest with you. I know more alcoholics than I know drug addicts, and I've known several of both. But alcoholism, I mean, that's just as wretched, and it's a worse drug if you ask
Well, I
me.
think there's this thing. So I myself have been more or less. I've been sober now since Christmas Eve 2020. Other than a glass of wine that I had in Turkey because it was given to me at somebody's home and didn't want to be rude and make them think I was a Muslim or something, a secret Muslim or something. I don't know. they were sort of like looking at me, expecting me, it was sort of one of those situations. So I don't think I'm an alcoholic. I think it's rude to say I was an alcoholic, but I do agree with you that that alcohol can be quite damaging to people, and I do think we should probably be a bit more mindful of that. And I will say too, like, um, I think I have a sort of alternate history of the prohibition movement, and that basically that the progressives were correct on this, but the issue of alcohol was sort of used not unlike the trans issue, not unlike other issues that we have today, as sort of ripping apart the social fabric of the country. And so I think it sort of had to be kind of dealt with in that way. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting
Well,
question.
let's be honest about this, okay? All right, cannabis, when I was looking in 2014 seriously at it and then got freaked out because of the Russians, and I literally came back and shared that with everybody. I was like, there's too many fucking Russians in this. What the hell are Russians doing in the cannabis industry in Colorado? And, everybody thought I was half cuckoo. And I was like, I'm not. There's tons. Now everybody talks about that. I'm like, I said that back in 14. But that was before Trump, so we didn't even know there would be a Trump and a Russia coming. So I was ahead of my time, if you think about it. So not
Well, I
me,
think
but
I
but
think
the idea of Russians
the thing that you need to understand, and I
and
think
cannabis, I should say.
most people don't really quite understand this, which is there's always an effort by foreign actors to use drugs or to use these sorts of things to fuck with America. I mean, just
Well,
to be
it's
blunt
it's
about it.
it's a, it's like alcohol. I mean, I know people who
No,
live
no,
in
no,
Jack
no, no, no,
Daniels
no.
in
The
Tennessee. No, it
alcohol,
is the mob.
well, the
It's the
mob is
mob. It's a
so
mob
there's
industry.
different there are different mobs, right? Well, there are different mobs, and we can kind of go into which mob is which and why they operate the way they do and all the rest of it. That's not what I'm talking about, right? And obviously, alcohol, for all of its faults, and again, I just told everyone what is it, 2 years sobriety and change, right? So I'm not by any means an alcohol. What can I say about this? I'm not a fan of alcohol, right? I think it's a personal choice. Different people metabolize it differently. Um, you know, obviously, I think people should be free to choose on that question, right? Same thing when it comes to marijuana. I think making informed choices. I think it's a personal adult kind of thing. I don't believe in a nanny state. But when you're dealing with businesses, right, and you're building these businesses, and you're building the distillery, right, and you're building all these sort of marijuana farms, right, that requires tremendous amounts of capital. Where's that capital going to come from? Who's going to bring it in? What's going on there, right? What's the sort of history here? And my read on it is that many of the people who finance that sort of thing in the last few years have been foreigners, and those foreigners do not have any interest in us being at our best. And I know people are saying, by the way, people are saying that the Russians are not heavily involved in the Colorado cannabis industry. I must tell you that is not the case. I mean, I know of Russians who are engaged there, as well as Hungarians, for that matter, who are often proxies for the Russians. So I don't think I think that's a misapprehension of what's going on. I know one of Viktor Orban's people personally is involved in that industry. Anyway, I'm going to unmute everyone, but let's not talk over each other because I've gotten complaints about that in the past for people who are trying to listen in, and so we'll sort of be more mindful in that way. Go ahead, Donna. Oh, I see Kumar's here. Welcome, Kumar. Welcome. By the way, you can all speak. You're all unmuted. Go ahead.
I was just going to say though, what I noticed when about this is that here's the thing: all of those people that are in the legal side of it, those are the same people that were the part of the illegal side. So when it became legal, all it did was give the people who have been doing all the world's corruption in cannabis in the United States, all they did is become legalized. It's the same players. It never changed. So you are getting in bed with people who literally have been in penitentiaries because they were the dealers. They were the world drug cannabis dealers. And that's a fact. You can go look up a lot of them. They were on the cover of most of the marijuana magazines when it first got legalized. So,
Yeah, I mean, look, my attitude on the issue is I don't think you can do it in our society without the banks
You're
And I don't
right.
think the
I agree.
banks will allow it, because I don't think we will allow a bunch of people to live amongst us in altered states.
But the banks are already doing the illegal side of it. So that's kind of a weird thing to
Well,
say.
I
They've
mean,
all
there's,
been busted for
of
taking
course,
cartels' money,
of course, but
made
again, it
special teller machines for them to
no, no,
put
no,
their
no. I
cash
mean,
in.
let's be clear about this. On many banks in America, right, particularly the smaller banks, many banks in this country, um, basically the way they make money, right, is the smaller banks, your regional banks, they essentially don't really follow the know your customer laws, right? They don't really follow
Nope.
these things quite to the same way as some of the New York banks do. The New York banks get in trouble on all the foreign stuff, and the smaller banks, I mean, I'll give you an example of this. I know of a bank, and it's a fourth generation family bank. Okay, and it's been a bank that's in this country. I'm going to be sort of careful about how I talk about this because I don't want to dox this person. But a friend of mine inherited this bank. Okay, his father was in ill health, died very suddenly. We don't suspect foul play. We don't really know, though. We don't really know. So his father died, kind of collapsed one day at work, and was dead. So my friend inherited this bank. Okay, fine. And he inherited this bank, and he discovered, much to his surprise, so he says, that there were a number of sort of, shall we say, minor cartel players putting money into this bank. Okay. He was, Charles, 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 I'm freaked out. What do I do? You're the person I know in the Imperial City. Please help me. I make some phone calls, and what was essentially communicated was, if it gets to this stage, it's a problem. Right now, it's sort of manageable. And here are the steps we're going to take, and sort of deal with it. And I think that there's an awful lot of that happens on the smaller and regional bank level.
100% it does.
And I think that this is sort of, it's sort of like, if you knew the cartel bank, it's probably best not to shut it down. It's probably better to run it or to control it or to
Well, they
tame it.
let their good old boy friends and family businesses that are cleaning all that stuff, that's who they bank with. That's who does it.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know.
They keep it small and tight because they know it's a liability. But they're all board members to that bank, those small banks, but they're not really that small if you start adding them up across states. They seem like they're small. They're not, JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley, but they're not small.
Well, I mean, it's all a relative question, right? I mean,
Sure.
I
Exactly.
mean, how much of it can you tolerate? How much of it? I mean, you look, anyone who's been to Miami or to been to Las Vegas or to been to many places in the country, right, have essentially been built with drug money, right? And we all kind of know that.
Completely.
We
Completely.
laugh about it or whatever, right? But it's as American as apple pie, right? I mean, there are some
It's
people
not
who.
only built on it, it's basically still surviving on it.
Oh, very much so. And I mean, look, you look at the history of Virginia and the tobacco industry, right? I mean, there's a long history of this, right? We shouldn't be surprised by
You
it.
can go to any concierge at any nice hotel and say, "Hey, I want to get some pot. Where do I get it? And I want some Coke. Where do I get it?" They can get it for you. You know that, right? You don't have to be anybody. Just go to your concierge and you can ask that
Well, I
question.
don't necessarily want to advertise how to get drugs on my
Well, I'm
schedule,
not trying to advertise it, but I would
but
think that people that have done it know this, and it's just a little bizarre.
yes, I mean, well, I mean, the question is, what is the hotel industry really? Like, what's its real
Exactly.
business, right?
Exactly.
Same thing. All these people who have all these people who have private planes. I mean, Why do people really have private planes, right?
They're
Is it
moving
because
drugs.
yeah, of course it's delivering drugs, right? Yeah, and of course I've gotten in trouble for talking about that, but yeah. And I see our friend Kumar has shared a number of things. Apparently, Kumar has disappeared again. He likes to bop in, drop some things up top and then bounce out. But
Oh
okay.
yeah, you mentioned Jay-Z
Um,
earlier in relation to the private plane thing.
oh goodness, you're going to get me in trouble again. Well, let me say hypothetically that there are multiple cartels. Yes, we agree on this. Yes,
Yes.
right. And that some of these cartels cut their product or lace their product with fentanyl, and some do not. Yes, and let us say that perhaps Mr. Z is involved with the effort to not lace it with fentanyl. Yeah, let's put it that way. And maybe Mr. Musk and his friends are maybe lacing it with Sinaloa and Chinaloa and with fentanyl. Maybe that's what's going on. I mean, just somebody's opinion, maybe. I don't know, right? Hypothetically speaking, right? Not that I know anything about this subject, of course. Right? Yeah, sure.
Of course,
Okay, cool. On
absolutely.
to the next topic, which I'm not allowed to talk about. This is sort of one of those ones where I was sort of asked to shut the fuck up about it. So I didn't say any of that, and it wasn't recorded. And of course, we all know that everything is cool. So
Well, a cop locally in my town touched some fentanyl. He's in the ICU. We don't know if he's going to live or not. It's really bad out right now. We've had so much going across I-10, which is right on the outskirts of
yep.
my little town.
I think
But
I think that's a bit over. How can I say this?
you want me to send you all the articles? I can send you
No, no, no,
plenty.
no. I was kind of I was wanting to kind of like back you on that on the the notion that that's very it occurs, but it also, how can I say this? Charles, you're so much better at explaining these things, but it's a bit over trumped in the policing world.
Well, yeah, the police are overstating a lot of these issues because they want to get a lot of the DEA money and a lot of the DHS money.
Absolutely, thank you.
And that's something that I've actually talked to people on the Homeland Security Committee about this very issue.
So are when they go to court, is that also being made up as well?
There are cases in which they overstate it deliberately, even in court as well. Because what they want to do is they want to claim disability pay or that they've been harmed in some sort of way.
Oh, no. I'm talking about people who've been busted with it in the trunk of their car going across I-10.
Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean it occurs certainly, yeah,
No,
but
it's occurring a lot. I'm not even pretending.
no, yeah. I mean, I think that is. I mean, not to be rude about this, but yeah, that we are catching and apprehending an absurd number of fentanyl cases right now across the country.
Enough to kill us 100 times over. All of
Yeah,
us.
just the sheer size of it is really kind of mind blowing. I mean, and yeah,
How do they make it so quick? I mean, have we not been able to satellite and blow those places up? I mean, come on.
I think
They're
the
trying to
issue.
kill
I
us
think the general thing. So one of the things I talked about with some of the Biden people was that a lot of them are pro onshoring stuff simply because there's so much of the Chinese stuff that's been coming in that is not, just the cheap shit you're buying from Wish, right? So there's an awful lot of things that we thought were basically like, oh, free trade, China's great, yeah, right? And they're of course coming over in these large tankers, right? And which require heavy crude, which is its own problem environmentally, right? And maybe the environmental impacts of all of these giant shipping containers, right, full of stuff. Maybe that's not really well understood, shall we say? Yeah. And so what's happening increasingly is that you wanted a tariff, right? But you instead got ESG, environmental policy, right? And that sort of has, one man's tariff, right, is another person's carbon tax, right? Or one man's anti-China carbon tax is another person's tariff, right? So I think what you're going to see increasingly is you're going to see a sort of fight over Mexico and the United States. I think that's playing out already with a lot of the Mexicans who are protesting the various decisions of the AMLO government. That's sort of playing out right now. The one and only conversation I've had with George P. Bush was about AMLO and AMLO being a very bad man, and the sort of proxy of both the Sinaloas and the Chinese. And for those who are curious, there was a ProPublica article called China Loa, which is about this very issue. And yeah, I mean, look, there are whole parts of our country which are effectively no-go zones for law enforcement. And in some cases, we see that law enforcement is on the take, right? They are indeed involved in the drug trade. They are, and I think as somebody who lived in
More
Los
so
Angeles.
than what we really are talking about,
Oh
sadly.
yes, and I will tell you, as somebody who lived in Los Angeles for a spell and was told by the U.S. government that I could no longer live there in safety, uh, given the work that I do, that and that I may never get to live there again, which is interesting and disturbing.
Can you
Um,
visit?
because of this sort of issue, that there are so many police officers that are on the take in different ways, particularly the sheriff's associations, um, that it really sort of raises the question of whether or not we even have rule of law in parts of California.
We don't, and we don't have it in a lot of states across the Gulf Coast. You don't have it in Louisiana. You don't have it in Alabama, Texas, Florida, and plus, if you pay attention to Governor DeSantis, I mean, he is basically telling you he's creating his own. The police work for him strictly. Which, if you think about it, the U.S. Attorney General works for your president. I mean, it works for your country, but you're it's still kind of to your president that who gets to pick who is your U.S. Attorney General usually, unless they allow them to fill out their contract of 10 years that they get to stay there. Trump was one of the first ones to fire Comey, right? That would have stayed, right? I think I'm thinking this correctly.
Yeah, I
If
mean, I
I'm
think
wrong, somebody tell
it's a
me.
little bit more complicated there than I think you're sort of putting it. I mean, here's what I would just say about
Well, I
this.
think the states are controlled. I mean, I know that the areas are controlled. They own the police. It's like their own paramilitias, and they're all. Go look at the tattoos on half of them.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I
look,
mean, that makes sense. I mean,
yeah, I mean, look, I will just tell you, I personally experienced this in California. Like, this is
I
not
grew
a
up in it. I've seen
yeah.
it.
So you've seen it in the Gulf Coast. I mean, I did not grow up in it in in Massachusetts when I moved to California, but it is everywhere, and it is not a joke. Like,
Yeah, but Boston police were owned by somebody, the mob there. Come on.
well, there are
There's
different
been
types.
plenty of
We've
movies
been
on
over
it.
this before. I mean, we can go into it again if you want, but there are different types of mobs, right?
Sure. I get
And
that.
there
I
are
get that.
certain
Yes.
rules. I mean, there are certain rules about what types of things are permitted by different mobs, and they do self-police in this regard. So, in the case of Massachusetts, there were certain rules around what was allowed and which police officers were allowed to be. I mean, there were rules. There was an etiquette to it.
Boston just
And
has to happen to be the most uh, famous omerta behind it, right?
well, and also the feds had gone through and the whole Whitey issue. And Whitey, of course, where did Whitey go? Right? Where did he go? He went to California,
Where
right?
did
But
where did
was he
where
not
does
an
nephew
undercover
go?
Fed at that
Chuck,
point or an
where'd
informant?
Whitey's nephew go?
Where did his nephew go?
all over the
But was
world, man.
Whitey an informant?
Of course, he was an informant.
He had to have been.
Was his nephew an informant?
Well,
It's
that's
open.
that's
It's
that's a
open.
more interesting
All
question.
that's openly available. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, we don't understand the degree to which a lot of the drug world and our world are intersecting. But we are increasingly learning it and coming across it accidentally in the course of just doing open source research. And that is basically, my view is that when we had facial recognition, right? When people could basically do facial recognition, that was the end of the in-person, federal informant, right? That basically that world was done. And because we're now in a world where people may not like this, okay, but we're in a world in which um, other countries have facial recognition and will not think twice about deploying it here, right, against us in different ways. And
They
I
already
know,
are.
yeah, I know of situations. I've personally seen situations in which they've done that. Okay.
Hey Chuck, did you know that Whitey Bulger's nephew was invested in Chinese facial recognition technology through
Ha!
Megvii?
Yeah, Meg V. Yeah, I'm not the
Yeah.
least bit surprised. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I'm not against, I mean, obviously, I helped start a facial recognition company. I'm not against facial recognition. I just think that it needs to be sort of controlled and, made American to the extent it can be. And there are a number of people who've made anti facial recognition arguments who are on the payroll of the Israelis and others who know that those anti-facial recognition arguments will wind up benefiting the Israelis. So I've run into that. That's a real thing. So, you know, make of that what you will. And I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, my freedom, my freedom, my freedom." It's like, okay, you are going to have your face scanned. Okay, that is going to happen. You may not like it, but the question is, would you prefer an American do it, or would you prefer an Israeli or Chinese do it? Those are sort of your options. Sorry, like if I could push a button and not have it happen, I would do that. But and even if it would cost me all this money, because like part of the reason I invested in backed facial recognition was precisely because I hated the technology and I wanted to sit at the table to make sure the technology would not be used against us, right? And there's all sorts of positive use cases we could go into. I don't want to belabor the point, right, without talking too much in my book. But I will say, like, it is real. Like, we are in a world now where basically, if you anyone in the world can have facial recognition on their phone or on their laptop or whatever, and that's real life. Whether you like it or not, it's here to
So,
stay.
so Chuck, you can have my face and you can have my genome or whatever, but tell me why I shouldn't believe this Katie Hobbs story with the
That's what I
cartel
was
down
getting
there in
ready to say,
Arizona.
Zeke. Let's
What's up,
talk about
Dana?
that.
Oh, I mean, I think it's probably true.
It is true,
Yeah.
but I don't know if it's true about.
give me a little detail on that, Dana?
Yeah,
Or
you want to go ahead, Zeke or Dana. Go ahead, like
We
I'm
search
we
for it.
can
very
we
That
can
was
aware.
why I
tag
had my
team it.
hand raised, because when I saw Zeke in here, I was like, "Oh my god!" I was about to say when
We
she called
can
on me, I was going to say, "Zeke, here's our time. Here's our moment."
we can tag team the story, but yeah, I mean fundamentally the cartel has been heavily involved in like every aspect of politics, not only in Arizona but also other states like Illinois, where they have investments and they're sort of funneling money from those investments and from their drug operations into mostly single family homes. They are then signing those titles over to politicians or high ranking judges or whoever else. And in Arizona politics primarily, Katie Hobbs has like I don't know, like 8 deeds or something that are sort of like, and there's a whole other angle to it where there's the Chavez like mother and daughter who have like basically been working for the cartel and like forging all these documents since like the 90s. And so, yeah, it's just sort of like a story kind of like weaving together how the cartel is involved in like every aspect of Arizona politics, including their elections.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's
what
what I
he
thought
what
I
what
heard.
what he just said. All right, I found this and connected this about 5 or 6 years ago in my own town, and I was flabbergasted because a lot of these people I grew up with, I was involved with them intimately and personally my whole life. So all of a sudden, everything that I heard that woman, that I listened to the whole 45 minutes of what she had to say, whether she's, I mean, I don't think it's very funny that she called out Katie Hobbs and leaves everybody else out, because it's going to be just about everybody who's in politics in that state. So anybody who thinks it's going to be a Democrat or Republican, get over it. It's going to be every fucking person involved,
Yeah,
period.
I'll just tell you what I understand about this, just as somebody who's like donates politically or whatever, is that the U.S. government knows that this is what's going on in Arizona, and it knows further that the cartel influence in Arizona is basically at the behest of the Chinese and at the behest of other players, and that very much the sort of development of a lot of Arizona beyond the what the water tables can support, that is very much a cartel operation. That there is a sort of desire to render all of Arizona not habitable, right? This sort of like basically
Correct.
render it. It's basically like we have a sort of war going on over the future of Arizona.
Well, I think
Now,
it's in
So,
more
so Chuck, would
states
you?
now
and
hold on. Let me finish. All right.
it is more bigger than that.
So my understanding is that Ms. Hobbs was basically helping the feds on this issue and has been helping the feds on the issue for quite some time. My understanding
Awesome.
is that there are others as well who are engaged in this as well within Arizona, um, and that it's a sort of cross-party kind of issue. And I know some of this because I talked to then Senator Flake about this issue, maybe like 10 years ago or whatever, when he was right as he became a U.S. senator, before he kind of went like hardline anti-Trump, and that basically there is a fight going on over Arizona, and indeed over New Mexico, and indeed over a whole number of these places in our country, and that we should really expect over the next few years to sort of hear more and more of these cases, because there is a sort of view. So here's what happens. Okay, let's say that you had a cartel member come up to you wanting to put money into your campaign. Okay, let's say that you did that, right? Let's say that you're a politician, city council, mayor, whatever, right? The current operating procedure on these things is to just take the money, okay? And the feds will actually tell you in a lot of cases, just take the money. Because what tends to happen is that people, they think that they own the politician. Well, politicians, have a way of not staying bought, right? So the issue is to take the money, but not party with them, not associate with them. And so there is a lot of this that goes on, quite a lot. And it is an issue, particularly in Texas politics, particularly in West Texas. And it's very much a thing that's a growing concern. There are technologies that are being invested in to sort of cut down and monitor this stuff. Um, I am an investor in several of those technologies, and the rate at which the federal government and others are pushing those technologies to sort of identify cartel cash, is staggering. Just the speed with which it's happening.
How slow it's going?
No, it's going as of
No, they're
18,
busting them big time.
as of 18 months ago, when an executive order was signed over it. The speed with which this technology has been encouraged by the U.S. government is really disturbingly fast. I've never seen in my time in investing in technology, I have never seen anything like the speed with which the U.S. government has been pushing this technology.
All right, Charles, I have
So
one
what? They're
question
just
to this.
identifying them all, and they're just going to like round them all up at once or something. I mean,
It's a staggered.
or they're just letting it happen. I mean,
it's a staggered takedown, but it's also about creating the payments infrastructure to basically make it impossible.
Well, when Biden starts the takedown, please let me know. I'll be very interested in that.
He has
Well,
been doing it. He already
it's
been
happening.
doing it.
I mean, Zeke, follow the Department of Justice website, right?
Exactly.
Like every single day, there's a new
15
one of
times
these.
a day.
Yeah.
Okay. So sure, they're taking down like aspects of like small players in the cartel.
Massive aspect.
Let me know when we start actually getting into like the cartel and the corruption.
I mean, they
already
in our
have.
actual political system.
They're arrested Chapo's children. They're doing his wife. They're
which one of them is governor, or which one of them is a sheriff in Arizona, or which one of them is a judge in Arizona?
No, you're missing the point, right? So the point is the approach has been, all right, so we have the situation, right? So the situation is we have all these drugs coming in from Mexico, from China, right? How are we going to reduce that in this country, right?
Catch all the little fish?
No. What's going to be our strategy, right? So first and foremost, we are increasingly limiting what can come into the country from China. And you saw the other day, they just sort of explained that the U.S. government is pissed about how Mexico is not pulling its weight, right? It's not helping us in all these ways. They've indicted a number of Mexican politicians. They've convicted, I think, one of them the other day, when is looking at like 30 years in jail, who's a former general there. And I will tell you, like, the former president of Honduras, right? I think it was busted. He, by the way, super close to Netanyahu. So the Netanyahu connections with the drug trade. Now, what happened during the last 5 years was that Netanyahu went and gave the Pegasus software to the cartels to go hunt down a lot of our agents going after a lot of these cartels. And
plus, they made their own phone. Remember?
There's the phone issue, although I don't want to go into that because I think there's more going on with the phone.
Oh yeah.
Then yeah. So but
some green zone phones.
I don't know what's really going on the phone thing. The phone thing
is an international thing, though. It's a big deal.
So basically, I know I know that when they busted the cartel or the sort of gangsters in Arizona, or excuse me, in Australia, they had like $10 billion worth of like real estate. It was just like crazy shit. So my understanding is that there are whole towns in the United States that are effectively all drug money. Okay,
My
not some.
town, my town. I've been
Yeah,
trying to scream it forever.
I mean, you could well be right. I don't know, but I'm just telling
I
you, like,
do know because it's everything that Katie that whole 45 minutes was. I've just told you it is. I have the guy who owns the biggest
well,
number
so
one
so, so
stevedore
this is where
shipping
it
in our
gets
country.
this is where it
Damn.
gets more exciting. So what I was told is that the U.S. government is well aware that the cartels are trying to buy up whole swaths of the Mexican-U.S. border, and that the attitude has been, let's let them buy it so that we can then seize it through eminent domain when we arrest them.
Well,
And
they're
the
not doing it
and
through
the
just
only trade off
Mexicans. They're
is a
doing it
bunch of
through
fentanyl deaths.
Chinese. They're doing it through the Chinese. They're not doing
Yeah,
it through
the
the
Chinese are
Mexicans.
doing it. I mean, look, it is a real going concern,
Yeah,
right?
the Chinese
And
are buying up restaurants. They're buying up all your fingernails for your wives, your girlfriends, the massage parlors. If you go and look at how many American businesses have been bought by Chinese in your state, you might lose your mind. So just start going and
I
looking that
mean,
up.
I mean, the issue is, what do you do, right? So, like, let's say, so we have a world, right? 0% money. We print the money goes to China. The Chinese get our dollars, right? How do they bring the dollars back into our system,
They
right?
clean it through all these businesses.
Of course.
And
And
they're
like,
buying us up. And they're using child
yeah,
labor.
but
And
but you're
they're
missing the point, right? So the point is, okay, great. China buys all this stuff. We'll just eminent domain it. We'll detect it and we'll eminent domain it.
So it's kind of like the Ukraine situation. Like, we'll let a bunch of Ukrainians die over there because then we get to seize a bunch of Russian assets. We'll let a bunch of people die from
Well,
fentanyl, but then
I
we get to
mean,
seize the
the
cartel
the
assets.
issue is
It's
like,
good trade for us.
what is the alternative?
but when are we going to see the eminent domain? Because I haven't seen it in my state.
The
I mean, we're
alternative, I guess, would be to use these programs that you're talking about and actually like take down the head of the snake in terms of who's involved in cartel dealings here in the U.S. and our political system. And then if you want to talk about the alternative to
I mean,
not
okay.
sending hundreds of
So
thousands
the
of
large.
Ukrainians here to their death.
Well, the alternative with the Ukraine. I mean, we could talk about the
No,
Ukraine,
no, no. We don't have to do that again.
but what would you have us do in the Ukraine situation? Just let the Russians take the eastern part of the country? I mean, what would be?
Yeah,
What
pretty much. I mean, I'd let them have Crimea. I'd probably demilitarize the
That's not all that
Balkans.
they're
I'd take.
taking.
I get that, Dana. Hang on. I'd demilitarize the Balkans. I'd get NATO troops out of the Balkans. I would promise to not make Ukraine a NATO member. I would probably before Russia annexed the DPR and LPR, I would have probably proposed that they become an independent sovereign state. And then what else would I have done? Yeah, probably wouldn't. I
What
wouldn't
do
have.
we
I wouldn't
get
have
from all
overthrown
this?
Yanukovych. I wouldn't have overthrown Yanukovych in 2014. I wouldn't have
Okay,
armed.
okay, but hold on,
I
hold
wouldn't
on,
have
hold
armed
on.
them
What
since
are we
2014. I
gaining
wouldn't
from
have
all
trained their
this?
troops with the CIA after we staged a coup in
What are we
2014.
getting for it?
What are we getting for what?
What are we getting for all that?
We're getting to maintain the existing world order. We're not pushing China and Russia into
I
an
don't want to maintain.
alliance.
I don't
We're
want to maintain. I don't want to maintain the existing world order.
Yeah,
The existing world
dude,
order was bad
I
for us.
look, I am as populist as it gets. I'm as nationalist as
No. I'm
I
not.
would
It's
much
not a
rather.
nationalist thing. I would just be blunt about it, right? Like, no if statements. Let's just talk about realities, right? I don't want a China-dominated world, a Russia-dominated, Europe. I'm not interested in it.
Well, but that's the risk we're running by what we've done over the
What
last, say,
risk?
No,
30
that's the risk
years.
that's at it right now.
No,
If we
No.
don't do
Dana.
it.
Think about this. Think about this. If Russia had established a military alliance with every single country in Central America and several countries in the Caribbean, and then overthrew the Mexican government, started training their troops at Russian SVR facilities, started sending them small weapons at
Why
first
are
and
you
then
making
larger
the case that
weapons,
we are comparable to the Russians?
overthrew their government and
No.
replaced
Why
them
are you
with a
making the
pro-Russian
case that?
leader.
No. Hold on. Why
What?
are you making the case that we're comparable to them? We're not equivalent powers.
Correct. Agreed. And that's sort of the problem.
No,
No, Chuck. The problem is the way that the U.S. has wielded their power over the last 60 years, and the rest of the world is pissed off at it, and they're starting to see alternatives in the form of China, whose economy is not quite the equivalent of ours, but you stack them and say India or a couple other BRICS members, and the rest of the world starts to have
what
alternatives.
what
Can
And if
I
what
we've
ask you a
wielded our
question?
power in such a forceful and shitty way across the world, starting all these wars that other countries have not done, we lose the moral high ground to tell Russia what the fuck they can do.
I mean, frankly, I think that's a kind of insane position. But let me explain.
Why, Chuck? Why?
Well, I'll explain.
You think we've got
No,
the
no,
moral high ground
we'll
after the
go
last
piece by
20 years
piece.
in the Middle East?
Yes, we clearly have the moral high ground. I mean, you need to get out of whatever
Who else has invaded 4
Why did
countries
we
in the Middle
invade
East
those
in the last 20
countries?
years?
Zeke, why did we invade Afghanistan and Iraq?
Because a bunch of Saudis theoretically blew up the World Trade Center.
No.
Theoretically. Hold on. Do we really believe that the Saudis acted alone?
Of
I don't
course
think
not,
Saudis
Chuck.
did it.
We all know what we're talking about here, but like we're sort of getting away
Okay,
from
hold
the
on.
point that
No,
we
let's talk about it.
invaded
Let's
several
talk about it
countries in the
plainly.
Middle East and
Let's talk about it plainly.
destroyed
Why did we go into
societies.
Iraq? Cui
Because
bono?
Colin Powell stood before the UN
No.
and gave a bunch of phony
Come on.
bullshit
Don't give me a
about
fairy
chemical
tale.
weapons to
Why did
gain
we?
public
No, don't give
consent.
me a fairy tale. Why did we go into Iraq?
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of theories. Oil, I would say,
To help
would be the biggest one.
Netanyahu to get power.
Right.
Yeah, to
So
disrupt
Israel's
the Middle
biggest
East. I mean,
operation.
I guess,
Israel, and
man.
of course,
I
who
guess.
else benefited from a higher price of oil? Is there a
China.
Dick
petrostate?
Cheney, Halliburton.
No. Well, first of all, Halliburton's stock is largely owned by China, which of course makes you wonder about the Cheneys and all of their bellicosity.
Well, and Cheney's also on Genie Energy in Israel, so.
Of course. This is good.
With
You know this.
Murdoch.
This is good. Okay, but you're missing a very large petro producer, right?
No,
What?
dude, I don't want to go down like everything is about Israel. Like, I think
No,
we can have a
we're not talking about Israel.
conversation.
I'm saying you're missing a very large petro producer. It's a country we mentioned earlier. It's called Russia.
Yeah, Russia.
Right? And the Russians very much wanted us in Iraq,
Because they
bogged
want
down
that
there.
pipeline.
Well, it's not just the pipeline. We can go into the pipeline later. But what they wanted was they want all the petrostates. Okay, all the petrostates want a high price of oil. And how shall they get it? They will get it by causing instability in other countries that produce oil. How will
Forcing
they do
immigrants
that?
to go into other countries.
How will they do that? They will use their allies to blackmail our politicians, right? To use their drones to attack pipelines, right? I mean, this is how it goes. This is how it works.
Wait, who's attacking pipelines now?
I mean, we had Iranians attacking pipelines in Saudi. We had Britain, of course, took out the pipelines with Nord Stream. That's pretty much not really debatable at this stage. Anyone who sort of pays attention knows that that's what's happened there. But yeah, I mean, look, we are in an environment, right, where those pipelines that existed for a long, long time are now a great source of liability for countries that have them. And they are not securable. They are very easily attacked, as we saw with the Colonial Pipeline, and as we're seeing around the world. So then the question becomes, that cheap oil isn't so cheap anymore, right? I mean, maybe there's other ways of dealing with energy that maybe we should be pursuing. Maybe those should be policies that we should achieve. Now, let's think about this. Energy costs, if you're a petrostate, if you have high energy costs, you can run your economy that way, you can run your military that way. You like a high price of oil. So maybe you'll do things like have Sid Blumenthal, right? As we mentioned earlier, Max Blumenthal married to a Russian woman, right? Maybe you'll do things like knock over the government of Libya. Maybe you'll do things like threaten the Norwegians, right? Maybe you'll do things like, I don't know, topple the government of Syria because it's a pipeline that you don't want to see the gas go on to go up through Turkey.
Nigeria.
Are we talking about Israel or the U.S. here?
No, we're talking
How about
about
Russia?
we're talking about a strategy that a country could use. The United States does not
So
want a
we're
high
saying
price
no,
of oil.
Dan. We're saying Russia tried to topple Syria. Is that what we're saying? What?
No.
In
We're
order
just
for
saying that
high energy costs.
if you want a high energy price, right?
Yeah,
Which
but Russia has done everything they can
no.
to keep
What?
Assad in power.
What?
No.
Yes. No, you
No.
guys. No.
No. The story there is more complicated, way more complicated than that.
No. Well, take John Kerry's word for it. John Kerry's sitting there saying that we're supporting Daesh, or we're not intervening with Daesh
No. You're
because
sort of all
they
over the
want it,
place.
because they're going to take
We're
down
not.
Assad.
Let's not get
And
into
the only
nation states. We
listen
can
to
go. We
John
can go
Kerry.
nation state in a second. No. John, you should never trust what the Secretary of State is saying
It's
at
not a
any
public
time.
statement. It's not a public statement. It's a private recorded conversation. That's
Oh,
why I
okay.
give it
So not
credence.
manipulatable.
It's
Let's
not
leave
him
that.
sitting at the podium lying
Look,
to the public.
John. I mean, again, whenever you're looking at private statements, public statements, that's sort of immaterial. We're just talking right now about if you're a petro state, what do you want? You want a high price of oil, right? Well, you would agree with that, yes?
Yeah, I mean, Russia's currently selling oil above the price cap. They're selling it at like $74 a barrel. It's supposed to be
Okay.
70.
Okay.
So yeah, I agree.
Okay. So
Like,
what do petro
we're
states
losing
want?
mechanisms and sway to be able to install these price caps and stuff.
No. You're getting too
We're
granular. You're getting
introducing
too
all
granular.
sorts of
No.
risks by
We're
being
not
in
going to go autistic
Ukraine.
on this. We're not going to go autistically granular on this. We could, but we're not going to do that right now. Okay. We're first just going to focus on the question of if you cause instability in the world, right, you drive up the price of oil, right? Particularly if you do it in an oil producing country. Yes, we would agree on this. Yeah.
So we should have tried to
No.
stabilize the Middle East to hurt Russia because they're a
Yes or no
petrostate.
question.
Is that
It's a
what you're
yes or
saying?
no question. Would you agree that a foreign policy objective?
Petrostates want higher energy prices, Chuck. We know that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we agreed on that. Okay, great. Now we're looking out into the world and we're seeing where are the places where the Russians are causing instability. They are doing things like deploying the Wagner group in where else? Libya, right? Where are they doing? They are working with the United Arab Emirates to cause trouble all throughout Africa. Okay. Why? Because they want a higher price of oil, because all these states are worried about a post oil world. That's why they have people like Alex Epstein out there um, running around talking about the moral case for fossil fuels. It's why they fund all these quacks, who basically pretend that oil is, a great thing. And by the way, there are people in this space who are oil investors, who are friends of mine. I'm not an oil hater, okay? Like, obviously, we're going to have a world in which oil is with us for quite some time because transitions, these things don't happen overnight. You don't like flick a switch, right? But we are increasingly diversifying our energy stockpile. The technology is getting better and better all the time. I myself used to bitch about solar panels until I did what any self respecting nerd would do. And I bought a bunch of them and took them apart and tried to figure out how they worked and installed them on various properties that I owned with various different companies to sort of test them out. By the way, for those who are curious, all the Musk solar products suck relative to the other ones that are out there. That's how I knew he was a con man, for what it's worth. So what's really going on here is we are now entering a period of generation of energy where things are way more decentralized. And if you are a petrostate, this should scare the shit out of you, because what will happen in a world in which people consume less and less oil is that you will have to change your economy. And many of them are not capable of doing that. And what will then happen is that they may well fall into anarchy or be divvied up and carved up and eaten, which is essentially what's starting to happen in Russia.
Yeah, they're not going to make it. Russia's not going to make it. They're not. They're already collapsing. They don't have anything. They steal everything. All they have is oil.
What do they steal? We just talked about how they're an energy producer. They're a petrostate, and the entire world is not going to transition off of oil and LNG over the next 100 years, even, Chuck. You know that.
No, it doesn't have to transition. It doesn't have to transition fully.
The West might try to artificially transition off it, but the Russian economy is going to be fine because all of the countries
No. You're missing the point.
push
I'm
them
not
into an
making the
alliance
case.
are going
No,
to be
no, no.
buying their energy for a century.
No, no, no. If the United States simply had the same production of solar electricity as, say, Turkey did, okay, which is the second largest country in NATO, we would take the
How many
equivalent.
solar investments you got, Chuck?
I mean, I have a few now because Uncle Sam asked me to have them. I also have some oil investments for that matter. I mean, my great grandfather invented the swinging oil pump, okay? Like you can look it up. Charles Centennial Carlisle has 60 patents. I mean, I'm not.
Dude, I'm out in southern Utah. We still got some of those hanging around here. Some of the old
Yeah, I
properties.
mean, look, whenever oil goes high, I get checks in the mail, baby. Like, I'm not a fan. I mean, we're putting aside the business question, right? The business question is we look out into the world. What does the US government want? The US government wants
ESG.
a post oil world. ESG is CIA. And if you're not paying attention to that, you're not paying attention. Now, that's what's going on. Now, I don't particularly necessarily like that. For what it's worth, okay, like I looked at investing in oil technology, all kinds of new oil sands technology. I've looked at all kinds of oil tech over the years. And the Department of Energy actually has a fund set aside, okay, where you can go and you can ask them for money to help you develop large oil projects, okay? I looked at it in Utah, the Utah tar sands and all that, yeah? Went there, did the whole presentation, spent the money, hired the consultants, did the whole thing, yeah? During the Trump years, okay? Not during the, Obama years, not during the Bill, whatever socialist Biden, whatever, blah blah blah. Went there, did the whole thing, wasted my money. What did they say? Oh, Charles, we really like you. I think you're a smart guy. You're really good. You're good. We like you. You're a good guy. But the United States has all the oil it will ever need. And
Chuck,
by the
you
way,
just didn't know the right Mormons.
well, the Mormons can play the game all day, every day. They can do their whole Deseret thing.
Oh, they
But
got named in this Katie Hobbs this whole
oh yeah, the
filing
Mormons.
or
I
whatever
mean, the
too.
Mormons are all over the cartel world. You can't
because of
be
sex trafficking.
And the intelligence
because
world. I
they're
don't think sex
because
trafficking.
they're
They're good moral
Mormons.
people. They
Oh,
Because
well,
sell
they're
there's a
drugs,
lot
Mormons.
of
but they're good
human
moral people
trafficking in
with
the
multiple
Mormons. Are you
wives. They don't
crazy?
sex traffic.
They have a lot of human sex trafficking.
No. They're
The
good people with
Mormons.
multiple
No,
wives.
no, no. The Mormons.
That's
The
okay.
Mormons are the public face of the criminal syndicate that operates in the west of the country. Okay.
Yeah,
100%.
I appreciate the credit on that Substack too. That was pretty. That was that was a lot of information I wasn't seeing coming.
I mean, look, I get in trouble because I have a lot of Mormon friends, okay? And they get mad at me when I talk about this. So I have to be good and not piss off the Mormons because I fear them. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. There are certain groups that I fear. I don't fear the cartels, whatever. All they can do is kill me. The Mormons will enjoy it, you know? So the Mormons
Look
can.
at also the Mormons have the connection to Turkey. Look into
Well,
that, Zeke.
the Mormons have connections all over the place,
I
right?
know that, but the Turkey one is this human
What's
sex
wrong with Turkey,
trafficking.
Dana? They're standing up to NATO. I love
By the
Turkey.
way, I think Machine Maverick makes a point. The Indians are buying Russian oil at a discount. We're perfectly happy to have the Russians sell oil to our Indian
Yeah,
allies
but
at this.
that price cap ain't gonna last, Chuck. You know that.
I mean, who cares? Let the
The
price go.
Russians, the petrostates, they care.
No,
Love it. That's why
you're
their economy's projected to go through the roof.
well projected. I mean, have you been to Russia, Zeke?
I actually
Did you
have been
just
to
say
Russia. I
the
actually have been
Russian
to Russia.
economy is projected
Richard,
to go
look
through
at
the
the
roof?
World Bank
Are you
stats.
just
Look at the World Bank
insane?
projections, Richard. Look at the World Bank projections. They're outpacing the G7 this year. Look at the World Bank projections. It's your data,
You are just
What are
not
you
mainstream
talking
data,
about?
Richard.
like
What are you reading, Zeke?
I mean, put it up on
World
the
Bank,
jumbotron. Let's see it.
World
World
Bank?
Bank. I'll show you. I'll
Put it
show
up on
you.
the jumbotron.
The
have
one
you
that
ever
Ivanka was
been
going to
to
run?
Russia? Like the answer is no. The idea, I mean, yeah, they might have a
I've
lot of
been to St.
oil revenue.
Petersburg. I don't know if we want to count that as true Russia, but I have been to St.
Well,
Petersburg.
that's
Thank you.
a tourst destination and it's
Sure,
great.
sure, but
By
I've
the way,
But
it's a
stepped
like
foot on Russian
fantastic place.
soil.
I got to say, for
yeah,
what it's
but
I
worth.
it's
haven't
like
been to Crimea. I haven't been to Crimea, but that's Russia.
I've been to Crimea. I've been to
So you've been
Kiev.
to Russia, Chuck.
I've been to Russia.
I've
Okay.
been to London. There's a lot of
And I will
Russians
tell you,
there.
I know a lot of Russians, okay? And I know a lot of Russians that are like, they sort of figured out how to dodge the whole Russian Revolution. They sort of like always seem to wind up on top. They always seem to have money, all kinds of dodgy ways. This is not a country that is doing impressive things anymore, my friends. Okay, wish that it were. Wish that it were. But that is not the state of affairs in the world. Okay, it's just not. Um,
So I mean, why aren't we able to push them back? I mean, they're
we don't. We don't.
collapsing.
We don't. We don't want to
Putin
push
has
them back.
Alzheimer's.
We
Their
don't want to push them
military's
back.
weak.
We don't want to push them back.
We just want it to be a quagmire, and we want as many Ukrainians to die as
If
possible. While
the
while
United
we continue
States
to
is
escalate
not,
it.
I mean, the United States is not directly fighting in this. Obviously, there's tremendous amount of materiel support.
$150 billion worth of fighting,
I
dude. How
just
are we
said
not
that.
directly involved? We've been
But
training their
I
troops
just
since
said that
2014
you're
at
disagreeing with
U.S.
something I just said.
No, you're
We've been
missing the
training their
point, Zeke.
troops since
NATO
2014
Who
at
cares?
U.S.
NATO's
facilities.
actual involvement is just something of a completely different character.
I missed that. What'd you say, Richard?
How many?
NATO's actual involvement this war would take on a
How many
completely
Americans have
different
NATO's
died in this war?
involvement has been
No, Zeke.
30
Zeke. How many
years of
Americans? Answer the question.
encroachment.
How many Americans have died in this war?
I don't know, probably like 50
0.
to 100.
Nope.
What do you mean?
Nope. How
There's
many?
plenty of mercenaries and shit over there getting
No.
killed.
How many
You're not hearing
American
about it in the news.
soldiers? By the way,
Military.
Probably
if
50
you want
to
to go over there and
probably
you
50 to 100, Chuck. But I don't value
0.
American
No,
lives
I
as
don't
much as you
care.
do
Just be
over
clear about this. Just be clear
hundreds
about
of
this. By
thousands
the way,
of
there's
Ukrainians.
12. Just for the answer, in case you want to know, the answer is 12.
Okay, so I was reasonably close.
So every day.
But
So
we don't know that for a fact.
no,
Either.
we know
Biden
that
said
for a fact.
12 people over?
I'm reading the stats right here, and it's 12 mercenaries that are dead. Just to be clear.
Hang on. I'll get these World Bank stats, by the way.
But it isn't who Biden sent them over.
Again. I don't give a shit. 12 Americans dying who chose to go there. Go ahead.
Chose.
Yeah, but you're looking at this as like a cost-effective way to weaken Russia, and we don't care if 100,000 Ukrainians die. We just want to turn it into a quagmire. That's a fucked up way to look at it.
I don't give a shit about
Russia invaded Ukraine. I mean,
they
don't know
invaded Ukraine for a very good reason, Richard, and you know damn well we would have done the same thing if they had established military alliances with every single country in Central America and overthrown
How was
Mexico.
it a good thing?
Oh my God. Does Russia have any agent? This is what I find just so hilarious about you, like one snuggle third worldist types, is that you believe that all of these like kind of subaltern peoples, like the Russians or South Americans, like have no agency in the matter, and they're these like cute little teddy bears and like NATO.
What do you mean they have no agency? They invaded Ukraine. Of course they have agency.
Okay, so that's the whole point. That is the definitive, decisive matter. They invaded Ukraine.
I misspoke.
Ukraine is
They're
fighting
conducting
back.
a special military operation.
All right, come on, Zeke.
You do know the Russians.
What? I'm being
hate us.
dead serious. If we were in their position, what would we do? Like, this is my point.
We wouldn't
why
invade
are we pushing them? Hold on, Chuck. Hold on. Why are we pushing them? Why are we pushing them to invade?
Do you see how you're doing it? Do you see how you're doing? You can't help
yourself.
We had
exit ramps. We had exit ramps. They made proposals. We had exit ramps. We wanted this to happen. Chuck just said as much.
But what we've done. Hang on.
You see
this hilarious thing that I say what you're about to do, and then you just do it because you're so oblivious?
We had exit ramps.
We were pushing them. We had exit ramps. We were pushing them. We made them do it.
We wanted it to happen, right?
We wanted.
I mean, I'm okay with it happening. I'll be blunt with you. I don't give a shit.
Okay, so you guys are okay with it happening, but what are the consequences? What are the cascade of geopolitical consequences?
Okay with it happening.
The consequences of America's doing fucking great.
Are they?
Are
they?
My whole point is that you grant no agency to Russia. It's just hilarious.
I am granting all the agency of the world to Russia. I'm granting all the agency of the world to China. I'm granting all the agency of the world to
France. I set you up. I explain what you're going to do, and then you actually do it because you're so
Zeke,
lacking in self-awareness.
You've done a number of these things where you've given us the weird Russian talking points, and they're kind of lame.
Dude, it's not Russian talking points.
Yes,
these are American talking points because
no, they're not
risks.
American talking points.
These are risks that we've introduced for ourselves. Why do we want to push Russia and China into a military alliance? Why do we want to push them
Russia
into an
and China
energy
are
alliance?
already in the military alliance and have been for quite some time.
Yeah, I get that, but why are we trying to cement it in such a tangible way?
We're not cementing it. We're
Yeah,
putting
They
they
them
are.
into an
They're
cemented
unhealthy
it.
marriage.
sending arms to
They
use in
did
China.
a quasi unconditional, friendship alliance before the invasion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Russia
but they
is
didn't. But they
And
NATO.
didn't pivot
by the
their.
way, I
But
have no
they
problem.
pivoted their entire energy sector to China. Like
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
that is
Let the
something we
Russians.
forced. That is some they established a SWIFT alternative because we kicked them off SWIFT. These are risks that we're creating for ourselves. Why do we
The
not?
dollar's at an
Why do
all-time
we
high. I mean,
weaponize sanctions the
the
way that we
dollar's
do?
at a 30-year high. Like, where
The
are you
dollar's at a
entertaining?
30-year high for a lot of reasons.
Because we're
The
the
dollar's
best
at a
bet in the
30-year high
world.
because interest rates are at record highs.
Zeke, are you
Yeah.
Russian?
No, I'm not Russian. I'm South African.
Are
I'm
you
not Russian.
American?
Yeah, I'm American. I was born and raised here.
Okay,
This is
do you
why I'm
not love your
concerned, though,
country?
because we're introducing geopolitical risks for ourselves.
No,
These
we're
are
not.
We
geopolitical
were in
risks
that
we're
before this
introducing
happened.
by letting this conflict happen or
It
forcing this
never by
conflict to happen.
letting. Okay,
When Jared
you
was
Forcing it
can't
president
to
for
see
happen.
it.
4
Do you
years,
see how you
that was
just
bad.
literally can't do it?
By the
You
way,
literally
the
can't
risk.
bring yourself.
Can't do what? You haven't made a fucking point, Richard.
You literally can't bring yourself to blame Russia for a military invasion.
Look, dude, I don't want it
you
to happen.
Can't.
I want peace to happen. I wish
It's
their fucking
that's
proposal
really
would have
cute.
been
That's really
accepted
cute.
in December of
Do you
21
want
and we didn't
rainbows
laugh it
and
off.
snow cones as well?
What?
Do you want me to give you a cookie, Zeke?
A cookie for what, dude? Make a fucking real
because
point.
I want peace. I just want peace. Do you know how stupid people are who say nonsense like that? Secondly,
Okay,
the world
do you think it would have been stupid to accept their proposal in December of 21 and not introduce all of these geopolitical risks?
Again,
Not
what are
let
you
all this
talking
crap
about?
What
happen?
risk
Zeke?
are you talking
Yeah,
about?
what risks?
NATO is now in like an alliance that has more good feeling than it has in like 30 years.
Good
What are you
fucking
even
feeling?
talking about?
Good feeling, Richard?
Yes.
Good
yes,
feeling?
Zeke.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, dude.
Dude, 12 Americans are dead. 15 died leaving
NATO
Afghanistan.
has expanded.
Who cares?
What are you even talking about?
Oh, I'm glad.
People want
NATO's
to
got good
join
feelings
NATO.
while the rest of the world shits on us.
What are you
Who
even talking
cares?
about?
What are you talking? Who cares?
We're letting the Saudis sell
A
oil
bunch
in yuans to China.
And so what?
You think
talking about like
we
a
let
bunch
we
of
let 2
third
Iranian
worlders don't
warships
like
dock
America.
in Brazil 2 days ago after threatening sanctions, and they fucking did it without giving a
and
shit. We don't have the fucking big stick anymore. You guys don't think that's a problem as Americans?
You
there
are
are
so
100,000 dead Russians right now. There are 12 dead Americans.
And their economy's through the roof. They're in a war economy. It's great.
What
for
drug?
them.
Where do you get your drugs, Zeke? Like honestly, like real question.
Nevada, across the border.
There you go. There you go. That's the answer. Look, I don't mean to be a jerk about this, okay? But like, a bunch of dead Russians right now, okay? Their economy through the roof. I mean, you mentioned BRICS.
They're all
You mentioned
Christians,
BRICS
though,
earlier.
It's a good thing
the
for
South
them too.
Africans can't even turn on the fucking lights, okay? China's economy is imploding by its own estimates, okay? By its own admission of its own government, okay? I mean, these are not. I mean, I don't know what you're. I mean, it must be some good shit.
How's our economy doing, Chuck? How's our economy doing?
Great.
Is it? Yes. What's the Fed funds rate right now?
Again,
what's the inflation? What's CPI right now?
It's better than the rest of the world's.
I mean, again, dollar is at a 30-year high.
Yeah, good thing we took out those pipelines.
Dollar is at a 30-year high.
Yeah, but why, Chuck? Why?
Again, I want high interest rates. Okay.
You do?
Yeah.
You buying all this shit?
You know why you want high interest rates, Zeke? So that these people don't come into our country and rape us the way they've been doing with the low interest rates.
Super high interest rates. I want them to go higher.
I do too.
I want the property market
you want some of those cartel
right now.
You want some of those cartel homes, Chuck. The ones
100%.
that buy in cash.
I want to go buy them right
financing,
now.
Baby.
Yeah, I
no
want
financing.
all the cartel homes to be seized. I want them to be auctioned off, and I want to buy them. Okay?
Cash.
I want to buy them. Yeah.
But who's going to be able to afford them?
Nothing would make me happier right now than a real estate crash. Okay? It would be like
completely agree.
It would be fucking fantastic. It would be the best thing that happens to millennials ever in their lives.
It would be. It sure would be.
Okay.
100%.
Yeah, they don't have 401ks anyway.
That's correct, and that will help them have one.
And by the way,
your home can be part of your 401k.
I want the stock market to go lower. Okay. Unfortunately, it's not cooperating. Okay, But I would like the stock market to go way lower because I want all the dirty Chinese and dirty cartel cash out of it. High interest rates, please. Higher the better. By the
I
way,
do love when it
I also
falls
want a
so I
higher
can buy it
oil.
going back
I
up.
want a higher. Just to be clear about this, I want a
Chuck,
higher price
you
of.
should run for Congress, man.
By the way, I want a higher price of oil too. Just to be clear about it, higher the better.
It makes
Yeah.
us
For
safer,
petro,
Zeke.
are we a petro state though?
Well, I mean, parts of
We
us
could
are.
be. We could be.
Parts of us are. I don't want us to be a petrostate because I think societies that overinvest in petrostate economies have Dutch disease, and
And
they
those
tend to have.
solar investments would go to shit.
Well, no, I mean my solar investments are actually pretty well hedged, and no, they wouldn't because the government actually gave them a shitload of money. So I'm good there, man. I mean,
I know, dude. I'm messing with you, but I am totally serious on like my
I'm dead
foreign
serious. I
policy
want
things.
extremely high interest rates. I want
No,
the
no,
interest rates.
I know you're serious.
I
Well,
want the interest
I
rates
don't
to
know you're
go.
serious.
I want the interest rates to be the highest they've been in 50 years.
No. We don't
Okay.
want to go them up into the Carter time. No, we don't.
Oh, 100% we do, Dana. What are
No,
you
we
talking
do
about?
not want it to go into. No, we don't.
Yes, we
No
do.
one can. Okay,
I
come
don't want people
on.
to afford houses.
You want them to rent?
I want all the foreigners who own houses right now, right, in our country, I want all of them to be scapegoated and to be forced to rent those houses. I want all the boomers who have like 3 or 4 houses to just be fucking crushed by the high interest rates and forced to sell them. Okay? That's what I want. Yeah. I want a glut in the housing market.
I don't know if that's the best way to go. That could really topsy turvy the economy. That's not necessarily to go from. I mean, that was pretty high during Carter. Come on, that was pretty
Chuck,
bad.
where are you living? If you got like there's crazy buying opportunities, you can sort of buy anywhere.
I mean, I have a home in Texas, I have a home in California, and I have a home in Northern Virginia.
Where you
Well,
like
most
spending your
people can't
time?
afford to buy homes right now.
What's that, Dana?
Most people can't afford to buy a home right now.
Yeah, I want wages to go up. Okay, I want a tight labor market, and I want very high interest rates.
Well, isn't it sad that we finally get wages to go up under Biden because no one would give it to it? We had seven
By the
dollars
way,
and 25 cents for
I want to
35
basically give
years.
every American facial recognition, and I want to give them an opportunity so that they can hunt all the illegal aliens who are here and kick them out of our country.
Hey Chuck, you know who else wants high interest rates?
Who? Who wants high interest rates?
Oh, I wasn't gonna say it. I was just
It's not
asking
Russia.
a hypothetical.
By the way, the higher the interest rate, the lower the asset price. You know,
But
I'm
a lot of these
100% for it.
foreigners own these
And by
houses
the way,
outright.
Fed funds are still at historical lows. Just to be clear about this.
But
The
but
Fed,
the but
Fed
the
funds rate?
Yeah,
hold
historical
on
lows.
a second.
Historical, like
By
in
the way,
what
we're
time
still waiting for
context?
your we're
In what
still
time
waiting for your
context?
World Bank stats.
Okay, hold on. Let me go get that.
Okay,
Go
I have
ahead.
a question.
I'll wait. And by
But
the way, just
cartels
so we're
own
on
these
this, while
houses.
we're
They're
on
not
this
going to
point,
hurt.
though, right? Just to be clear about this, um, just to be on this point, we now have, thanks to the Ukraine war, we now have far and away the most dominant satellite capabilities in the world. Okay, we're not even like we've eclipsed the Chinese. Okay, they're like, I mean, they're even. I mean, it's depressing. Like honestly, if I were China, I'd just slit my wrist right now and be done
Yeah,
with
it's
it.
0 to 60. They're so behind.
I mean, it's crazy. Okay. Like every projection that I had for satellite capabilities of the United States, every single one is wrong by an order of magnitude. Okay. Like I was over optimistic. By the way, what do you think we're going to do with that satellite capability?
Hold
What
on,
kind of
I
things
got
are
a
we going to do?
question though. If the cartels own the houses, then how are they going to lose those houses? Because if they're already completely owned.
Oh, very simply, we're going to start requiring that people have assets in different areas that they pay taxes, which of course many of the cartel properties don't do.
Why do
Okay.
they not do that? Who's not forcing that? Your
That's an
local
interesting question, right?
municipalities.
There you go.
I already
But
know
what's
that's what I've been trying to
happening?
scream about my town.
Yep. And of
It's the
course, how rich
judges,
is the
and
property
all
tax
of those
assessor?
judges have a Tesla and a private plane. So please, and they had it.
Yep.
They were the first to have a Tesla and the first to have a private plane, and they're in their
Now,
30s and 40s,
do you
and they're
think,
judges.
do you think that the NSA and GCHQ and the NSA is hiring people at a record clip? Now, what do you think they're going to do with all these new NSA people that they're hiring?
By the way, if anybody's looking for a job, I went to that website. They have a job for everybody. There's one for a mechanic right now. You don't even have to have like a degree in it. They'll train you. It's like $80,000, $82,000 a year. There's a lot. These jobs are serious. Good money.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't want to be rude about this, right? Because I don't want to be a jerk. But like, is there any country on the planet whose portfolio you would rather have, right, than the United States?
Nobody's.
You know? And by the way, I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainians. Like, I know it's unfortunate that their country was invaded. Like, I'll just be honest about it. I don't give a fuck. Zelensky, basically backed by Kolomoisky. Kolomoisky stole that money, laundered it through America. Fuck them.
Helping Russia and Israel. Let's be
Yeah,
honest.
fuck them. Fuck them.
So Zeke, the whole time that's been helping Russia.
By the way, I'm totally cool with a whole bunch of Ukrainians and Russians killing each other. It's a shame they both can't lose. And they kind of both are. I'm for it.
Don't forget Simeon Mogilevich is from Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. You know what you don't hear? You don't hear, oh, wow, those Ukrainians are so honest. You don't hear, I was in a business deal with some Ukrainians and they were fantastic, right? You never hear that.
Because they're all in the same cartel.
Because they're all criminals.
But they're all in the same cartel.
Well, no, they're in rival cartels.
Well, not really. There are
No,
still,
they're in rival.
Nathan,
They're in rival
Nathan,
ones because
okay.
what happens when interest rates rise? What happens when interest rates rise is that money freezes up. And when money freezes up, if you're a mobster, there's less money to launder, and so you have to fight for market share. Now, how do you do that? Okay, you literally go to war. You literally kill your competitors.
Okay, but at the same time, a lot of those Ukrainians were Russians, right?
No, you're missing the point, right? So
no, I got your point about the money. I got that part. I understand.
Yeah, and by the way, the higher the interest rate, the more the mob war, the more desperate they get.
That's true. That's true. And then it wipes them out. I get you.
Yeah,
that makes sense. But it's not really hurting Nathaniel Rothschild.
Well, I didn't say you'd hurt him. You have to sanction him and take him. I mean, that dude has coin.
Wish we would.
That dude has coin. And by the way, what you do with the Nat Rothschild or whatever is you start basically having the conversation with his representatives. You look for charities that they can contribute to. You start seizing a house or two. You squeeze them. Okay, you shake them down. The oligarchs will be taxed. Okay, the question is, will they go wittingly? Right? Will our noble class be helpful, or will they be a hindrance? Right? And the smart ones are already cutting their deal with the U.S. governments or the British government. I mean, that's really what's happening. And by the way, all the Russian assets that are in the UK, every last one of them was seized. And the British are using that money that they seized to do things like invest in next generation power generation. So anyway, go ahead, Ace. Welcome, by the way.
I was just gonna ask real quick how LA is treating Richard.
Yeah, that's a question that I want to know too.
I don't know if you guys went over
that. Do they even allow? I mean, I'm shocked that they even allowed Richard there. I guess he is a little Hollywoodish, so maybe they sort of made some accommodations.
Hollywood's
it's
50-50.
Been nice. It's a very brief trip. I'm actually in the airport, and as you could calculate, perhaps I have a very early flight, so I'm just gonna eat a bunch of beef jerky and drink some cold brew and just ride it out.
Did you hit Sunset Strip at least?
Yeah, I did a little sightseeing. I went to the Griffin Planetarium, and
I love it. I love that place. The observatory or the planetarium, or what did you go to?
The planetarium, yes.
Okay.
And so it was great. It was very cold and windy. It felt like I was in Montana, in fact. But Amazing, obviously just amazing views, and that was really fun. And then I went to the planetarium show, and it was good, and just kind of poked around in the museum. So I just did this kind of crazy podcast in the morning, planetarium. Then I went to eat some sushi, and then I'm just hanging out at the airport, which is always fun. And that is my little LA adventure. So I wish I had more of a network here, or I wish I had more time, but I have some duties I have to take care of tomorrow. So I will be going back. But yeah, LA's been great. I mean, yeah, I have, they allowed me in, no harassment. The Antifa porn stars that I met this afternoon
Very
were
nice.
just perfectly polite. Yes.
What's the podcast?
No Jumper.
No way.
And
Are you serious?
yeah.
What is this no jumper thing? Am I old, or like what has happened? What is this
It's
thing?
the Zoomer podcast.
Is it?
Of the future as of now? People will
Well,
forget about it in like 2
I
years.
again, they asked me not to. I don't even know if I'm speaking out of turn. Maybe this
Oh
isn't
shit!
being recorded,
Sorry.
but I'm just no. I not the no jumper thing. It will be up on the web, shortly or something. But they were kind of secretive about all this stuff, but I guess understandably. But I'm just saying, like it's like this little media company they have there. I mean, it's like being in a television.
The
There's more
law in
people.
LA is that everyone must have a podcast. Okay,
Right.
that's law there. I don't make the law. Frankly, I couldn't follow the law, so I had to leave LA for Texas, where people like actually work. You know, that was the other thing too about California is I could never figure out like what everyone did all day because no one seemed to actually have a job.
Yeah, nothing. It's just
You
the
know,
internet.
so it's a very strange place. Yeah, I I go to LA every 3 to 5 weeks, and I just spend like a week there each time. And yeah, apparently it's quite grisly with the weather and everything, and all the floods and all that. So
Charles, we got to hit the strip, man.
I've been
Mandatory.
to the Strip many times. I used to live near the Chateau Marmont.
No way. Let's
Yeah,
go.
back when I was back. So it was very interesting. They used to call me a breeder when I was there. All the homosexuals basically harassed me as a heterosexual, which was kind of thrilling to be discriminated against in that way. You know, it was quite something.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we're still waiting. We're still waiting, my dear friends. We're still waiting for you. You promised us the World Bank, not the IMF. We're
Okay,
still
so
waiting.
I'm looking for the World Bank, and I
It's
know I saw
okay.
it somewhere, but I did find the IMF stats in the meantime, and they
Okay,
do,
and
and they tell an interesting picture. So India outpaces the rest of the world in GDP, or the rest of the developed world in GDP
by the way,
forecast.
why?
That
Why?
that's the I,
Why?
and
No, no,
that's
no.
the I in
Why
Britain,
is
by the
India
way.
doing well? Why is India doing well?
Well, a variety of reasons.
Why? Go on.
Uh,
Go on. Explain.
China's China's number 2 at
No, no, no. I said, why is
5.2%.
India doing well?
Uh, I I don't know, Chuck. What's happening with the Indian
Ah,
economy?
good, good, good. So we're having an interesting conversation about India. So
Population.
India is doing well. Its population is younger, right? By sometime, I think in the next 5 years, the Indian population will overtake the Chinese one. But that's sort of not
No,
very.
it already happened. Already happened.
Well, it depends who you ask about that. So the State Department and the Indians sort of quibble on the population question. The Indians always want to say they're further ahead. They're not as smart. Like we can just be honest about this than the Chinese. Like we can be. They're just not. It's just reality of the situation. We are,
We're
of
not allowed to
course,
do that.
giving lots of money
Disavow.
to the Indians in all kinds of ways. We are strongly encouraging the Indians to reform their economy, which they're starting to do by breaking up the various monopolies. We are, of course, probably going to bring some sort of punishment to Adani, who is propped up by the Emiratis. And of course, the Indians are buying a shitload of our weapon systems. And, you would expect 6.1%. I mean, that's pretty good. You'd actually want that as a sort of building up India as a hedge against China. Now, I don't believe the Chinese numbers. I'm sorry, like I won't. I don't believe them. I think they're fake. And increasingly, lots of the statistics that come out of China are fake by the government's own admission. By the way, there are different parts of the government fighting.
Yeah, but this is the IMF. They're not getting their data from the Chinese government.
No, they are. The IMF is. This is one of the problems with the IMF's data, which is why I asked for the World Bank data, because the World Bank actually does independent assessments.
I would beg to. I would beg
No,
to
no, no.
differ.
I mean, you can beg to differ all you want. Like I know people who work at the IMF. I mean, you're entitled to be wrong. Right?
No. I'm not. I'll agree with you on the IMF. I would beg to differ that the World Bank is any different. Is what I.
No, the World Bank's models are different simply by the nature of how the World Bank does things.
Yeah,
Now,
okay, I'll agree with that.
you might argue that the World Bank is overweighted towards the European perspective, and I would give you that point. Like that is a. But they actually have nerds there that actually like build real models as opposed to just trusting the governments to provide their own statistics. So that's sort of why I asked for the World Bank stats. Now, as for the rest of it, I mean, in terms of OECD countries, I mean, here we have the United States, 1.4%. I mean, it's pretty good. I've got to say, I mean, I wouldn't want to be Germany, wouldn't want to be the UK, right?
Yeah, but 1.4% is
Absolutely.
not good.
Well, the question is,
Not when inflation is 5, 6.
well, I mean, so for one, I don't believe that those will be the real growth numbers because all the metrics on the United States have been wrong, right?
The real growth numbers or inflation numbers?
Well, so I don't. So again, the question becomes, what are you buying, right? So that's always the question on inflation. So if you are traveling a lot by car, right? If you are,
Well, let's do core CPI.
even if we go to core CPI, I mean, what is inflation, Zeke?
What? I mean, in layman's terms, it's a rise in prices. Due to
okay, no. But what causes it? What causes it?
Well, any number of things. I mean, the economy gets overheated.
No.
You insert.
What is the traditional definition of inflation?
You print trillions of dollars.
Okay. So hold on. Pause. So too much money chasing too few goods, right? That's the old Milton Friedman definition of inflation. Yeah, you'd grant me that? Too much money chasing too few goods.
Sure.
Okay. Can you produce fewer goods and get higher prices for those goods? Right? Obviously, by definition, you could do that, right? So you could potentially, I don't know, say gouge the public, right? And what would be the evidence that we have for people gouging the public, right? What would be the thing that we would notice?
Gasoline.
Gasoline is a good one. Maybe meat profits being at an all-time high.
Eggs.
Right? Eggs all-time high. Right? So what's going on there? Maybe the meat packers want a higher price for their goods.
China.
Maybe China's a part of it, of course, but maybe they want a higher price for their goods. And maybe what they're doing is they are trying to gouge the public.
Well, that is what they did with the gasoline during Biden until he won. They were trying to affect.
Yeah, they were trying to do that. They were trying to fuck him over in the 2022 elections. And by the way, it didn't really work. It's kind of embarrassing that it didn't even work.
And they made so much that they robbed us from. My God.
Well, there'll be punishments for that.
Yeah, well, not soon enough, but I believe it. Yes.
And by the way, the Saudis are calling us constantly. They're asking for help in different ways. They're, I don't think the story is finished yet over what's to be done with all that bounty that they have.
So, but the Saudis are also doing some things that we don't like.
Such as, I mean, they're Saudis,
such as selling oil to the Chinese and yuan. I mean, that's like
why are you persuaded that that's a problem for us?
Yeah, that's not a big deal.
Well, there are massive implications to the petrodollar. One could argue. I mean, there could be sort of a cascade of.
Why do you think there's going to be Why do you think there's going to be a petrodollar in the future?
Well, this is sort of a different conversation, and this is sort of
no. This is many of the things you say are based upon assumptions. So let's challenge
I will base my assumptions on, there being a very prevalent need for crude oil and liquid natural gas for the next 40 years.
And which is the biggest producer in the Middle East of LNG? What country?
Iran?
Nope, wrong.
They're sitting on the most LNG.
Nope. That's wrong. What is it? That would be Qatar.
Is it? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And
But they have like some sort of arguments over rights to certain LNG fields, I believe.
oh no,
But
no,
anyway,
we want that to be deliberately vague. That serves our interests because then we can skirt the Iranian sanctions issue, which is what all the Jews and the neocons freak out about. We want that to be as vague as possible. We're for that being vague.
Okay, hey Charles, what about the fact that they are about to be at the point that they can make this nuclear weapons? What's all that about?
What do you mean nuclear weapons?
You didn't see that they have this was on 60 Minutes from one of our guys in Biden's administration.
I don't worry about any of the nuclear weapons stuff. That's all nonsense.
Well, they said they in 12 days will be able to make it.
Great, cool, could do it.
Just asking.
Yeah, of course it's not true. It's fake. But by the way, we want the Iranians to have nuclear power. Like that would be great. Of course they can't really do it because they're Iranians. It's not going to happen. It's like no.
So why are they making a big deal about it on television? Why are they trying to scare us or is it
because there's a bunch of people in Israel and who are their allies out there who are constantly want us to believe that Iran's going to nuke us, Iran.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's
But I thought it was more Israel was afraid that they would nuke them. That's the whole fight.
No, there's a game that's played, right? And here's the game.
Right.
The game is remember, petrostate politics, right? So each country here wants a higher price of oil. How do you get a higher price of oil? You destabilize the other countries. So the hope is that America will freak out. Oh my God, Iran's going to get the bomb. Oh no. And then we'll go and, topple them. They'll be, Khomeini or whoever will be the next Hitler, right? Kind of like Saddam Hussein was, or the Taliban was, or Milosevic was. And we'll overthrow that government. Okay, it's not going to happen. It's like one of those things.
Some planes into some towers.
It's just not going to happen. It's like one of those quack things you hear people saying. So no, I am of the view that the largest gas producer, Qatar, which of course the Emir is biffles with Biden. Okay, which by the way they have a giant amount of cash, like just an absurd amount of cash. But so I'm not. What can I say about this? This is not a concern of mine. My biggest concern geopolitically in the world right now is that Mexico becomes a failed narco state all the way through.
Yeah, is scary.
That's the thing that I spend. Oh, and by the way, that Bukele, all those prisoners he rounded up, did his whole dance with them. My big fear is he lets all those MS-13 gangbangers into the United States as a way of punishing us,
which has happened in the past.
Yes, of course it has.
Hey Chuck, what do you think about my theory that the whole fentanyl game and everything that China's playing? What do you think about the theory that that's just a long game they're playing in retaliation for the opium wars?
I mean, the Chinese will always lie about that shit, but the Chinese just want to kill a bunch of our rednecks. That's just how it works. They're Chinese. That's what they do.
Well, they're killing rich kids too. It's not just them.
Oh yeah, they'll get a few rich kids, but mostly it's our rednecks fight our wars, and so they want to kill a bunch of them.
Yeah, one of the shipping guys I was telling you about, he just died, and in his obituary, his charities that you would volunteer money to were to 4 of the Mardi Gras organizations.
Of course.
Can't make that shit up.
I mean, that's the South, my dear. That's the South.
Oh, I know. I live here. They're my people.
I mean, I too love a good redneck shindig. I mean, they're not quite my people, but they like that I can fire a gun.
All those people were friends with Trump. So
of course, listen. I love the redneck. Okay, the redneck. I want the redneck free and enjoying himself in his natural habitat, not dying in Iraq and Afghanistan or a fentanyl.
Okay,
the redneck is the last bastion of American culture.
Backwards. We're not redneck like you think. You need to.
No, I am one of those. I am one of those wasps that is a kind of what can I say? How would I describe myself? I would say that I am the president of the Save the Redneck Foundation. Okay, I want them on their natural habitats. Banging out their cousins if they so choose. If that's how they like to spend their weekend, I'm for all that. Okay, I'm for them. Having their key parties and
Okay,
like
is
getting
Tim Cook
drunk
a
and shooting
redneck?
guns.
Is Tim Cook a redneck? His
I mean,
parents live literally 3
yeah, I
miles
mean
from my
Tim Cook.
house. So is he
No,
a redneck because he was born and raised here?
Tim Cook. Tim Cook is a complicated question because then you have to get into the question of why does this gay guy from Auburn know a lot about shipping things? What is he actually shipping?
Oh, I
Right?
know why.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of questions there about
His
how
daddy
this.
worked for him. That's right.
Right. But the point I make, and by the way, if Tim Cook is like getting high on cocaine that's laced with fentanyl, like he's clearly failed. He's clearly failed the game. I'm talking about your garden variety redneck in flyover country USA, Scotch Irish American who fights our wars, works in our factories, likes moonshine on the weekends.
Okay, that's where Tim Cook was born, just so you know.
Yeah, but
Robertsdale,
he's
which
not
is
there. He's
behind
out of
me,
his
is
natural
that
habitat.
place. I
He
don't
has
know how he survived it being gay. I honestly don't.
Oh, come on. You know as well as I do that there's all kinds of queers running
No,
around
I
in
understand that,
Alabama.
but he lived in the time that I'm talking where he
No,
lives
no, 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 no. If
specifically.
you
It's
talk to those
bad.
old gay guys, okay, about it, they describe it as paradise on earth. Many of them talk about like fighting and all the rest of it, but many of them loved the closet. The closet was fun for them. They are
Sure.
resentful of gay marriage because it ruined the whole fun of being gay.
Yes, they love the
It is.
hunting camps taking their wives, and that's not
Oh,
really
the
what they were
opening
doing.
contrast of a boomer gay towards a new millennial gay.
I mean,
It is
Mason knows what I'm
completely
talking
true.
about here. Mason, am I
It is.
wrong?
You're completely right. It still holds true. The fun is going away. The neighborhoods are dying. People are being married and really boring. I mean, at one point in New York, there were so many people having sex on it that they collapsed to tears.
Yeah, I mean, I have had many gay friends, family members, whatever, tell me that basically they feel as if they have been punished by gay marriage. The gay marriage has basically ruined it. It's made being gay bourgeois and like kind of boring. And this is my theory that Joe Biden actually hates the gays because he wanted them all to get married. That's
Oh,
why
I
he
don't think he
endorsed gay
hates the
marriage.
gays. He doesn't hate the gays, no.
Oh no, there's
So
nothing worse you can do to a gay man than force him to marry his boyfriend.
But he's not forcing them to get married. He's just saying
No,
that's
no,
what
no. He
they
was
vote for.
100% in favor of gay marriage, and
Right,
as was Dick
but he
Cheney, by
wasn't
the way.
forcing it.
Of course they are. If you make it legal for you to marry, there are so many gay men that I know. By the way, there's so many straight couples I know who didn't get married because they didn't want, that you remember that whole thing where guys would be like, "Oh, I don't want to marry my girlfriend because gay men can't get married." Do you guys remember this in like the aughts? Do you remember this? This was the thing. And the worst thing you can do to a gay man is force him to marry his boyfriend. Nothing could be worse.
So Chuck, I agree. Like, I think it's sort of like getting boring and like not, whatever, like not, as cool as
Is
it
there
was
a gay
before.
man in the
But
room that
hold
can
on, Dan.
share on
Would
this?
you would you
I mean,
would you
Mason's
agree?
bi. Mason,
Would
Mason
you
depends
agree,
on the time of day,
Chuck? Would you agree with my theory that like the new counterculture is going to be like religion? Like people are going to start getting like
No,
religious
I know all these
again
religious
as like
people that want
to
that to be
rebel.
true. They want to believe that like going to church makes them countercultural and fine, like whatever. But no, that just
No,
makes
no,
you
not going to
like
church. Just like living
That's
moral
ridiculous.
lifestyles, like living morally. That's how they're going to rebel.
You mean like
great,
Generation Z?
rebel away.
Fuck that. I hate
Zeke,
religion.
what group are you talking about? Generation Z?
I don't know, man. Whatever
What are
group
you
like
talking
comes,
about?
This is
whatever
some
group comes
self-serving
along, and
nonsense
it and
that
it and it.
conservatives
I
tell themselves.
I
Dude,
do.
it's 3:30 in the morning for you guys on the East Coast. Like, what do you want me to talk about? Like,
All right, we have
you want us
gays
to have
for
like a
Trump.
normal
Gays for
conversation?
Trump. You've been summoned.
What?
Speak,
Bruh.
Humble. Speak.
What
Speak,
the
Humble. Speak.
fuck?
Before gays and Trump, I do agree that there is like a portion of conservatives, and including conservative gays, that are rebelling as morally as they can. I don't know how you classify the more moral gays, but
Mason, you sound like you're
yeah.
actually in a closet. So
You
step
sound
outside
like
and fix your
Robert
audio
Plant
or
in Milk
what?
Order.
I don't know. I'm using my Beats Studio headphones, and they kind of
Oh well, get rid
Yeah,
of
it's
that.
double.
awful.
Just speak normal. You sound like you're underwater. You
You
sound like
sound
you're in
like
the
Charlie
worst
Brown's
closet
teacher.
around.
I also have a dip in. I started chewing tobacco, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
Charlie
gays.
Brown's teacher.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
gays for Trump.
Is this a real
Danish
account?
wanted a real gay person.
Yes, we summoned you.
Yes.
You were summoned. I
Yeah.
Oh,
put
God, I
I
didn't
put up
say
the big
gays
old
for
gay
Trump.
bat signal and summoned you. So speak.
Yes.
Gays
Yes.
for Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. Charles is exactly right. The normalization of gay relationships, whether it be gay marriage or allowing gay adoption, has ruined the sort of party lifestyle that gay men like myself, who grew up in San Francisco, um, were sort of like it's what we lived for.
100%. I was of the view that normalizing gay marriage would lead to basically uh, normalizing womanizing, which I was totally down for. Like I thought we were going to get polygamy, like for real, but we didn't, and it's kind of been terrible because basically what happened was we made all the gays normal. And that's like the worst thing we could have done, frankly. You know, like it used to be that gays had all the fun, that you could basically count on them for good drugs, I mean, for good parties. But instead, they're all like at home watching Star Trek, like crocheting or some shit. It's terrible. It's terrible.
So pre Stonewall Renaissance, is that the pitch?
I like, you know, for me, I like a gay man who basically like really hates women. Okay? Not like sort of hates
So a
them.
gay man?
No, I mean, there are a bunch of gay men that kind of like pretend to hate women. I'm talking about the ones who really hate women, okay? The ones where you basically are around them and you start becoming a feminist because like I feel like that's good for heterosexual men's souls. Like where you have to speak up for your ladies,
Then they
okay?
must be fucking their wives or their husbands. That's the only reason they hate women.
Well, I'm talking there is a type of gay man, okay, that has decided that vagina's gross, that women are terrible, and that really just hates women, the kind of like real misogynist, sociopathic gay. And the people who are kind of like they're like one click away from serial killer, you know the type I'm talking about. Mason
Yeah, you got me at Silence of the Lambs. Okay,
Stephen Ray
so
Kraft, who was a Claremont McKenna alum, was a homosexual serial killer.
Oh
And
yeah.
on death row. I wrote him a letter, by the way. He replied. I still have it floating around here.
Claremont?
Claremont McKenna, yes. Stephen Ray Kraft. That was his. He was a homosexual serial killer. He's the type I'm talking about, okay? He hates women, okay? And my hope was that with gay marriage being legal, that basically a lot of women would be like, hey, we should be a little nicer to all these like straight white nerds out there who are like kind of friendly to us because there are all these gay men out there who hate women. But instead, all that happened was the gays became like normal and started adopting children and paying taxes and like becoming just boring. And this is what America does is it takes whatever perversion you're into and it makes it commonplace and boring and commercial. And ultimately, when we elect our first OnlyFans president, which will happen in like 3 to 5 years, right after this current spat, after we've gone through Hunter Biden as president, who by the
From
way
which
has to
party?
become president.
Which political party?
we've
Doesn't
already
even
had
matter.
gay presidents.
Doesn't even matter. Well, of
We've
course we've
already
had
had
gay
gay
presidents.
presidents.
I'm
It's
talking
going
the
to be a Republican.
OnlyFans president. I'm talking the OnlyFans president.
Are you liking the Jeffrey Dahmer type that also eats the gay man?
No, that's too much. That's too much. That's just for the Netflix shows. Okay, we're not for cannibals. We're for like gay men that hate women. That's what we're for. Okay, not the ones that like kind of want to be women but aren't women, but like pretend they're like into. No, we're talking about the gay men who hate women. Gays knows the type I'm talking about, as does Mason. I know Mason knows. There's a certain type of gay man that really hates women, and my hope was that in mainstreaming them, that basically a lot of women would be like, I've been a little rough on my boyfriend lately. Like that was my hope that basically the ladies would like see. And there was all this stuff, right, that we were going to normalize polygamy, which by the way, I was like kind of for because I thought it would be kind of more honest than like divorce rape or all the other kind of systems that we have. I thought polygamy would kind of work, would solve a lot of problems. But then I kind of realized that like, no, in practice, what would happen is all the women would team up on the guy and it wouldn't really work in the American context. Our women are too liberated. It's probably a good thing, but it wouldn't work. It's sort of like one of those things that seems like a good idea, but then you sort of think about like if I had two women, they'd team up on me. They would, right? Like they just would. So basically what happened was Joe Biden punished the gays by encouraging gay marriage, and Barack Obama, who was himself gay, and George W. Bush, who was also gay, they were sort of trapped, right, where they couldn't really talk about the gay issue, so they sent out their vice presidents to get it done. And that's where we are. That's why basically gay marriage is the way it is. And by the way, you remember all these gay men who were like, "Oh, we have to get rid of don't ask, don't tell. Like we need all these gay men to fight in the war effort and blah blah blah." And of
John
course they get
McCain. John McCain.
yes, they get rid of don't ask, don't tell, and what happens? None of these queers join the military.
No, he didn't
Okay?
want to get rid of it.
Of course not. This is what I'm saying is that the worst thing that happened to the Republican Party, just on a sheer competence level, okay, is gay marriage. Because all the gays were suddenly like
Oh, I see
free.
what you're saying. Okay.
Yes, the closet was fun for people.
Chuck, what about that first pitch that George W. threw? That sort of convinced me that he was straight. I feel like.
No, man.
It was a feminine pitch.
I've
Oh
seen that
no,
pitch.
that was a heater down the middle,
What are you-
under pressure after
God, you
9/11.
just threw the
Watch how
biggest
you
double
laugh.
entendre that was bitter to swallow.
I mean, if you Google George W. Bush and Ellen DeGeneres, if you Google George W. Bush and painting, if you Google George W. Bush and Laura
That
Bush,
was after he was president.
Wait, so
Coincidence?
oh,
Hunter
that's
fits
free.
Hunter fits right in then as president.
Hunter is our first exhibitionist president, and we need it. Okay.
Oh, hold on. Maybe. Okay. But
We need
Melania,
Hunter as president.
come
Here's
on,
what's going to happen.
Melania.
I'm gonna lay out the future to you. Okay.
We have
Write
a picture
this
of
down.
Melania with a vibrator inside of her.
Write
Come
this
on.
down. Write this down. This is important. Okay. This is how it. By the way, Hunter's already got this solved. He's got the Jewish wife. Okay, which is the thing you have to do these days. Okay, it's
South
just
Africa,
Jewish?
too.
Yes.
South
Fashion. It's fashion.
Okay, it's in fashion. Okay, it would help if she was half black, but whatever, fine. Okay, so here's what's going to happen: is that Dominion is going to wound Fox. Okay, it's going to rough Fox up a little bit. Okay, it's going to like beat him up a little bit, and then Hunter is going to have his lawyers sue Fox for doing all these terrible things to him, and he's going to finish them off. And he's going to have a heroic narrative arc. And the heroic narrative arc is that he has slain Fox. And all the liberals out there are going to be like, Hunter may be a degenerate who fucks prostitutes and knocked up that stripper that one time, but he's our degenerate who does all this stuff.
A stripper who has a master's. Have you looked her up? I mean, she's not
I know that that's rigged, by the way. I know that basically she stole that condom. Weird shit happened there. I don't believe any bit of that stripper's story, okay? But that's not even the point, okay? The point is, and by the way, his daughter is going to write a really good book, okay? People are going to buy that book. There's going to be a Netflix series maybe about her and her travel, her travails and all the rest of it, okay?
But why does
It's
he
fine.
want anything to do with the child? I mean, that's not the child's fault.
There's never any way he'll ever hold office. I bet he will stay rich and powerful, though.
I
No,
agree with you.
100%. He has to be president.
The mic
He
does sound
has
better.
to be
I
president.
can't see it. I can't see
And
it.
by the way, if he had a small cock, he could not be president. But because
Come
he's
on.
got a
Come
because
on.
he's got a trunk, okay, he has to be president.
You think Biden is small? I mean, not
Hunter Biden.
Obama.
No, Hunter.
Hunter Biden is slanging.
We've all seen it, okay?
I'm sure Obama is slain.
No.
Michelle is slanging.
Bullshit.
Obama likes to take it, according to ICE officer I met who said he
Yeah,
had
every single gay man that I met in Chicago. By the way, I spent a lot of money researching Obama. Okay, I went everywhere and anywhere, and I could not. And I have a letter, okay, that Obama wrote. Okay, and I have a lot of material pointing to the Obama as gay thing. All I need to know about Obama, okay, it's very simple. Where did Obama go? Okay, end of his presidency, he gets on the plane, they drop him off wherever he wants to go. Okay, what did he do? He flew to go see his two gay friends in Palm Springs. Okay, that is not some heterosexual stuff. He lived with gay men. Okay, this is not even in dispute. Okay, there are no real girlfriends. Okay, there are no women who really claim a sexual relationship. This is the first black president. Okay, there's no memoir that some white chick has written about how she banged out the first black president. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. Okay, so you sort of chin stroke, and you're like, is Obama our first gay president? And then you think maybe not. You maybe sort of think a little bit, and you're like, maybe it's George Washington. And you start doing some research around George Washington, and you realize that, like, yeah, George Washington's probably gay. And the real emperor of America is Ben
And
Franklin.
Reagan,
I don't know.
oh,
I go
of
back
course
and
he
forth
was
on the
gay.
Reagan stuff.
Come
He was
on, come on.
100% gay.
I don't know. I hear that he's one of those actor types.
Ask
that
his son.
I've asked a lot of people around him, and what I was told on the Reagan thing is that Reagan was just down for whoever found him attractive. He was like Leonardo DiCaprio gay. He was like one of those, and I believe that.
What?
Yes.
Then he must have been into boys, because that's the only. I mean,
No, he liked. Apparently, he liked all this like pederasty stuff. He was into all that.
Bruh.
But there was the other one. Who was the one? Jack Kemp, who was gay, and I think that's pretty well established that Kemp was gay.
the
That's
governor
sort of well
of
known.
Georgia.
No. Jack Kemp, his
He was a football player.
yes, yeah, exactly.
Lots of gay football players. So many.
I mean, that's why. What do you think? Why do you think most people watch it? They're not playing. They're watching the sport. They're watching a bunch of men jump on each other.
It's so fucking stupid.
In the future, by the way, all of you who enjoyed football are going to have to pay reparations. To the
True. It's
you know
over.
it's true. You know it's
NFL bros.
Every single one of you, you're going to have CTE, and you're going to have to pay a compensation fund. Every single one of you who enjoyed football. So I'm just getting out ahead of time and telling you that football is
What
life.
about us? What about us victims? Are we going to get compensated? I got
Of course. I mean, Mason,
What-
don't you
I
already
played,
have CTE? I mean,
I
don't you
played
already
rugby
have
in
it? I mean, I think
college.
you
I need
do.
some
You should
too.
get some money right now from anyone in this room. Just drop your Venmo and make sure that anyone in this room, can send you some money, and you'll be okay. We'll get you taken care of. Okay, you'll get the best.
I just got done getting like majorly hacked. I'm not dropping any personal info, but I do need
Drop your genome in the chat.
That's right,
dude. I have 2 tests that are in the works right now, and I'm totally fine now with the fact that it's going to get out there. It's going to be sold to everybody, whatever. I just want the info.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it's going to go. In the future, everyone's face, everyone's genetics, it's all going to be available.
But Charles, you talked about the gay men profile, but what about the lesbians?
That is the big question. The big question is there a lesbian genome-wide associated study? And as far as I know, no. There is a slut one, which is a real, kind of thing, which you see.
Can you send me that, Chuck?
Yeah, so you could actually run. So there's these polygenic scores for sexual behavior, where it does work quite well for some of the women out there. Yeah, which, by the way, I've often thought that what you should do is you should have a dating site where people submit genetics, and you just like, hey, this one is like certified gay, this one is certified slut, this one is certified, whatever, right? As the science improves.
But you mean you can be born a slut?
Oh yes, absolutely.
What genetics is that?
Well, they call it polymorphous perversism, but yes, there's a lot of genetic evidence. So basically, the way it works is that in families, what you see is you see basically women who are sluts. They basically tend to have gay siblings. That's like a thing that you'll often see: gay male siblings.
All right, please don't tell me that we're going to have to start accepting pedophiles.
Well, no, I mean, but they are genetic. There is probably some genetics around.
Has to be to some degree.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Do they still allow like the chemical castration thing? Because that's like usually the best like route.
I've often tried to figure out like what should we do with them? Like, should we put them on an island?
You can't cut their dick off. You can't do that. You can't do any of that. You'd have to cut their arms and their legs off, because then they can't grab you. But
like, let's think about the pedophile question, right? Where should they all go? Like, let's say you have the ability.
I've thought about it so many
to
times.
identify every pedophile. Okay, you have that device. You can put on the glasses. You can see them all, detect them all. What do you do with them?
I don't know.
Don't we already have that ability? People will openly identify as Catholic. I mean, it's...
Oh, come on, Richard. Come on.
I didn't hear that.
Low blow. Not funny.
What do you
I mean,
say?
it's a little funny.
It is. It isn't funny. You're correct. It's not funny.
It's descriptive.
Listen, just let them make movies, okay? That's what they want to do anyway. So just give them their little outlet.
Oh God,
We could go back
no.
to the old Madagascar proposal.
By the way, have you noticed? Have you noticed that the Catholic Church has gotten a lot more screwy ever since they allowed gay marriage? It's almost like there's a,
They've
you know,
always been screwy. What are you talking about?
the Catholic Church has gotten way weirder ever since a whole bunch of gay men could get married and
They
not go
have
to the Catholic
always
Church.
been way weird. They
No,
wear
no,
robes and
they've gotten
they're
way
gross.
weirder.
I was,
Okay,
I was born
because
and raised in an Episcopal and a Catholic church, and I'm going to tell you right now,
no, everyone kind
they're
of knew
different.
weird stuff in the Episcopal Church. And by the way, if you're an Episcopalian, like you're definitely gay. Even if you're straight, you're
Huh?
gay.
I'm not gay.
100%. No, if
I'm
you're a
not
man,
gay.
you're a man in the Episcopal Church.
Donna
They
gay?
can marry. What are you talking about?
I know a
Yeah.
married couple that are Episcopal
I
ministers. All the
understand that a
straight
married
people
man can be
converted to
gay. I'm just saying, but most of them
What did
can
all the
marry.
straight people convert to, Mason?
Anglicanism.
Yeah.
It's basically the conservative Episcopals.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I think that basically what's going to happen in the future when Hunter Biden is president, he's going to identify all the pedos and he's going to send them to an island somewhere. Maybe Jeffrey Epstein's island can
No,
become
they
the
don't get an
place where we send all
island.
the
They
pedos.
need to be in Antarctica or somewhere cold. I
No,
don't
no,
want
you
them.
don't want them to suffer.
Yes, I do.
No, it's a humane thing. You put them, you identify
Guantanamo.
them.
What about
Yeah,
Guantanamo?
Guantanamo could work.
I like
That's fine.
Guantanamo. That works.
You know,
Send DeSantis back down there with
and
them.
what you do is you have Chat
You know,
GPT.
Charles, I
GPT
hate. This is actually a serious comment. My last one was an unserious comment. There are about Roman Catholics. There's two issues actually at play, and it's very delicate to even talk about this, and so I hesitate to do it. But it is a serious issue, and it should be talked about. So there are people who are, let's just say, minor attracted people. Like that is an accurate description, and I'm obviously not endorsing that. And so this notion of locating them, chemically castrating them, doing something that is fair. A lot of abuse occurs among it. It occurs in the home, and it's not pedophilia in that way, and that doesn't make it better or worse. In many ways, I almost find it worse and
Correct.
more horrible. But
Correct.
it's a different issue, and so again, it's hard to even talk about this because it's just stomach turning.
Yeah, you're talking
But
about the question of people of what stepfathers abusing stepdaughters.
No, real
that happens.
parents. Real
It
parents.
happens with parents, and it happens with uncles, and it
Uncles.
is
Oh yes.
it's a dark issue.
No,
But
no,
it's
no, no. It's a
actually
thing.
just to be accurate here. It actually should be a little bit distinguished between the kind of stereotype of this creepy man
Yes.
who's
No,
going
no, no.
after
We should be very clear
kids.
about this, right? So the
Yeah.
one who could qualify for the pedo face, right, I think is actually quite kind of a small percentage of the population. But you're quite
Correct.
right. I mean, the grabby uncle, the aunt who touches you inappropriately,
The
that stuff is
father.
the father.
Where does
Yes,
Joe
that's
fall into that category?
Yeah,
what's
and I actually was talking with someone who knows a lot more about this than I do, and she was saying that in many ways, I mean, again, this is her opinion. I don't know if this is true or not, but the court system almost is going after the true pedophile, and it's not penalizing this other category that I don't even quite know what the name of it is. It's not
yes, I've heard this
penalizing
as
them.
well. I've heard this
It's
as well.
letting them off.
Most countries federalize their family court issue, and in our system, it's very much a county by county thing. And our Dennis and my friend Eric Garland has done yeoman's work on this sort of thing. But yes, it's very much a thing.
Yeah, so it's something that just needs to be, discussed in a
Yes, and when my father,
objective manner.
way
But
back when was
it should be.
involved.
I mean, in my humble opinion, I mean, if this
I agree
person
with you,
is
Richard.
accurate,
100%. 100%.
it doesn't matter if you're a pedophile predator or you're some horrible father or uncle, or I guess in rarer cases, a mother or aunt. But this needs to be punished just as hard. I mean, this is
Well, so what
almost
happens?
worse.
So when my father way back when he first left college, he went to go work for, I think, like a Planned Parenthood equivalent kind of thing in Georgia, in rural Georgia, where fathers were knocking up daughters or uncles were knocking up, nieces and all the rest of it, and that was a real kind of going concern. And it is true that there are people. I mean, incest does. There is a predisposition for incest that you can genetically identify, and you can actually take your genome and discover how incestuous your ancestors were, how inbred you were. The technical term for it is consanguinity, and it is a thing. Some populations are more inbred than others, right? So I suppose that would.
That might be the case, but I think there's some darker aspects to this, and I'm not sure genetics there's going to be some
Psychologically.
silver. Yeah, psychologically in
Well,
terms
your
of
psychological thing is a part
disposition.
of that as well. But yes, I would tend to agree with
Well,
you. Yep.
so obviously psychopathy and sociopathy
Yep.
and all of that kind of stuff. I think there are also some just dark aspects of people who've had horrible lives and in some ways like gain control over something by acting like this. But it's a horrible situation, but it should be punished just as severely. But I guess in some cases it should be given the same sympathy in a way, in the sense that we should try to understand it and in some cases deal with it. I mean, the psychopathy issue is just that I don't. I mean, I sometimes will go down these rabbit holes reading about this, but it is a really serious issue, and I don't know if normal people really understand what they're dealing with when the person that they're talking to has a lizard brain. Like they just, it's funny, it's hard to empathize with someone who totally lacks empathy.
And what
But
about
it
the
is
mothers that know that it's happening with their husbands to their daughters and
that
they don't do shit?
needless to say, that is, well, not quite as awful, but horrible. Yes.
It's pretty bad because you don't have either parent getting your back. They
And
both
No,
turned on you.
exactly. Yeah.
it does have to come at kind of community level, because like we've seen the failures of all the social workers, and they're so overloaded, and when they do help, like they're just not good at their jobs either.
No, I mean, yeah, I have to. I've actually gotten to know someone who does this a bit in my neck of the woods, and the stories she would tell about people coming in high on meth to supervise visitations, and it's just an endless horror story. I mean, I couldn't imagine doing that for my job. I mean, you are facing like dark tragedy 9 to 5 every day. I mean, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's grotesque stuff. By the way, I have become convinced that there is a genomic predisposition to rapists, to murderers, to others, and I do think we will identify these things much more readily over time with technology, with other sort of questions.
Chuck, the implications there are wild though. So what are we going to do with these people? We identify somebody, in the womb as a, fucking murderer. What do we do? Like we give them like, we send them into a route of like counseling or whatever to
Well,
like
it could
not
be.
be
I mean,
murderers.
predisposition is not necessarily indication of acting upon it,
Well,
right?
Yeah, but
they're just different things. You've got to define these things, because many people will commit murder when they're seeing red, as the phrase goes. That is, you walk in on your wife in the midst of lovemaking with her boyfriend or whatever, and you just lose control and murder them both or something. So that obviously, I mean, you
That's
could
a
certainly
bit
have
different. What I'm
you could
talking
have a
about is
predisposition to that.
there
The
are
the
there are
the
these.
total
Yeah.
sadistic, someone who does something out of sadism, and there are these people, they absolutely exist, or someone who does something in a purely utilitarian fashion. Both of them are kind of the same function in a way. And this type of individual absolutely exists. And I'm sure that there's a genetic predisposition. Now, if you want an even darker thought, you could, obviously we developed empathy because societies run on empathy and trust and bonding and all that kind of stuff. Mammals have a lot of empathy with each other. And that's obviously a good thing. But, we talk about this thing of like the sociopath as a politician or as a leader or as a movie star or whatever. And it almost does make you question, like, is there almost a purpose for the psychopath in society, that it has a lot of bad effects? But, was there almost a kind of like optimal percentage of psychopaths who were good at fighting in war and who were the kind of like ruthless leader that everyone kind of ultimately wanted? So it raises all sorts of kind of interesting questions. I mean, wouldn't you imagine that a lot of, every artist who is a great artist is probably profoundly narcissistic on some level?
So
So
I just shared the book The Wisdom of Psychopaths, which I highly recommend to people who are interested in this question.
So the Polya quote about Jack the Ripper and Mozart.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably something to it. I don't know. I feel like these areas are sort of so underexplored on some level, right? There's sort of they're the subjects from CSI, right, or Criminal Minds, right, which is of course a kind of pop psych kind of explanation. But I do believe that we will get a handle on this stuff over time, on the genetics of it for sure. I think it's just a matter of time before a lot of these things are kind of more known.
Yeah,
Certainly,
I still didn't like. What do we do though? Like, what do we do once we establish someone has like these tendencies? We like divert them into programs.
could be. I mean, we could. I mean, it's sort of like, what do we do with people who are? What do we do with people who have seasonal affective disorder? Right? They move
Nothing's
to
going to
places.
happen to them. They
They
don't do
move.
shit with them. We don't do shit with people like this.
Well,
Let's just be
maybe.
But
honest.
that's you're assuming that people are going to continue the pregnancy if they know that their child's going to be a murderer.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. No, they may
Well,
not.
no, I mean, say it happens. You do the genetic test when the kid's like 3 years old or whatever, and you figure out you've got a genetic pedophile
Well,
on
the
your hands or whatever.
question is, what do you think? What do you think the future pregnancies will be? Right.
Well, not all of it's genetic either. Some of it is taught from just
No,
generations of
absolutely, but
doing it.
I'm trying to drill
there's
down
not
into
going
the
to be
implications of what you guys are saying.
there's not going to be a gene for a murderer. I mean, I think you probably could find genes for psychopathy, though, or
For sure.
predisposition.
For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
But
remember,
not
And
for
we funneled
not
them
for
into
somebody,
world
not for a
leadership, right,
father who
Richard?
wants to fuck their daughter.
Right. Well, yeah, no, right. Most sociopaths are law-abiding citizens. And
That's right.
This is the horrible aspect
Well,
of it.
they're not,
is
but they
that
are. They have power. I mean, I know a
well,
lot
many
of
of
them
them
that are lawyers and they are flying
oh yeah.
planes, doing the drugs that
but
we're talking
Well,
but
about with the Teslas.
not all are malign. I mean, not all are criminals. Doesn't it? There are degrees. There is this video
yeah.
of a guy. He's a psychiatrist and he's a WASP. I mean, he has been here in the U.S. Like forever. And when he went to I mean, he was doing research on brain scans, and he found a pattern for psychopathy. And then one day he was in his studio, whatever, and he saw one that I don't remember. The thing is, he took one of himself, misplaced it among others, and he said, "Oh, that's the typical extreme
Yeah,
psychopath."
I've seen this. I know this guy. I mean, his work is somewhat kind of
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah,
I mean, I don't know that I buy it. So
yeah.
here's what I think would
But
happen.
just quickly,
Yeah.
Chuck.
Yes.
I think that should make sense. I think that logic will tell us that among us right here, many of us have hard tendencies towards bad stuff. Now, we also know that socialization, education has great effects on channel that into good ends. We also know that the effect of trauma is extremely correlated, almost one to one, to bad outcomes, whatever the genetics. Um, so yeah, just socialize people properly, help with that, and help with people who have been true trauma because
Well,
that
the,
ends
the
up,
problem though is what do you do of other countries identifying your sociopaths and your psychopaths and emboldening them or using them in your society? So I have come to the view,
And they're doing it now already.
100% they're doing it now. I've come to the view, by the way, that there are efforts to identify uh, certainly our autistics, certainly some of our mentally ill people, and that in fact a lot of this push towards mental health is a way of actually, basically cataloging our mentally ill folks and basically weaponizing them against us in different ways. And you can see that with the sort of efforts to get a lot of soldiers who have post-traumatic stress to sort of give them drugs that can trigger them in all kinds of ways, which we see with the MAPS, group, which is plugged in with the Chinese and with the Russians. So imagine you had all these soldiers that could have post-traumatic stress, and you could trigger them in different ways, right? Imagine how useful that would be, if you were trying to cause chaos in a population, right?
yeah, but that's up to us. I think, okay, that is happening. We have allowed that for the most part, but this is our country, so we can do
Sure.
something
I
about it.
mean,
Yeah.
one thing we could do very readily, right, is to not send a lot of people to these shitty wars where they would have post-traumatic stress, right? That would be sort of like step one is to sort of, save the redneck plan, right? Don't send them to these places. Don't have them, in harm's way. And maybe satellite technology and hacking technology and all the rest of it, drone technology will mean it so that we don't send soldiers to endless deployments in Afghanistan or Iraq, say. That's sort of one way to think about it. And yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see more and more of this sort of thing as time goes on. Absolutely.
Don't you think there was a common psychological type among J6 participants, and you
Without
could kind
question.
of hear this? I
Yes.
mean, remember it was like a week ago when there was that J6 woman who was on your space,
Yes, and by the way,
and
she now no longer wants to talk about J6, which makes me wonder, is she some sort of op or what is her deal? It's a very strange situation.
that
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
interesting. But there was, first off, I mean, I'm just being objective here. There was a not a very high intelligence level. She just couldn't really like logically follow the train down the track, if you know what I mean. Like it was just, it was kind of difficult talking to her. But that's okay. But I can't quite put it into words. But there was just, whenever I hear
Well,
these people,
I
there's
know
this
We
I know
like,
understand you. We
I know
understand what
there's
you're
this
five
like
saying.
different people who,
naive kind of
yeah,
like kind of paranoid, but like naive type, like
childlike.
childlike. Like when I
Yes.
heard them, they were all talking about, like I listened to one space that I think Laura Loomer was hosting, and they were just all, they're all very religious, and it's like they just love like
It's the
being
religion.
on the
Mm-hmm.
team, and
You
like
know,
I,
what it
we're the true
was.
patriots here.
Cajun
Self-righteous.
Navy, all that kind of shit.
You know
It's
what?
that
You know what it
underground
was.
bullshit.
And by the way, I'm not going to have people give a thumbs up on the January 6th stuff. By the way, sorry, Zeke. Sayonara. I let you in on the Putin talking points, but no more of that nonsense.
Wait a minute. Somebody's for January 6th?
Yeah, he was giving the thumbs up for all that. Not good stuff. Um, Look, I know 4 or 5 people who were at January 6th personally. Like one of them is sort of like a quasi mother figure to me, who sort of took me in during my college years. She's a recovering addict. She's in her late 60s, early 70s, and she was a sort of bored housewife type. Her name's Karen Jones. You can look her up. She's out there, and she regrets going there. She didn't cause any trouble or any mayhem or anything. I know another guy who was arrested and processed, and I believe he's going to jail now. And he struggles with impulse control. Just being very blunt about it, he's struggled with impulse control his whole life and with anger issues. And honestly, when the January 6th thing happened, it was like, oh yeah, he's done. Like he's going to be there, and sure enough, he was. And sure enough, he was fighting with the police.
These
Well,
So that
do
people
you
were
remember?
targeted just like the people that are targeted to shoot up these schools. That's the
Well,
same
100%.
way.
do you
They were
remember
farmed.
also
They were
when we were
farmed in a way. Yep.
when we were talking to that woman? And I was asking, like, how, what hotel did you get? When did you decide to do this? And it was almost as if she had no agency in the matter, like the way that she understood it. She was like,
Well,
You
well,
we
asked the
wherever we're
assume
best
that she's
going.
question.
telling us the
And
truth, which I don't know that we can assume.
Yeah, but Spencer,
well,
you asked
okay,
the best
fair enough.
questions to
But
her. It was pretty cool.
still, it was like, it was as if she said that, like, a raft passed by her house and she got on the raft and the raft floated into Washington. And then
Yes.
Yeah, she was
next thing
acting
you
like she
know,
didn't
the raft
understand half the
floated
shit.
into the
Yes.
Capitol. I mean, it was this, like, total lack of agency and, like, just naive
Well,
going with
you
the
and I both
flow.
know. You and I both know. Baked Alaska, right? AKA, Anthony Tim, whatever his name is, Antonym, Gione or whatever. We both met him, right? You've met him. I've met him.
Of course.
This is not a well man. He's not well in his head, clearly. And it looks like he's some sort of federal informant. Whatever, fine. Like, good on him for helping his country, even if he's, I believe that people can come back from most things. I believe he's gone to jail. I don't know if he's out of jail, what the situation is. But I'm generally of the view that a lot of these people are, in some sense, victims of their own mental health, their own mental state. And what I find most disturbing about January 6th is just how many of these people there were, and how they could be summoned to an event like that. That it
Well,
was a
there
sort
were
of like,
tons more though, Charles. They just didn't go. You know that,
well, this
right?
is what I'm saying, right? Is that the fact that there were so many who were there, right, who went into the building and who
Right.
fought with the police and who were arrested, and it doesn't take many people, right, to really cause chaos. You don't need that many, right? If we're just honest about it, right? So to me, what the most disturbing aspect about January 6th was they came from all walks of life. People came there who were effectively homeless, and people came there on private jets,
Yeah, I was
right?
gonna say some people were
And
rich.
yeah, and all walks in between. Some of them were law enforcement, some of them were
Yep.
doctors, some of them were dentists, even people with
Yep.
things to lose, right? Many of them had financial debts. That was a big thing that we saw. People had trouble with money. Okay. So it's sort of like, how did they get there? Why did they get there? What kind of impulse issues were there? And so, yeah, I mean, to me, the most disturbing aspects about January 6th is that so many of those people, like, could have been our neighbors, could have been our, in many cases were our neighbors
I was
or
gonna say
friends.
they
Or,
were.
yeah. And I don't know, I don't believe that many of the people who showed up on January 6th were seditionists or insurrectionists. I suppose they became that, but I don't think they set out that day to, like, overthrow the United States government. Some of them did. A vanishingly small percentage of them did, in my view.
I don't
Now,
know. They were there to. They thought the election was stolen, and they really believed that they were going to be there to defend Trump. I mean, maybe it was in an honest
some
view,
did.
but I do
Some
believe that
did.
that's what they were going to do.
I think a lot of it was just a whole bunch of people just being larpers.
I
You
don't
know,
know, Charles. I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't know. There's some of the folks that I've met where it's like they are not, like, let's
So
say
how
they
many got into the Capitol?
I agree with you, Charles. This is the irony of the situation. I don't think that woman is like the next Mussolini or something who's going to, like, take over the government and install fascism. But at the same time, they were activated in a way. Like, if I dress up as a robber and I this funny Halloween costume as a robber, I'm LARPing. But if I then go and rob a bank, like,
But I
No, I
would
I
know if
am
I.
understand.
the
I
But
the
I
understand
will
your
robber.
point.
say though,
Hold up, Dana.
if
And
Hold
I
up.
it's
I
saw a
understand.
like
noose
it's
outside of the
Hold on,
something
Dana.
like the
Capitol, I
I
know
LARP.
not to go in it.
I understand
Yeah.
your point, Richard. Right, but to me, what's more disturbing about it is, again, these people were summoned. Okay, it was like they were processed, and then many of them have gone to jail. Right, so their lives are fucked in different ways.
A
Right,
thousand,
so
yes.
now, yeah, now they're out in the world. Right, having gone to jail, right? Some of them are still in jail. Some of them are, but eventually they'll all be let out, right? And here are 1,000 people who are, like, probably some of them will go through divorces. Many of them have lost their jobs. right? Some of them had got community service, right, or whatever, right? But basically, they all basically became processed by this system. And many of them were basically just being weird, right, out there in the world. And here they were on one of the worst days of their life, right, basically summoned and activated in this weird way. And now they have criminal records. So, and now they have like their faces everywhere. And if you Google their names, it's going to be hard for them to get jobs, right? And what's going to happen to them now, right? It's hard to imagine that they're all going to be like, oh, well, I did this crazy thing on January 6th, 2021. And it's hard to believe that they're not going to now become kind of like more dangerous in a way, right? And I don't know what you do about that, right? Do you like, I don't know, it's something that I haven't really figured out how to think about.
Well, that's why we need to take down Fox News, take down Facebook. We need to do a lot of this. We need to put regulations on some of this shit. Kids don't need to be on the internet till they're 18. I mean, come on. We used to could not see a movie until we're a certain age, but yet you can be on the internet with every pedophile in the world if you want to be on the
Listen,
internet.
I'm with you. I support what you're saying, right? And I think like, but like we're in a situation where like we can't even seemingly ban TikTok, right? It's been like 3 years.
Why haven't we though? This is all bullshit.
Totally. But this is my point, right? Is that like
we're walking around with a bomb in our hand if you have a phone in your hand. If you're in a car, you're in a bomb. I mean, does everybody understand that your kids are playing with their iPad bombs while they're playing with the pedophiles doing their cartoon shit on their little iPads? I mean, this is what we're living in. And no one is in legislation making sure that we have a protection to our children, our families, our country.
I don't disagree. I mean, I think there'll be some efforts to tame some of it. But yeah, I mean, the fact that we're in a world in which like people can be trafficked on Pornhub and Pornhub can make money off of it, and everyone's like, ha 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 ha.
And no one did shit. We finally did take them down to some degree, right?
To some degree, but even then,
backdoor could never go down. Why was that?
Backpage, yep, Backpage,
yeah, Backpage. Sorry, yeah, backdoor. Well, Backdoor's Backpage.
Well, because many of the people who defended it were Google lobbyists and others who feared that this would imperil CDA 230, their sanctioned protection.
So where was the deep state to say?
Backpage was a website that basically allowed for trafficking, basically. Porn. Yeah, no, it wasn't just porn.
For
it was basically a classified
trafficking.
It was basically a souped up. It was basically a classifieds ad on crack. Basically, it was souped up classifieds. And so what would happen
on
is
Craigslist.
Yeah, it was like a Craigslist, but you could basically order whatever you wanted off of it.
And you couldn't make it illegal.
Yes.
They had every kind of protection under the sun.
And eventually they amended the law and they finally went after it on the Justice Department angle. But it basically took fucking forever. And many of the people who were defending them were, of course, many of the people pushing it in serious ways were Silicon Valley that was defending it. And yes, it was really grotesque stuff. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I see Lisa's waiting, so I'm going to bring Lisa up. Always good to have another lady here. So welcome, Lisa. But yeah, it's the inability of our government to deal with real threats to our civic discourse. And I mean, in a certain sense, the child who's trafficked and the Jackson Hinkles of the world are kind of the same thing, right? They're the same phenomenon in a weird way. Sort of young people being processed and being used and sort of fed into this system. It's deeply disturbing. But go ahead, Lisa, if you have anything you want to add. Lisa? I don't know.
I know you guys can't hear me.
Oh, no, we can hear you. Go ahead. I can hear you. Oh.
Lisa. It's stalling out a bit.
Oh, is it? Lisa, why don't you unmute your mic and then come back in a sec. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So
yeah, go ahead.
We can hear me, right?
We can hear you. Yep.
I can hear you.
Okay. Wow. Can I come back in a second when I remember my question? I was half asleep.
Yeah, go ahead. You can come back. We'll let you come back.
Okay.
You can also just sit there and try and remember it. That's okay too. Because it is 4 a.m. on the East Coast. God help me.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. So I don't know, Richard. I mean, what do you think should be done about these people? Should they be? I mean, how should we deal with them?
It's over.
Go after
Oh,
their networks that caused it to happen in the first place.
well,
We
of
can't. Can we not
course,
shut down
of
that?
course, of course. We've talked about this, and I agree with you, Rupert Murdoch. We should
No,
seize
no, no.
their
I mean the
assets. We should.
networks that are on the ground, like tactile. What was it?
Yes,
Tactical
all of that we
88.
should do. All of that we should do.
Okay.
But my point is, what shall we do of the people who've been processed here?
Is there a rehabilitation place we can put them?
Yes, that's the question. Is there like a rehab for January Sixers?
Sure, we should do. Well, we they don't have one. We should make one.
Yeah. I mean, what does that look like?
A healing, a loving thing that brings them back to loving their country, and that we don't fight each other. There's better ways to go after when you're upset with things that. I mean, they were lied to. They need to be told that. I mean, they believed something that wasn't real.
I agree, but like many of them have a passing familiarity with what's real and what's not.
Yeah, but Charles, obviously, we have to have people believe that there's this system, and you know, there's a right way to do something
You
and a
and I
wrong
both
way.
know that there are a lot of people out there who are legit mentally ill, who have a very tenuous grasp on reality.
Sure. I don't know what to do with the mentally ill because we've closed everything down for the mentally ill. But
Right.
Lisa's got her hand up, so let's let her
Yeah, go
because I
ahead,
know
Lisa.
she's.
Welcome.
Okay, so I remember one of the things I wanted to mention was it's just crazy that on January 6th, someone got shot in the neck and they died. Like so crazy that,
It is
some of these people are
crazy.
like, oh, I was just chilling out, I just went there, nothing, nothing happened, no big deal or whatever. It's a huge deal. And I just I can't believe that some people just, I don't know, just dismiss it like it's, someone got
It is
killed.
a
I mean,
weird thing. I
you
mean,
shouldn't have
imagine
been
if you'd
there,
seen
but
it,
still,
right?
Two people
shit
got
is
killed. A
wild.
cop got killed too.
No, a
Yeah,
cop.
oh no,
No,
I
no
know.
police officers. People died. My understanding. So my understanding. I went through the January 6th report very closely, and my understanding is there were a number of police officers who died thereafter, right? And so the question is, how much of that was post-traumatic stress? How much of that, I think you could make a strong
Guilt.
case. Guilt. How much of it was they were compromised and worried about what would come
Well,
out?
that's what I meant by the guilt.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, there are people though. I've talked to some of the cops who were there, and some of them say like, I never thought I would like physically fight fellow Americans, and there's a lot of them that were like pretty shook up about that. Like, and rightly
I can
so.
imagine.
Or cops fight, or cops
Absolutely.
fighting other cops.
Well, like one of them. So I talked to one of the guys who was there, and he was like, I never thought that I would like physically fight a Vietnam War vet, right? Like physically have to fight somebody who's my fellow citizen, and like that was very disturbing for a lot of these guys. And I, and like you imagine the type of person who becomes a Capitol Hill police officer. It's a fairly cushy job, right? All being honest about it, right? Like most of the time, there's maybe a lone nut, maybe there's like some issues here or there at the Capitol, but it's not like we are demanding these people be like Johnny on the spot coppers, right? Like they're not like yeah. So I don't know. It's just to my mind, it's a very disturbing question of how do you come back from that, right? If you experience it, and there have been all these cops who've maybe there's some element where they're sort of overstating their trauma to get more money. That is a thing that we have seen, obviously. But I happen to believe that some of these people like really were shook up about like physically fighting people. I mean, that cop who had his head bashed through the window, right? I mean, like really disturbing stuff. Anyway, go ahead, Emily.
The eyeball that was
Oh, I was
gouged
gonna say
out
because
at the cop.
you guys
Yeah.
start talking about January 6th and whatnot, and I was gonna say that, and what we need to do with January 6ers. And I was gonna say, as a former Trump supporter who thought the election was stolen, and I supported January 6th, I think that we need re-education camps. I'm pro re-education camps for these people. They're in a
Well,
cult.
tell
They're
us
in a
how should that?
cult, and
I mean, how should that work,
believe,
right?
and
So like,
they
so
are.
like, what do we do? Right? Do we abduct them?
I don't
Do
know, but
we?
it's bad because they literally believe this. There's no reasoning with them. They believe this bogus lie that's just not true. They're they don't live in reality. It's kind of scary.
I will tell you, I've run into these people,
Hmm.
and I always say to them, I believe the election was stolen, and I support it,
Right.
right? And I do that to basically like break them out of their patterns, because I think a lot of these people, you can talk to them, you just have to figure out a way to talk to them outside of the neuro linguistic programming that they've been subjected to.
But
So if you can make them
they
laugh.
also believe like that every Democrat in Congress is like a lizard person and they're all pedophiles.
I've definitely run into those people.
They're
That is
usually the
definitely a
same
thing.
people. They're like the QAnon people. They believe, and they think Trump is literally this martyr out there
I
fighting
literally know
fighting
this. I,
pedophile
I saw this
rings.
guy. I saw this guy in Houston, and I shit you not, this is real life. Like, I'm not making this up. This guy is a very successful Houston, uh, basically like property baron. He has like a few hundred houses that he owns. Okay, and he 100% believes the QAnon
I know
stuff.
lots of people
Right?
like that. My dad used to be like that. Luckily, he's come to grips with reality, but
How did he break out of it?
I think it was mostly because my dad and I talk politics all the time, and I think I guess it was kind of me being like, Dad, some of this stuff. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that could have some truth to it, but I think it was that like me kind of like talking some sense into him, and also him just realizing all these things that were supposed to happen never happened. Trust the plan. Like none of these things ever came true. So I think after a while he realized it was just a joke.
Yeah, I mean, look, I knew a Stanford educated attorney
Yeah,
who
it's
was like
smart
one of
people.
6 kids
My dad is
who
this
was,
very smart person.
yeah,
My dad is very highly intelligent.
yes. No, I think you're hitting on something. There is something about the human brain, human
Mhm.
psychology. And I think, look, I've talked about this before, the QAnon stuff being an Israeli psyop or sort of Likud psyop. Because if you're trusting the plan, you're not questioning Kushner, you're not
Mhm.
questioning Trump, right? You're sort of giving over your free
Oh, it's
will
100% a
to this whole
psyop. It
situation.
100% is.
Yeah,
Just to lead these
yeah.
people astray so they're not actually causing any damage to the system.
Isn't it mostly
But
like a boomer thing though? Like
Yeah,
the
I don't think
age.
so.
yeah.
I don't think it's exclusively a boomer thing. I think
It's
it's, I
most of
mean,
them,
The
but
average age of J6 was younger than I am. The average age was
What
like
the fuck?
really
42.
that's
Yeah.
yeah, the couple
Oh,
I
I
know
mean
that's
that's
really
still.
into it, they're pretty wealthy business owners, and they're early 40s, I think.
So
But
it's like
Chuck, what's your opinion on whether we have either secret weapons or aliens? So,
secret weapons or aliens? I don't. I mean, I believe we have
uh,
secret weapons, but I don't believe the aliens thing. What do you mean? I mean,
well, kind of, both and Rogue, and I think I might have asked you about this last
bruh.
time. You have to repeat yourself too much, but
oh, I wrote a piece about the UFOs stuff. So you could look that up. I mean, that's sort of there for you. But no, I subscribe to the alone in the universe hypothesis about humans. I think we are actually. I don't think there's actually extraterrestrials out there.
interesting.
Um, I wish that there were. You
What
know,
would they look like? Like which type of sci-fi alien would they resemble?
Richard Nixon.
yeah.
My theory is that if there are aliens, they're actually humans like millions of years in the future and they're time traveling back.
That'd be
So
cool.
so it's
I
like
mean,
two
look,
dimensions.
I'm into this
Mhm.
shit. Like, I want it to be
Because
real,
like if
but
you
I'll
think
just tell
about it,
you.
all this new AI and everything like that is kind of what we think of
Oh, I think all
aliens
the
as
AI.
being. They're basically AI.
I think all that stuff's fake.
No, it's all the Hungarian scientists is my best bet.
No, my
Just
view
me,
on
but
this, just to be very blunt about it, like, I want it all to be real. Like,
Mhm.
I want, like, you name I mean, I'm the guy who watches the zombie shows and is like, oh fuck yes, this would be awesome. Like, I wouldn't have to pay rent. I wouldn't have to like do basic shit like get the groceries or take out the trash. Like, I'm the guy who like sits there and is like, ooh, is this gonna be anarchy? Ooh, like, I've got all my guns ready. I've got my canned goods. Like, I'm here for it. Okay, like, I'm that person that like,
You want
wants,
the
because like
apocalypse.
100%, I'm 100% down. Like, I watched Knock at the Cabin, and they were like, oh, like, you and your husband or whatever, there's two gay guys and they adopted daughter, and it was basically like, if you don't sacrifice one of each other, the whole world will end, and you'll just wander the earth, the three of you, and the
Charles,
world will
have you read
end.
The Road?
Of course,
Okay,
I'm into it.
that
Okay,
book is very creepy and very scary. I mean,
yes, I'm into it. I'm 100%. I'm that
but I
person.
think it really could happen.
Maybe. I mean,
Oh, it really easily could happen. Like,
I'll just tell
it
you,
was brilliantly written.
So I read Alone in the Universe many years ago, and that book basically changed a lot of my views on things. And the book makes the case that if a solar flare were to happen, right, or something like that would fry all of our electronics, that we would basically be unable to get to basically return to the current development of civilization that we currently have, right? Like imagine a solar flare coming and basically frying all of the basically all the microchips on the planet, right? Or basically wiping out, basically we'd have to start over, right? And I, I basically come to the position in the last few years that you can pretty much not predict the level of craziness that will happen. So, all these people who are like, oh, if when the world ends, Bitcoin's going to do really well, and obviously Bitcoin didn't do all that well. Like the currency was basically like canned goods and toilet paper during the pandemic. And again, I wanted the pandemic to be like really real. Like I wanted there to be like lots of dead people. I know this sounds terrible, and I'm not proud of it, but I was into it. Okay, like I was into like Mad Max shit. I was here for it. Okay, I had all my guns ready. I always have about 6 months worth of food at my home at any given time. Okay, like that's just like what I'm into. So, and when you reach a certain level of wealth, like why not, right? Why the hell not? So, but unfortunately, the world never ends. You know, unfortunately, you still have to pay your fucking taxes, right? Unfortunately, you still have to take out your trash. And I've sort of reached this point where I think there's lots of people out there who they just don't have a compelling vision to dedicate their lives to. So they get into weird stuff on the internet, and they get into these weird things, and then they kind of want to make them true in the real world, right? So it's kind of like when the basically I was driving when that ice storm hit, and I drove off the road, and I was staying at this hotel, and then my pipes burst. Do you remember this a few years ago in Texas where everybody lost power in the whole
Yeah.
state? And
When Ted Cruz left?
Yeah, when he went to
when Ted
Cancun.
Cruz left,
Yeah.
yeah, I was 100% into that. Okay. I drove across the state. I got trapped in the ice storm. I slid off the road. It was scary and crazy and exciting and fun. Okay. And I was
Terrible.
kind of depressed because my wife, I wasn't married anymore. My wife had basically left me. Life was not good. Okay. So I was like, oh, what's the worst that could happen? Right. So I was into it. But unfortunately, the ice thawed, people got their power back, and it didn't get full Mad Max. Now, was it fun walking around in Austin while the pipes were bursting and all this stuff was going crazy? Hell yeah, it was fun, right?
You would love hurricanes then. You
I'm
need to come
100% into
here.
hurricanes.
You would love it
100%.
because we live off of the land and nothing, no
Yeah,
electricity,
I'm
no
into it.
candles,
When I
just
was a
all
kid,
candles.
so my mother had cancer throughout my childhood, and my parents basically, my dad had a generator, right? And we had this situation, we had this blizzard happen when I was a kid in the Boston area, and we didn't have power for a week, and it was awesome. I read Roald Dahl to my father at the fireplace by candlelight, and basically I felt like that was one of, my mom was sick, we sort of made her food and everything, but that was one of the happiest times of my childhood because I basically had my dad with a generator letting people out of their garages. He and I would take it sled with him, and we'd basically shovel people out of their houses, right? And we were the most powerful people in the whole neighborhood because we had gasoline and a generator. And I remember thinking to myself, this is awesome. This is fantastic. So I'm down. I'm down for all this. But again, the problem is the snow melts and life goes back to normal. So I think civilization is way harder to kill. Our government is way harder to topple. And so the problem I always have with these people
is they're like, oh, we're gonna go take over the Capitol, and it's like, okay, and then what? Right? Like they never have like there's no like, it's always like some like perfunctory politics. And as I said to Richard the other day, like I think there's a logic of the January 6th stuff that is found in like the Flight 93 essay, this sort of like take control craziness around Republican politics, that there's a sort of like itching for a coup, for a dictatorship, for a whatever. And the problem that I always have with these people is they think they're in some kind of movie or something, right? Like oh, we're going to take over the government, we're going to take it back, and it's like, okay, and then what? Right? They have this sort of like, there's going to be like this final battle of good and evil, and like God's going to come down, and it's going to be Ragnarok, and there's going to be a showdown between the forces of good, forces of evil, and all the rest of it. And it's like, that is not how real life works. Okay? Like most of life is a slog, most of it's kind of boring. And I think the unfortunate thing is that like a lot of people want these fantasies to be real. And so in a certain sense, they sort of like, they basically create a reality around themselves that make those things possible. And I think that's what really happened on January 6th is there's a whole lot of idle people that have things way too good in this country. So they're like, yeah, why not? Let's storm the government today. Why not? Let's do it. Let's see what happens. Let's give it a whirl.
The connection of the pandemic to both the BLM protest and January 6th is something that just can't really be underestimated.
The fact they thought that the noose out in the front lawn was cool and okay and not a big deal that it was out there, knowing that they kept saying we're going to kill Mike Pence, is a little disturbing.
But see, the problem is that no one killed Mike Pence. I mean, not
I
to say that
understand
Mike
that,
Pence
but if
should
I
have
would
been
have seen a
killed.
noose there, I went to the Women's March, and if I would have seen a noose out there and
Yeah, but there was all
anybody
kinds of
saying
weird shit at the
kill
Women's
Trump,
March.
I think I'd leave. I'd get the fuck out of there because that's a little scary, no?
Well, I agree with you, right? But again, like, they built a guillotine. I mean, there's this sort of like perfunctory politics that like threatens and menaces everything. And then everybody goes home to their like boring suburban lives with their
Except we
boring.
didn't go in and try to kill somebody in the Capitol.
No, but like, the BLM riots were pretty bad, right? I mean, we can
Yeah,
admit that now.
no, not no,
But
nothing
like,
like this.
I
Nobody
don't know if
died.
I'd feel unsafe around like a QAnon boomer. That just seems like a little bit of a
I don't know.
stretch.
In a certain sense, Richard and I were talking about this earlier.
Yes and no on that
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
If
I don't know.
you're down at the Veterans of Foreign Wars bar, I'm sure a QAnon boomer is like a hilarious person to hang out with. But at the same time, like the level of like unhingedness is
The rage. They
like
were
a
so
lot
angry.
worse. Yeah,
Like if I
and
criticize
it,
like a Journey
Stupid and
song, are they
angry.
gonna
Stupid
be
and
like
angry.
sleeper cell agent
perhaps.
mode?
Yeah, perhaps. But I mean, the BLM. I mean, the BLM was a weird mixture. I mean, all of these things are mixtures.
Yes.
COVID was a mixture. It's like, on some level, all of these COVID deniers were right. Like, it's not a big deal. You're not going to die. It's like the cold. Like they were kind of right about
Yes.
80% of the time.
Yes. That's the
But
problem. The problem is they were right about
and
80%.
like
Yes.
J6, 80%. It's like, well, yeah, it got out of hand, but they were enthusiastic. That's correct, like on some level. BLM, it was a bunch of silly liberals waving their hands around and talking about slavery. That's correct, actually, on some level. It's these like mixed qualities to
The
all these
problem are
things.
But
all the
Richard, don't you
foreign.
agree that they wouldn't have? They didn't know that COVID might not kill a ton of people. I mean, just because
We
they
kind of
ended up
knew.
being
We
right
knew
doesn't
within
mean
like
that they
90
were
days
right.
of it. We knew
Huh?
pretty quickly very quickly into it.
We did? I don't think
Yeah,
so.
we did.
I
I
mean,
mean,
Really?
every one of us who are getting briefings on the. I mean, the
Well, we
adults
weren't
knew.
getting those briefings. We were
No,
getting the
I'm just
QAnon
telling you, like
briefings.
anyone who was involved in genetics, in health stuff, about
Okay,
90
that's
days
not the
in.
most of the people, though.
No, but like we were suppressed. Like when we tried to tell people about it on Facebook and elsewhere,
On
right?
Facebook, seriously?
Seriously, yes, that
You
was
might
the
as well have
thing.
just done it on Fox News.
Well, of course, I know that now. I didn't know that at the
Tucker
time.
Carlson would have had you on with Buckley. Come on.
I mean, I know the fact that I went and I called Tucker and I spoke with Tucker. Okay, I literally explained to him, "Hey, man, like this is the stuff you should know about the pandemic. Like people should go and get their genomes." Like I went full nerd to him, and he did not. He like listened to me. I was like, uh huh, uh huh, uh huh. and then he just like went and did his crazy thing. And then all these tech guys, all of whom got money from China, all of whom were obsessed on the whole China thing, they were all like, we need to lock it down. We need to lock it down. And it's like, no, we really didn't. Like, we really didn't need to do that. You know, we really
I
didn't need to
think
go through that.
I think very early on the lockdowns were completely justified. I mean, we didn't know then what we know now. So again, the whole thing is this mixed bag. Remember, Tucker reportedly went to go visit Trump and say,
Yes.
you got to take this seriously. And then, we learn a little bit about Tucker's personality from these deposition and discovery on the Fox News case, that he's just terrified once something gets polarized. And even, behind the scenes, he's terrified of offending the base. And then on screen, he's this smug, everyone in the government is just a complete idiot except us. Just this unbearable personality. So, I mean, it's
Well, I mean, his
it's just a
father was
weird
the head of
thing.
Voice of America back in the day, a former ambassador to the Seychelles. And his mother, his natural mother, basically ran away from the family because she was mentally ill. So I think of Tucker in the context of somebody who's mad as hell and he's not going to take it anymore. Like somebody who's truly kind of out there mentally and who's basically having his own psychodrama visited upon the rest of the population. That's my read on Tucker, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
And he actually strikes me as a kind of deeply unwell man. And I've seen him go crazier over the time that I've known him, over the 12 years that I've known him. Did you ever run into him, Richard, when you lived in the D.C. area?
I've briefly been near Tucker. I've never actually met him or introduced myself or anything. But yeah, I'm curious about him. To some degree, I kind of like him, to be fair. But I get everything you're saying. I certainly don't like his message, and I don't
like this
Who writes his
doomerism
script?
nonsense.
Well,
Well,
I don't know
basically
anymore.
Twitter shitlords.
I used to know.
true.
So Alex Pfeiffer and I were quite
Because I
close
swear
at
it's
one time.
some like Annan account on Twitter that does it. I swear
Well,
it reads
well,
like
he
that.
literally
No doubt.
that already came out. Like,
No,
yeah,
they had
Yeah.
that guy Blake or whatever the hell his name was fired there. But no, so Tucker had this guy. So Alex Pfeiffer was one of his guys, one of my friends, and he married this Israeli woman, or this woman who worked at the Israeli embassy. And he then basically we were no longer friends afterwards because she was like, Charles has bad views on the Jews, and it's like, okay, whatever, fine, bye. And then there was this other guy, Charlie, I forget the guy's last name, but basically a whole bunch of young white way online men write his shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's got to be. Just
Yeah.
because it sounds like
And
threads
it's
you read on Twitter.
100%.
They're desperately pandering to right-wing Twitter.
to frog
But
Twitter.
but then the audience is all like boomers that watch Tucker.
That's the weirdest
Yes.
part of it. The weirdest part of it is seeing things and ideas that I had like 5 years ago, like dressed up and boomerified,
Right.
and then
Yeah.
deployed on my father,
Yeah.
and then having my father try to talk to me about it.
Yeah.
American politics is just psyoping your Substack, Charles. It's really frustrating.
I
They should
basically
just bring
wrote, to be honest with you, I wrote the Substack for my daughter and my father. Because my father basically was like losing his shit in his retirement when my mother was like at work or doing other things. So I realized that if I didn't write things, my dad was basically just going to like go full crazy watching TV all day. And basically what ended up happening was my dad was really into he went to visit a friend of his who had a hot tub. And I was like, Dad, you should get a hot tub, right? Because I knew that he couldn't get the TV out there. And then so basically, he gets a hot tub, and he's now just in the hot tub all day, reading shit that I send him rather than watching Fox. So, it kind of worked out. But I will tell you, I have all of these boomer friends that I run into, and when you go over to a boomer's house, they always have like TVs on everywhere you
Oh yeah,
go in the house.
blaring loud because they can't hear
Yeah,
anymore.
it's the weirdest thing. Like I don't know what to say about it because I don't think I've ever owned a television. Like I don't even know. I don't really totally know how to buy one. Like if I'm honest about it, like what the
You
deal
just
is,
go
how
down
you
to
set it
Best
up.
Buy.
No, but you buy one and then it's like, but then like, do you get the
It's
Apple TV?
complicated. You have to do all
Right.
this shit to it. I
Yeah, you have to
totally
do
No,
all this
agree.
shit.
it's weird. It's like I'm here at the airport, and it's like they'll never allow you a moment's peace. There's always like
Yes,
you're never out of distance of like some television or
yes,
music, and that's like a boomer
It
thing.
is.
I've noticed
yes.
because I think millennials are more likely to like sit on the couch and binge watch House of
Mhm.
Cards for like 8 hours or some shit like that. But then the boomer, it's a different mentality. It's like the television's on in the kitchen, and so there's this like
Right, they're
low
never
murmur.
rarely actually sitting down and watching it. It's always like on while they're like doing
Yes.
other.
Yeah, and so you'll
Yeah,
hear like little half
Mhm.
sentences of like the Five or Tucker
Yep.
Carlson while you're like talking or having a conversation.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
the weirdest
weird
thing, and
thing.
they'll talk to you when you're over at their house. So I visited my godfather. He's now, I guess he's like a silent generation guy. He's like 81, and he and his sort of third wife. I went to go visit them in San Diego, and they were like watching Tucker, but they were also talking to me, and they were also drinking their wine, and it was like, what is going on here? Like I couldn't pay attention because it was sort of like shambolic, right? And when people come over to my home, it's like, I'll put on, I have a record player because I'm sort of ridiculously pretentious like that. And, if my girlfriend's over, she'll play cello. And like, everything is kind of in its proper place. But yes, any boomer home I've been in, wherever I go, irrespective of the politics of the people, by the way,
Oh yeah,
if they're liberals, it'll be
CNN or yeah.
MSNBC on,
Mhm.
yeah, or CNN maybe, or even Al Jazeera if they're pretentious, right? But it's like they love the TV.
Mhm.
The TV is like it's like their nightlight, Like I don't know how to describe it. It's very weird. And I've always wondered like does that happen to you as you get older or is it just like a thing that happens to them? I don't know. It's very
They don't want
maddening
to
to
be
me.
alone. The TV's their friend.
Hey,
Yes.
It's like that when you go
Yes.
to
I can
retirement
offer.
homes and nursing homes too, like times a million.
Yes.
Every
I
single
Well,
can
one of
I
them
offer
in their
talked to
little
an
like
explanation.
rooms has a
Els
TV
about this
blaring,
many years ago.
and you just hear like a
Many
million
years ago.
TVs blaring from like all their rooms.
Yes, many years ago, Adelson or not Adelson, Roger Ailes told me that they had this problem with Fox, and the problem with Fox was that people would fall asleep. So as the night grew on, they couldn't be as sure that people were watching their programs. So they tried to figure out different ways to like tell if the boomers, and so they varied like the sound, so they would like use the sound on the commercials, and the commercials would then like wake them up, basically. It was like a whole thing. And he was
Because
explaining this to
commercials
me.
got louder. That's
Yeah, he
why.
was
This is
explaining this to me in a very matter of fact way. This was like maybe like 8 or 9 years ago, and I
It's
started
true.
laughing because I thought it was so ridiculous. But he was like offended that I was laughing.
yeah,
It was
Yeah,
like
the
one of those
commercials would get
situations.
super, super, super loud.
Yes,
You'd have
yes.
to like
And
literally go
apparently
turn it down in between.
With Fox, apparently it's the loudest setting that they can do legally. Like there's some kind of like legal limit on how much it could be between the television show and the ads. Like by the way, if you go and watch Fox, you'll know what I'm talking about. You'll see this like it's totally you will remark upon it right away. Like you will absolutely know what I'm talking about when this
And they
happens.
have that sports lighting on their show. That's that what I
Yes.
mean. Like, look at the lighting in it. It's so obnoxious.
Yes, yes, and of course the bold colors thing.
Yeah, it's like watching
the
a sports
yeah.
ESPN, but it's
Well,
not.
Ailes told me, I've said this before, but Ailes told me that the secret of Fox is filming your high school experience, right? Megyn Kelly, the approachable cheerleader, woman type, Bill O'Reilly, the principal, Sean Hannity, the well-meaning jock.
Her lisp got on
holy
my
shit.
nerves.
I
I
never
can't. I
realized
can't
that.
listen to her
Yeah,
lisp. Drives
yeah.
me nuts.
That makes
That's
so
what he
much more
says.
sense now.
And by the way, his fear. So Ailes' big fear is that basically what would happen is the talent would run the network. That was his big fear.
Like he would always call them in, discipline them, send them off, whatever. And then when he was kicked out of the company and later died, um, by the way, I don't believe he was like sleeping with all those women. I mean, I will tell you, I don't know, but I knew him, and most hemophiliacs I've run into, they talk a lot of shit, but they don't do anything. They live like pretty staid lives because they're always worried about getting hurt. So what they do is they have a very like in-depth inner world, and then they'll have like one person. In Ailes' case, it was his wife. That basically like is their person for interacting with other people. And so I didn't see any of the weird stuff. Now, would he say comments about women that like this one should be fucked and this one should sleep with this one? Absolutely. Like he was boorish in that way, absolutely. But the whole thing of him like offering sex, all that, I don't buy any of that. Just being blunt about it. I think it was
Okay.
deliberately done by the Murdoch boys whilst their father, was out with his third wife or whatever it was, Jerry Hall or whatever her name is. But yeah, anyway,
I got a question.
yeah, go ahead.
Can I go?
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead, Lisa.
All right. So who is the base, and why is everyone afraid of them? Because the whole country is afraid of the base. That's really where we're operating around what the base is going to do. Can you explain that to me?
Oh, I think it's very simple, which is that Fox is based upon ratings,
No,
and
she's
what they
talking
were.
about the base, which is the paramilitia group that they
Yeah.
took down before anybody really could know who they were, which I kind of think was a mistake.
No,
I
I
mean, I'm
just
glad they
mean
took
I
them
just
down.
mean the base, like Trump's base. Like
Oh, I
everyone
thought you
talks
meant
about
the
the base.
base that they took
Everyone
down. That
is
was the paramilitia group. Okay.
no, everyone's afraid to say anything because of what the base is going to do. You know, from Garland to January Sixers, which are the base. But like, who is actually Trump's base? Is
Well,
it the people
I think it's
that showed
the
up on January
lumpen.
6th because people are afraid of them?
It's like the lumpen bourgeoisie is maybe the best kind of quasi-Marxist term you could use. It's a kind of a bourgeois, a middle class of bourgeoisie that lacks all consciousness and is kind of too wealthy for their own good in a way, but also potentially prone towards political violence.
Yeah, because you even in those Fox the documents for the trial, they were saying that we're going to upset the base. Like everyone's worried about the base,
Oh, I think it's
and
very
what is it
simple.
exactly they're going to do?
No, I think really it's very simple. It's they're they're not journalists, right? They are entertainers that want the attention of people. The more attention they can get, the more money they can make, right? It's not complicated, right? They're a ratings business. That's what they're about. Just being blunt about it. I mean, they obsess about ratings all day, every day. So no, I mean, I don't. I think what they're afraid of Trump, right? And they're afraid of Trump, basically, shifting the energy and anointing another TV network, and them losing their money and their power and their status. That's what they're afraid of.
But what about like if Trump got indicted or whatever, and everyone, I don't know who everyone is, but on Twitter, you hear people saying,
No, Trump
"Oh,
won't get indicted.
we're never going to put
Yeah.
up with it. Everyone's going to go crazy. You think that January 6th was something, it's like they're all going to, start a civil war if he goes to jail. Who are those people that are
Well,
going to be
I don't
there?
think those people are
Me.
real. So yeah.
I'll probably be one of those
Who's
people there,
me?
to be honest with
I
Devin?
you,
think
Lisa.
those people are
Yeah.
real. I think
Devin's
they
leading the
exist.
charge.
What would you
I
do,
don't know if I'll
Devin?
be
You?
leading the charge, but I'll be there. I support Trump 100%. I mean,
So if Trump told you to like shoot people, you do it?
shoot people?
Yeah.
Like
No.
shoot heroin?
I mean, what kind of question is that? No, I'm not going to shoot somebody if Trump tells me to
If
shoot
Trump
somebody.
told you to take up arms, would you like because it's kind of
Yeah,
basically what
he
he did
goes
on
on
January
TV.
6th.
So Trump goes on TV and Trump says, there's a state of emergency now, kind of like Erdogan in Turkey, right? And he says, my fellow Americans, I need you to, the deep state's coming to get me.
I need you to take up arms and take the state capitol.
There would have to be a lot more context for me to take the whole opportunity to take arms, but there would have to be a lot of stuff leading up to that. But if he just came on TV tomorrow and said, take up arms, this is happening, probably not.
Let's say
Probably
it's
not.
after he
No.
loses to Biden again in 2024.
It depends what the Democrats do. If they steal the election
But they're going.
again,
But that's what
then
you're gonna think. I'm just telling you right now. Joe Biden's gonna win re-election, and every Trump supporter is gonna say it's rigged, including Trump. He's
And
splitting
by the
the
way,
I mean,
same
well,
shit.
every
by the way,
election
by
is
the
rigged.
way, by the way, it
It's
may
just like,
well
when are
be.
you going to stand up to it? Like, every
Yeah.
election we've
No,
ever
so this is what I'm
had
asking you is
has been rigged.
when are you going to stand
That's
up to it?
exactly.
And who's
I don't
saying
know.
that it's rigged for Republicans always? Or for Democrats. It's rigged for Republicans where I live.
Bro.
I mean,
So
if the Republicans win, then the Democrats say it's. I mean, it's either side. They always say it's rigged.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
And maybe it
That
is
part.
rigged.
It
Maybe
is
it's
rigged
all
for
rigged
sure.
all the way down.
well, I can
And
prove
maybe
it
We
in
that's
gotta
a
my
ask
good.
Ted
state.
Cruz and
And
Lindsey
by the way,
Graham why they're still there.
and by the way, maybe it's a good thing that it's rigged.
We have a
Right.
history in
So
my
we can just
state of
like
it doing it in the middle of the
say it
night
openly
when you
now.
get killed. So I
I
can prove
mean,
it in my state.
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, the elites know what's best. To be honest, they know.
Really?
Well, yeah.
Like, you
Well,
trust Bill
which
Gates? Then are you
Elites?
under that? You used to subscribe to that theory? Is the Bill Gates knows all theory?
They
Which
know a lot more
elites,
about what's
Emily?
going on and what is
Do you
best
think
for
they have the
you.
best interest of the people, or do you think they have best interest in themselves and
But they are
I
they.
think
what
I
they're
But
think
trying
what
to do?
she's saying is
what is
right, but
best
she's
for
using the
them
wrong
kind of is
word.
what's best for us. Like, they don't want to get nuked by another
Oh.
country. That would
Do
be
you
annoying.
have you watched the last World Economic Forum meeting summit, whatever it's called, where they
No,
promote depopulation?
that's a good thing.
It's
Yeah,
a good thing.
Yes,
yeah. There was a
They
lot
want
of good
less people
ideas
on this
yes,
earth. They
that's a
want to
good thing.
depopulate the
Yes.
population by
Overpopulation
millions.
is a huge fucking problem.
That's why they gave you the vaccine, so you can get depopulated. But how is that a good thing? I
I'm
want to
not
know that from your
vaccinated
point of
though,
view.
so I don't know what's your point.
I don't know anybody who's died that's vaccinated that y'all keep talking about. I don't know. I know a lot of people who
honestly,
died that
I
didn't
don't know
honestly,
get the
like
vaccine.
I will gouge my eyes
Find
out
it's
if we have
bizarre.
another fucking vaccine conversation.
I understand, but I don't know
I will
anybody
Yeah,
literally,
it's
I
enough.
will
Who
I'm
cares?
ready.
literally,
I'm ready for it, Chuck.
I think
I
we
the
all
will,
only people I
agree on
know who
that.
died
It's almost
did not
it's
get the vaccine.
1:30
Sorry.
a.m.
I
here
will literally
in
gouge
LA.
my
I'm just
eyes
ready to
out if we
go.
have
It's
another fucking vaccine conversation.
I'm locked and loaded for this one.
I
for
know
Let's
you
go.
are. You're a fucking sadist. That's your problem. Is
No,
I'm
that
I'm
locked and
I'm
you read
loaded
hyped
about
up
too.
all these
on.
sociopaths
I'm
so that you
hyped
could
up on
study them and how you
caffeine.
could perfect your
I'm
I'm
ready to
locked and
craft.
loaded.
yell at
I'm
people in a
ready. I can
space.
have it.
Yeah, let's go.
2 hours late for a
the
vaccine.
problem the problem is that Richard and Dana agree on it, and the problem is that I mean the problem is that everybody kind of knows that COVID really wasn't that big a threat, and yet we all have to pretend that it was because that's what we're supposed to say. But we all know that it was not really it was like a 3 on the Richter scale, not like a
But I
12,
did not
13.
know that it would be a 3, and I'm glad it was a 3.
No matter what side you were on, you should have like 1,000 tweet cap on the subject, I think.
A 3. I'll
I
agree
never
with you.
tweet about
It
it.
was a 3 on the Richter scale of global catastrophes. I mean
Yeah,
that's fair enough. But
yeah.
I mean
Agreed.
we're
Agreed.
in
We
the
still should
big
be
leagues
holding
when we're even
China
talking
accountable
about
for it,
this.
though.
I don't know. I
Well,
mean,
I think the good thing about that's going to come from this is the decoupling from China. I
yeah.
mean, all the government, all of these multiple agencies are now calling out the lab
Well,
leak as
I
the
also
most
think we're going to
plausible.
get way closer to a single payer system, healthcare wise, in the future too, because of it,
Well, I
which I
have a
favor.
problem with people that love Trump so much and they are anti-vax
That is the
when he was the
stupidest
one
thing.
that.
It
Hold on,
pisses
let
me
me
off
finish.
so
Let me
much.
finish. Let me
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
finish.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, Dana. I know what
It
you're going
It
to
doesn't
makes
say.
me
really
so
And then
matter
he
angry.
though.
sent all. Can I? Okay, I can't finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
And
Go ahead. Finish.
and
Finish.
and then he sent all of our shit to all every other country to save them. Everything that would protect our doctors that would be on the front lines. That
Yeah,
is fucked
they
up.
wanted to kill a bunch of us,
That's right.
Dana.
So, but nobody believes that. But they believe that we stole an
Oh,
election
I
for
do.
Biden.
I remember.
No, I
I
know
was
you
sitting there.
do.
I was
I know
sitting
you
there
do.
watching that motherfucker.
But
Like,
all these people that still like Trump, he was going to kill you. He didn't give a fuck. or he was gonna let Jared kill you and not give a fuck.
Yeah.
It's his boomer. His
It's
inner boomer was
it's all
fighting the super
the
ego.
biggest anti-vaxxers are also the biggest Trump supporters, which doesn't make any sense. He's the one that rolled out the vaccine, and he takes credit for it.
Correct.
Proudly takes credit
It's like
for it.
the
He didn't
Israel
roll it out. He
relationship
gave
with
it to
Trump.
everybody but us.
It's the same dynamic.
Well, it was under his
The
administration, and he takes
the
full
thing
credit for
about
it.
Trump, the thing
Yeah.
about Trump
Agreed,
that's so
Emily.
annoying about him is that he is just like he has this freakish ability to get you to like forget that he's a con man.
If
And
you believe in him.
like I'm a very smart person and I find myself like emotionally tied to
Oh, me
Trump
too.
and I don't understand it. Like it makes me very uncomfortable. like I know
I'm
that
in
he's
the
a
same
liar.
position.
I know that he's a fraud, and I know that like I will somehow figure out a way to excuse him because I think he's actually the greatest ally I could have against DeSantis, who I'm genuinely afraid of. You
Why?
know, like
Great.
Why are you afraid of DeSantis?
because
Because
I
he's
know
evil.
DeSantis.
Well, what's
You know,
scary about him though?
he's like pure Manchurian candidate.
Yeah, he's fat.
Well,
For who?
Fat.
Trump.
he is super disciplined and
Oh,
super unrelenting at whatever he wants to set out and achieve in
that's
life.
a good thing though.
And
He's
what's that?
cut off from his
Everything
emotions.
is
He's
not
completely
everything
cut off
Trump
from
is
his emotions. He's a
I just read.
psychopath.
scared.
I've met a number of people who've been abused. Like I've met them, and like he clearly was sexually abused as a kid, probably
Wait,
playing
what?
baseball. No, seriously,
I
I'm
would
not
worry
kidding.
about his children.
Yo,
I've heard
real?
that baseball theory a lot of times.
The baseball thing is real. Like I've talked to people who were on that team with him, and they're like, "Yeah, he got like fondled by the coach or whatever."
What?
Yeah,
That's
I'm
yeah.
not
terrible.
worried about his
And then
kids.
DeSantis,
his
bros.
best friend, okay, the dude who was his landlord, like who was like he called him his bestie, okay, shoots himself in the head, and everyone's like da 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 da. Like no one says shit about that, okay? Like that's not a conspiracy theorist. You can look that up. Kent Sturman's the
They
dude's
don't
name.
care if Russians gave him money. They don't care that Lev Parnas was there to help
People don't
steal
give a
everything. They
shit.
don't.
The thing that scares me is that Trump was incompetent. Okay, I kind of like that about him
Completely.
because I actually kind of felt like Trump was the kind of guy like it's like my drunk alcoholic uncle becomes president
Yes, uncle.
and like has to make it work and it's like kind of funny, right?
Your
Like
drunk,
that's
perverted uncle.
yeah, it's
Yes.
like it's entertaining and it's also made me very proud of the country that like we could survive basically like having a fucked up president and like everything was like kind of okay, I'm kind of like it's kind of like how I feel about Biden where like people are like, "Oh, he's senile." And I'm like, "Yeah, the country seems to be working. So like maybe we should have more senile presidents,
I,
like so I'm kind of this view.
he's not senile.
He's not, but obviously that's not true, right? But anyway, so my point though with Trump is that like Trump was kind of like he was too fucked up to be like effective as a
Well,
dictator.
he just didn't
You
want to.
know,
He didn't care.
this is the thing. This is the thing. He wanted
Boomer.
to sit at home. He wanted
He
to
just
sit
wanted to tweet.
upstairs,
He just wanted to tweet
eating Big Macs, drinking Diet Coke, and bitching at the
and
TV.
tweeting.
And like,
Perfect.
and I can
He did
relate
not
to
drink
all of.
Diet Coke. He
I
did
can.
not drink Diet Coke.
He did though. He
He
did.
did.
Yes,
Bullshit. He
yes.
drank
I used
real
to work
Coke.
for him, and I
He
know him, and I
liked
can tell
Coca
you
Cola. He
everything
does not like
about
diet.
him.
Nothing.
Listen,
Nothing was
I
diet
know
about that
people
man.
like him.
Every
Okay,
fatty has a Diet Coke in their
I
hand.
know fatties
I've
like
never.
him.
I
I
can't drink
know
diet
fatties
anymore.
like him who love their soda, love their McDonald's, love their TV.
How
Okay,
is he
I
alive?
know those people.
How is he
Okay,
They're gonna
alive?
crawl.
because he has some sort of like he has some sort of weird deal with his own genetics. I run into these people. I know these people. They are in my
His
family.
tour,
Okay,
his touring schedule was very impressive for
And
how
but yeah,
obvious
he's clearly on some kind
cocaine.
of he's clearly on some kind of drugs
He's
because
gotta
Robin
Cocaine.
be.
Jackson was his doctor. Whatever, fine. I'm not even talking about that. Okay, my point is like I know DeSantis too. Okay, and that motherfucker is one of the hardest working people I know. And he's like, fascism. Should we give it a try? What
Oh,
do you think?
And
That's
he's
like,
owned by Netanyahu.
oh, he's owned by everyone. Okay, he's that guy. He's that guy that wakes up one day and decides, like age 5, he should be president, and then sets in motion his entire life to make
you're
that
making a
happen.
very strong argument for him right now.
No, no. I mean, this is the thing
Okay,
about
actually,
him,
I like
right?
DeSantis.
Like,
Oh no, you should not like him. I know
Well,
him.
what
Like
he's
I'm just
saying
telling
kind of
you,
sounds
he
pretty
is.
based. I'm sorry. To...
No. This is
Well,
the
everything I see on Twitter is
sociopath
like,
made
oh, he's just a
president.
whiny little, nobody. He couldn't hold a candle to Trump.
No, I'm just telling you.
He's lame.
He's
Yeah.
so manipulated. He so effortlessly manipulated me and Matt Gaetz to make him governor. Okay, because he couldn't get Trump's support, and Matt he basically was like, Matt, you can run my transition, and of course
He
that meant
couldn't
that
get anybody's
he
support.
couldn't
It
get
was Matt.
anyone's
That's
support,
right.
and Matt went
Oh,
and basically delivered the rednecks. Okay, and I was with Matt, okay? I remember this distinctly, where Matt said, hey, you should be the next senator of Florida, right? Because they were going to go find a job for Marco Rubio because his wife, who's making like $600,000 as a hairdresser working for Norman Brayman, right? Rubio was going to like retire or some shit, get some fake
I remember
job.
that.
And then Matt was going to get appointed to the US Senate. And Matt said to him, no, like, I don't really want to be a senator. I don't want to owe you anything. And he said, that was basically what was going on there. And so then what happens is like a month rolls by, and then all this crazy shit comes out about Matt and women and all the rest of it. And I just remember thinking, like, this motherfucker DeSantis knew something was coming. Like he set a trap for us, you know? And I frankly like am frightened by him. Like I've seen him, I've interacted with him, and the guy, he's like, he really is this ambitious. And the thing that's even scarier to me is that he fears only one person on the planet, his
I was just gonna
wife.
say his wife. Yeah.
Yeah. And like that's even
Okay,
scarier
a
to me. Like
funny story I heard.
I don't have a playbook for that. Like
Why does
as
he
men,
fear his wife? Please explain that to me. I
this is
don't
the
get it.
question, right? Like, what is going on there? Like,
Does
I've
she
met
have
people
stuff
like
on him, you
Trump.
think?
Who knows? I've met people like Trump my entire life. They make perfect sense to me. Okay. Like, he's fine. Like, I get him. Okay.
I
DeSantis,
know what you're saying. Yes,
I don't have a playbook for this dude. That's what
exactly.
freaks me out about it.
If we accept that Trump is a kind of malignant narcissist type,
100%.
what kind of personality type is DeSantis? Because there is a lack of affect. There's a flat affect is one thing
True.
that I do notice.
Damon.
He gets very annoyed. It's like
666.
his only emotion seems to be annoyance.
Copying people.
No,
Would you
what it
would you
is.
draw
So
any Oswald Mosley?
I ran into this once before in my life. Okay. And he was a guy that I knew, and he was top of his class in everything he did. Okay. Super into like working out, getting super fit. Everything he did was perfect. Okay. And what ended up happening is he snapped one day, and I think like either nearly shot his wife or there was like some sort of issue with his wife. Okay. And I think that is the same thing going on with DeSantis. There is something about this guy where he is wound so tight, and you just know that like he will crack. And Kent
There are
Sturman.
these types of people. Like I went down this rabbit hole one time on the Chris Watts case.
Yeah.
Some people who know me, I've talked about it. It's deeply disturbing, horrifying, but kind of fascinating from a psychological level, because Chris Watts ended up murdering his family.
His children,
basically,
as they cried, they're like, "Daddy, no, don't do it." And he smothered them with a blanket.
Oh yeah, let's actually not add details to this.
Well, it's
matter,
horrible.
I know, but seriously, Emily, let's not add the details. So he ends up committing maybe like the worst crime imaginable. But he's a law-abiding citizen. I mean, he was in debt. He had this mistress, and he was kind of obsessed with himself, working out all the time for this mistress. And his wife was just as narcissistic as he was. Well, I mean, not nearly as murderous, but it was just a very weird person. But what's fascinating about it is that flat affect. The guy was just totally boring, a complete dork. He had nothing really interesting going for him. He was fairly successful. And then when he's like age 40, he just becomes a psychopathic
He
murderer.
lost a bunch of weight too,
And
and got
it
into
is like, what is
working
that?
out.
Is that like
The
the
what?
Tom Cruise personality?
Sounds like steroids.
No,
Well,
I
no,
will tell you on
Tom
DeSantis. I will
Cruise is
tell
a bit
you.
of a psycho, but I don't think Tom Cruise has, at least to my knowledge, murdered anyone. He's kind of like channeled whatever kind of psycho energy he has into being a crazy action movie star. But there are, most of the people who are sociopathic or psychopathic aren't criminals. I mean, this is the kind of like horrifying aspect of it all. They're around you. They are boring. They are just staring at you with dead eyes, when they're
I
being your
will tell
waiter
you a
or some shit like that.
DeSantis story that has creeped me out and that still horrifies me, and why I will do everything in my power to defeat him.
I
Okay?
want to hear this.
So I first met him. He was introduced to me many years ago now, before he was running for Congress. And he was introduced to me by this big, like, basically pro Israel Florida person. Okay. And they're like, this is going to be our guy. This was like back when they thought I was like with Dershowitz, and like before I kind of woke up on a number of these issues. I met him, and he's very shifty eyed. Like, he shakes your hand and he kind of looks past you. It's very weird. Like, he doesn't really look you right in the eye. Like, he just can't really do it. It's like hard for him. It's like, all right, this is a little shifty, but okay, whatever, fine. Maybe he's shy, whatever. So I sort of, was like, oh, nice to meet you, whatever. He gets into Congress. He gets elected. He like wrote some book or something. I still have a copy of his book like around here or something. And it's basically like, it's like kind of like the neocon, type, it's like, I think this was like, he came in maybe like 2010, 2012 or something like that. Anyway, I then see him later, and I'm reintroduced to him by Amanda Milius in the Trump Hotel in this sort of like ballroom area. And he's just been on a panel about moving the embassy to Jerusalem. And he goes on and on and on about how wonderful Israel is and how great it is and how we need to move the embassy. And I just looked at him and I was like, I couldn't like tell like what was going on. So I just sort of asked him like, oh, like you're very, very pro-Israel, aren't you, Ron? And I was like, kind of like, why is that? Trying to probe, like, did you live over there? Like, what's the situation? And he just looks at me and he says, the world is way better when they run things. And I will never forget that. Like, that is like one of the creepiest things, just like kind of like he was just describing like gravity or something. You know what I mean? It was very weird. So he wanted my help getting money for his campaign for governor. And I was like, well, I think it's going to be Putnam, but whatever, like I'll happily. So he's like courting me because he saw me as like the entry point to like Peter Thiel money or whatever. And I had met Matt Gaetz, who basically I sort of knew who Matt Gaetz was, but we weren't like super close or whatever. But I'd met him, and Gaetz's father was like sick or something, so he gave me his ticket to the State of the Union on behalf of Ron DeSantis. Matt was trying to help Ron, and so I was invited to the State of the Union. I'd never been to the State of the Union. My wife at the time was like talking about divorcing me. And she was like, oh, you never do anything social. So I was like, fuck it, I'll go to the State of the Union. And of course, like, it became a whole shit show. And I was, of course, quote unquote, outed as a Holocaust denier. It was like a whole crazy situation. If you Google me, State of the Union, you'll see some of this stuff. It was like next level nuts. And then, of course, all these people came to my defense. Other people attacked me. It was just nuts. Ron DeSantis basically apparently calls Matt Gaetz freaking out and is like, you can't tell anyone that I told you to give him a ticket. You can't, whatever. Matt calls me up and Matt says, we're going to hold this one. We're not going to talk about this. And I was like, all right, yeah, sure. Like, I agree. Like, fine. I'll give you this favor, Matt. You've been nice to me. I was like, if you go condemn me, Matt, like, you and I will not be friends. We are not, you do what you got to do. But like, if you condemn me, just know that like my network of people, such as they are, like, you're fucked. You're done. And he's like, oh, I'm not going to condemn you. Like, I think it's like, whatever. I don't care. And I was like, okay, cool. So like that became sort of the basis of Matt's and my friendship. So years passed, whatever. DeSantis gets elected, becomes governor, and I get invited to see him when he's governor, right? So I go, it's sort of like interesting. I don't really give a shit about Florida politics, but I meet him and he acts as if we've never met before. We've never spoken. Nothing has, and like, I know this isn't true. Like, I have dozens of text messages with him, right, from before but he acts like he's never seen me before. He has no idea who I am. And it was just extremely weird. It was like he had been like mind wiped or something. It was like one of those situations. And I know that he knows who I am because later he was telling somebody who let Charles Johnson into this, and he was like freaking out about it. So he basically acted the whole time as if he didn't know me, and because he was like so carefully studied that there'd be no reaction to me being there. It was very weird. And then this is like around the time that I met Kent Sturman, who was like his fixer guy, his like best friend, his landlord, right? And Kent Sturman ran this business, basically like moving soldiers around. It was like kind of like a moving service for the military, and there was all these complaints with it, which I've since learned about. But he was basically like, he just kind of gave me the read of like not a business person. Like you meet somebody, you're like, oh, is he a political person or whatever? It's like, no, he's like Ron's friend, or and he's like, but like he hadn't been his friend all that long, and it was like very unclear how he knew him. And I come to learn that like he's actually Ron's controller. And then I learned like, oh, he shot himself in the head. We sort of learned about this lately. But there's like a string of these people who have like had bad things happen to them, who've like posted up against Ron DeSantis over the years. There's all these people. Like there was some guy running for the Democratic primary who was like seen as like the most likely competitor to him, and he like dies in a car accident, right? There's obviously, we know what happened to Andrew Gillum, right? That's sort of like known now. But like, I don't know, he creeps me out on a level that I've not been creeped out before. And I just know that like years from now, if I don't do anything to help stop him, that like, I mean, it's kind of like,
Who owns him, Charles?
that's just
Israel.
the thing about him, is that they all own him. They
I
all
know,
have
but
claims on him.
somebody's got to have the number one.
No, here's the thing, is that if everyone thinks they own you, everyone will work to help elect you. Right? That's what makes it even scarier. Like, there's no Jew I could go like cut a deal with. Okay, there's no like, like he is so like Machiavellian that
I
like
want to know
So
I
basically,
think that everybody's so focused on that Iranian guy that his wife flew on that
people
plane that
people
she wasn't
say,
supposed
listen,
to.
I know I've talked to donors who are like, oh, I own him, I control him, I whatever, and then like 6 months later they're like, fuck that guy, like he screwed me out, and then he'll then like work his way back into their good graces or whatever. Like he is such like
so
a ruthless
you're saying
sociopathic.
he's like the Republican Hillary Clinton.
Yes, but better, but more
See, you're just
capable.
making me like him more, Charles. You have to stop.
Oh no, I mean, you can like him just for like raw. I mean, he gives a Nixonian vibe to me,
Why
right?
would you want somebody that would like literally kill you to be in charge of you? I don't
Because
get
that's kind
that.
of hot.
I
Yeah,
listen.
How is that
because she's
hot?
into
Are
I
you
that.
scared of
admire
She's
shit?
Hillary Clinton
You know what? Then
because she's so ruthless.
y'all want Hitler?
yeah. I mean, this is how you get Hitler. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is how it happens.
I think Hillary is. I kind of understand Emily's sentiment here. She's almost pulling a Spencer, where she's kind of like leaning into people's like
I'm
ruthless
not a
I
evil
Hillary
like it.
qualities.
I
person.
like it.
No, I get it.
How old
We live in
are
a
you,
world
Emily?
where our
How old are
politicians
you?
are so incompetent.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay, so yeah, so you and I are like roughly. I'm 34. So like, yes, there's something very disturbingly nice about having a politician in your life that's competent, that is like presumably on your side,
Exactly.
right? Like,
Exactly.
right? But this is the thing, like he will harvest your organs with a rusty knife
In
and
5
sell it on the black
seconds. In
market
5
in 5
seconds.
seconds, and like, and then laugh about you for being like, hey, what are you
He
doing to my
won't laugh because he
organs?
can't laugh. He'll just
No, he'll
look at
laugh.
you like I did it.
Yes, I mean he is really that like, you know,
Like, for all of Joe
He's
Biden's
dead
faults,
inside. He's dead
yes,
inside.
yes. And like, I just know in politics, I've run into a few people like this, but
I was gonna
very
say,
few.
I was gonna say that he can't be an outlier because politics draws those kind of people to it.
No, no. There are three types of politicians, okay? The first are the ones who need the job, which is the overwhelming majority of them. The second are the ideologues, okay? They knew what they wanted age,
Hmm.
they knew what they wanted like age 14, and they're just going to enforce their will on the world, okay? Then the third type are the trophy seekers. I was the head of Bain Capital. I should be president of the United States.
But there's got to be
Okay?
a lot of
There's that.
power-hungry psychopaths that are drawn to politics.
Yes, but the power hungry psychopaths are usually not that good.
Mhm.
Okay, they usually get detected, they get thwarted, things happen to them.
Like Trump.
Okay, like well,
He's
no,
not
Trump is just a
exactly
malignant narcissist,
right.
right? He's not what I'm talking about here. But maybe the best example I could think of is like maybe an Anthony Weiner or an Aaron Schock, right? They have some sort of scandal that befalls them, right? And they have some sort of like weird thing that you finally see and you're like, oh, I get it, you're a sex addict, or I get it, you're like a closeted gay guy who's like deeply repressed, right? With DeSantis, it's just like raw execution of power and his will. And
He's like Putin to me. He reminds me of
100%.
Putin.
Yeah, me too.
Same exact dead
Me too.
person, everything about him.
I'm straight up afraid to go to Florida while he's there because I've been
So am
told,
I. My sister
I
lives
mean,
there and I
like,
won't go visit.
100%, like, and I know he knows who I am, and I know that like he would figure out an accident for me in Florida, like 100%,
Easy to do on the toll bridges, every bit of it.
100%.
All of it.
Has
Like
anyone seen the
literally,
video of Laura Loomer at his she's protesting with Trump
I
signs
did.
outside of one of his
I did.
book
look, Laura
and
Loomer,
he said the police.
Richard and I know Laura. Laura is my friend. Okay, so like I want to be
Laura's
clear with this.
based.
I've known
She's
Laura a
awesome.
long
No, I'm
time.
not. I'm not
It,
saying anything bad about her. I'm saying DeSantis sent a cop out to her and her friends that are protesting,
yeah,
for
the
Trump,
fact that
and asked
the,
them to
Oh,
leave.
good.
the
Big.
Like
fact
that's
that
how.
Laura
DeSantis.
Loomer is still breathing is a tell to me that DeSantis has not reached the height of his power. But he will. Okay, when Laura dies in some suspicious thing over the next like 4 to 5 years, you will know it's because DeSantis did it to her.
All right, I
So
have a
this
question.
this isn't even in
He
final
was at a
form yet.
books he was
This
at a
isn't even the
books
final form yet. No.
he was at a Books a Million where they were doing this today or whatever with Laura. And what's weird is Matt has a connection to Books a Million also. So is that, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
No, that's a bit much. Books a Million is just a bookstore.
I know, but there was something that he was doing there a long time ago. I'll have to go back and think about this. I'll think about it.
Well, there was, I saw the video too. There was like a police officer that came out and said, we don't want the people with Trump signs here or so on.
And he said he was a Trump supporter.
Yeah. I mean, look, I was with Laura, and I was with Laura when we both learned that DeSantis' sister had been killed by the mob, that it was like a mob hit. And Laura was like, we need to go take him on. We need to go after him. And I was like, no, Laura, like, we need to stay the fuck away from this guy. Like, he's dangerous. And, like, you could see, like, why that kind of personality type would be interested in being a torturer at Gitmo, right? Like, you can understand.
If this is all true about
like,
him, why do people like Jeb Bush support him? And like all these neocons?
Jeb Bush sees him as a weapon for humiliating Trump after what Trump did to him.
So you're all the neocons that like him, that's basically why? It's just because he's not Trump, basically.
Well, they're drawn to power, and Trump didn't give them any attention.
Mm-hmm.
Well, George P. was for Trump, and Trump gave him
because George P. had to recognize the reality of immigration. And George P., of the bunch of the Bushes that I've run into over the years, George P. is actually like the nicest one of them, which is why he never really stood a chance at going further in politics.
Yeah, but he's got some stalker issues himself from high school, college,
I don't
and
know.
weird shit like that
It's
too.
complicated. I mean, because I'm told that a lot of that stuff about the girlfriend was overstated as a way of like causing trouble and grief to the family. I don't know. I've met George P. One of my business partners, is very close to him and friendly with him. I frankly don't like the Bushes anymore. I
I
felt that
can't
George Herbert Walker
stand
Bush
him.
was the last really cool one. Um, but yeah, I mean, look, what they're trying to do with DeSantis is they see a chance to have real power. And um, this is what they want their way back in. He's their ticket back in. Now, of course, Joe Biden will win re-election because Joe Biden is the guy. He's the man of the moment. Whether people like that or not, that's their choice. But it's so obviously the case that he's going to win re-election because people don't want to live in Florida, right? Not everyone wants to live there. There's the DeSantis model of the world is not interesting. Fighting over Disney, fighting over the new college, all this these weirdos who are attracted to DeSantis.
He's going to run out of money for all the insurance of those houses.
I mean,
in Florida, politics is just the gutter. It's the worst, absolute worst
Shit.
state.
No,
It sucks. Everybody there
no,
sucks,
it's
and
a
they should
prison
just
colony.
start.
I mean, the best thing about Florida is all the crazy people in the rest of the country move there, so the rest of us can be somewhat spared from them. So yeah, I mean, Florida is an insane asylum. It shouldn't we should wall it off, and saw it off, No, I'm not a fan. It's a scary place too. There's a lot of weird stuff there. There's a lot of weird criminal behavior there too.
It is a very weird state. I actually went to Disney World about a year ago, and just obviously family thing, and it was good old time. It is a very weird place. This
The realest
massive
the realest
amount of
place the realest place in all of Florida is Disney World.
I love it.
yeah,
that
exactly.
is so
It's
fucking
the
true.
most authentic place.
Yes.
It's this massive amount of retirees, which is the kind of the villages is the kind of basis of Republican support there. And then just cities like Orlando, we actually went there to do some Christmas shopping. It's just like a post-industrial, postmodern wasteland.
It's
I mean,
gross.
not to be totally rude. I'm sure many of them are good people, but it's just kind of the
Gross.
notion of Florida works and Tucker Carlson called Florida the free state or whatever. It's just are you fucking kidding me? Yeah.
It's frightening,
It's pedophile central.
I think what it is that every so often there is a place that attracts the worst elements of a population, and Florida is that thing for us.
I think California. I
100%.
think it's California.
No, California is too
nowhere
expensive now.
close.
Is Florida a Hearst Castle right now?
Florida doesn't have a Hearst Castle because a Hearst Castle would require a level of taste and attention to detail,
True,
and that is
true.
not possible in Florida.
Totally
Okay.
agree.
Yeah.
I think Texas is
Too
Except
The
different.
thing
where,
about
hold on,
California
except
is
where
that
Matt and my
California
sister
is
live.
where you can go if you're genuinely nuts and rich and eccentric, and you can live a good life, and people will leave you alone.
But
Okay.
hold on, where Matt lives and my sister lives, the Panhandle, it's beautiful. That is
Yeah,
beautiful
great.
homes. They're not
But they're all
tacky like the
crazy.
rest of them.
They're all
Yeah,
crazy.
they are. They are. I'll give you that.
I don't know a single person in Florida that I would allow to watch my fish. Okay. And I'm friends with everybody in that state. I'm friends with some of the wealthiest, most powerful, connected people in Florida, and I'm afraid to go there. Okay.
You should.
It is so fucked up on so many dimensions that it's hard to know where to begin on it. Right. And when I was
How
I was
about
in Miami.
Clearwater?
I mean, Clearwater is
Fuck them.
Scientology Central.
Scientologists, strippers. The fact that Anna Paulina Luna is a member of Congress from Florida tells you everything you need to know about Florida. Literally, this woman's running around telling everyone she's a Jewess, and like her grandfather was an actual Nazi, like a Wehrmacht, officer, right? Like that just tells you everything you need to know. Like everyone in Florida is fake, and everyone in California is fake, but some of them are smart. There are no smart people in Florida. Okay, they're just
California's original, though, at least.
yes.
Florida's
California is
not.
so beautiful. It's so beautiful there.
So
The
I
true.
like
mountains.
California too. I
It's
like California too.
gorgeous. Yeah,
But we
it's a
do have
beautiful
the
state.
prettiest
Florida's
beaches down here, I'll have to say. So that sucks that they've
yeah,
taken
that's true.
control over that.
I will also tell you the thing that I've learned about Florida is that it's a mob state and they're all at war with each other. So basically, the whole time, there's like a never ending gang war going on for everything, for resources, for housing, for politics. It's no faction is powerful enough to enforce its will. That's the thing about it. And the thing about Florida is because we hate our old people so much that we ship them there to that godforsaken wasteland, putting them in God's waiting country, waiting room. Because we hate them so much, there's so much money constantly coming in because all these old people get their pensions, they get their, some of them are double dippers, right? They retire down there and then they become cops down there.
You
So
were
there's,
warned with Miami Vice, Scarface, and the
yeah,
Golden
we're not even
Girls.
talking about Miami. Like I
Even the
could,
Golden Girls. They all warned you.
True,
yes.
true.
We're not even talking about, and the thing about Miami, the thing about Florida, the reason Florida is fucked up is that there's like increasing numbers of hurricanes there, and people choose to live there. Okay, like they're like, oh yeah, it's not going to get me, and it always gets them. And then there's
Oh, we
always like
know it
some
gets
sort of
us. We know it gets us.
yeah. I mean, Alabamans like kind of know it, but Floridians, there's always this picture of some 76-year-old retiree who's like who like moved down there from Indiana and he's like, down there and he's like
No,
doing his
from
thing.
Michigan. Michigan.
What's yeah, from Michigan or whatever, right? Some Midwestern place where he
Yes.
was like a functioning member of society, but then he got old and his kids didn't want to deal with him anymore and they shipped him to Florida. And then the hurricane came and just took everything from him. And everyone just sticks a microphone in his face and is like, how are you going to rebuild? How are you going to? It's like, he's 76 years old. He's going to die. Like, this is what's going to happen. Okay. Like, and you're basically like watching an old person like cry about their home or whatever. And you know that that guy's dead in a year or two max, you know? And that's the state. That's
Did
how
you
it works.
see
Oh, and then
just a few days ago an 85-year-old woman in a retirement home in Florida was killed by an alligator?
Happens all the time.
She's
Probably wasn't
yeah.
85
a
years old.
snake.
Like imagine being 85 years old, retiring, and you think like I'm just gonna, die of old age in a few years in my nice home here on the ocean, and then you get killed by an alligator.
She's lucky it wasn't an anaconda. They have
So
tons
so
of them
I
there.
stayed I stayed at a friend of mine, a business partners of mine, home in Miami, which is like a $25 million home. Okay, it's like a home straight out of Miami Vice. Okay, it's like if you DM me, I'll send you pictures of it. It was insane. Okay, and I think he's since sold the home, so I'm comfortable talking about it. And we're
That's
there,
cheap
I'm there.
now.
What's that?
25 million's cheap now.
Well, when I looked it up, it was like 6 years ago when he bought it. Whatever, fine.
Okay,
So
because
who the
they're
fuck
going up
knows?
now.
Who the
Yes.
fuck knows how expensive it is? Okay, but beautiful, lovely place. I'm there with my girlfriend. We're having a good time, right? And there's this guy who shows up at the door who acts like he's a buyer of the home, and he's a black guy in tennis shoes, basically casing the place, wanting to ask about it. Oh, can you rent this on Airbnb? Like all this nonsense, right? And I explained to my girlfriend basically that like you need to understand that everyone in Florida and everyone especially in Miami is a criminal. And you'll be much happier if you just assume like this person's a criminal, that person's a criminal. That person over there is a criminal. Everyone's a presumed criminal. Okay? It's like the opposite of presumed innocent. That's the whole state. Okay? So then when they do criminal stuff, you're almost kind of like, oh, you're like the thing about Florida is everyone's a criminal. Even the nice people are criminals. You just don't know how they're criminal yet. And so the whole time we're there, we're chilling, whatever. And there's this giant fucking iguana that runs across like where we're swimming in the backyard in the pool. And she's like, what the fuck is that? Is that a dinosaur? Right? I'm like, no, it's not a dinosaur. I don't know what it is.
It's a
like, I'll go
pet.
check. And I didn't know. Like, I kind of knew iguanas existed. I hadn't seen one like up close and personal in a long time. Like I went to Key West, they like stole my chicken tenders, whatever, fine. But I see this giant iguana, and it's just like, it's massive, it's sunning itself, it's like hissing at me. And I'm like, fuck this. We don't need to be in the pool. Like, we need to get out of here. And we go to the beach where we watch some people go swimming, and then some other people come in and just steal all their wallet and all their stuff they left behind. And it's like, that's Florida right there. Everything gets stolen at all times. And people are like, oh, DeSantis has done all this stuff. And it's like, no, you're criminals too. You're just criminals who moved there with your criminal money that you took with you. And you're enjoying being in a criminal paradise. And this is what's going on. And that's basically the whole state right there.
You're basically describing California too. All that can be said for
No,
California.
No.
California
Totally
has
different.
California has
elements.
tons of crime.
Where?
But it's
LA,
cool.
San Francisco.
Yeah,
Well,
all right,
yeah,
LA,
sure.
fine.
You can go to Northern California and it's waspy as hell.
Gorgeous.
It's
True.
You can go to Santa
European.
Barbara. You can go to San Diego,
Carmel.
to Coronado. Okay. Now, if you go 20 miles inland, you're in
Santa
Mexico, and that's
Monica,
fine.
Santa Barbara.
Also, let me suggest this as well, and I'm gonna once again almost like sound like a liberal saying this stuff, but I'm leaning into this Ron DeSantis is a dangerous sociopath theory. It's interesting to look at what he does by like picking up on right-wing memes and kind of the momentary fixation of conservatives. So in 2020, they all believed that the election was stolen and we need to do something about election integrity. And, we all know this. He did this bizarre campaign where he was arresting people who voted illegally, but did so in completely good faith. And so it's like someone
After
who
he released them and said they could.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't even know some of these situations. And, look, you steal a car, you go to jail, and then like 8 years later, you're voting. I mean, come on. I mean, this is just, it's sadistic. And there were, as many liberals pointed out, they were overrepresented. Blacks were overrepresented when he did this. Now, you could say they're overrepresented in crime, okay, but it was this like weird thing where he like picked out a conservative meme of the moment and then tried to solve the problem. So he was kind of having his cake and eating it too. He didn't claim that the election was stolen because that's going a little too far, but he wanted to play to the base. But he did it in this like personal, petty, utterly useless way. It's like, what have you done? You've arrested like 80 people who voted incorrectly in good faith. It's the kind of thing you don't prosecute, and that's what he does. That's how he thinks and operates. It's just really bizarre. Even going after Disney is kind of bizarre. It's like,
well, the Disney thing is how I know he's like a genuine fascist, because Disney World is like one of those things that like belongs to America, right? That's like fucking with Mount Rushmore or something, And here he was basically shaking it down on behalf of his donors, just creating volatility around it. And of course, they wanted to buy up the stock. They wanted to take it over. They wanted to like force this person out, bring this guy in. And it's just like, you're the governor of the state. Like, what are you doing?
Didn't Rupert Murdoch have something to do with this?
Of course. Rupert Murdoch is a
Fox
huge
News?
DeSantis fan.
Yeah, but he had something to do with the
Yes. I mean, we haven't even talked about, Francisco or whatever it is, Mayor Francis Suarez, whose father was an actually stole that election. I mean, there's so much criminality around, the whole, Suarez thing, the whole Cuban mafia stuff, all the rest of it. It's disturbing. Like that whole state, everywhere you go in the state, are criminals. I mean, I knew Joel Greenberg. I've talked about him before. The one who's like serving, I think, like 12 years in prison. This guy would like take you out to eat. He'd like act like he was your buddy, and then he would propose a series of felonies that he would like you to commit with him. And you were just like, what? Like I thought we were friends, man. I thought we were just having like, chicken nuggets or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, I thought we were having Cuban sandwiches. And then you realize like, oh, he's like on a crime spree. And then you're like, wait, he's the tax collector of this county. And then you're like, oh, fuck me. If the criminals are being elected, tax collector, like what is going on in this state? And like that's what was up. That's who these people are. And
And Marco
everyone,
Rubio's brother was a drug dealer, worked for the
yep,
cartel.
yep, yep, yep.
Nobody gave
And
a shit.
didn't Jeffrey Epstein, like, didn't he get arrested a long time ago and he got like, I don't know, 6 months and he got to go to work and everything? They got some real sweet deal and they kind of brushed it under the rug. So they should
Oh
have
yeah, in
got him
Palm
back
Beach.
then, is what I'm saying.
Well,
Yeah,
the
in
question
Palm
is,
Beach. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, there's sort of like a lot of questions about that because the guy who did that ran away to Russia, right? So it's like, what's that whole story about?
His bodyguard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other thing too is you just like you wander around there and there's like all these people. No one in the whole fucking place works. Nobody has like a real job in the whole place. Nobody, not anyone. Hardworking in Florida do not go together unless you're the governor and you're a fascist.
You can't.
So,
He's Italian, though. What did you expect?
well, I
Sure.
don't believe that we should allow. Like, it is the duty
It
of
just
every
runs in his
WASP.
blood. He can't help it.
Oh, I understand this, okay, but like, it is the duty of every WASP to say, no, no further. You have gone to the limit. This is it. You're done. And it's our obligation, really. I mean, frankly, like, it's offensive that it even got this far. I mean, I suppose you could pretend that Florida is a part of America, but like this far, no further is kind of my attitude with DeSantis.
Well, Rick
Apparently,
Scott was
you
evil
probably
too.
know this already, Charles, but I heard in a space the other day that the whole reason DeSantis won in 2018 was because in the primary, Matt Gaetz was like begging Trump to endorse DeSantis, and he's just like, "Why should I do that?"
Oh yeah,
And he
I
showed him a
remember this
picture.
quite well.
He's like, "Because this is his wife, and this is his opponent's wife, who's hotter." And he was like, "Casey DeSantis," and then he's like, "Yeah, I'll endorse DeSantis." So it's all because Trump thought Casey DeSantis is hot that DeSantis is governor of Florida.
That's a good criteria, though.
No, it's more like the fact that
Y'all need glasses.
the fact that Matt Gaetz and I understood that like Trump would endorse DeSantis and we would control DeSantis's transition. What we did not anticipate is that DeSantis would hunt us for sport.
Why
Like
did
I didn't have
why
that
did Gates want
on my bingo card
DeSantis?
because Matt wanted to run the Florida transition for the governor, and Matt was made the head of the chair of his governorship.
DeSantis' entire body shape is just creepy scary. I
So
mean,
true.
the barrel chested,
Kind of
It-
And he
similar to
wears
Trump.
cowboy
heels to top it off.
boots. Yeah, the cowboy boots.
yeah,
Yeah,
Trump too.
all cowboy boots have heels.
When I saw that picture of his wife and his kids at the inauguration, that was some Hunger Games shit. Like I saw that and I was like,
100%.
oh my god! Like I didn't think it was real. I thought it was Photoshop the first time I saw it. Creeps me out. The whole family.
Post that picture that you're referring to.
Well, my favorite photo is the one where Joe Biden is going and hugging that redneck who's wearing the shirt that says "cracker." And have you seen that photo? Oh my
This
god!
is the ultimate photo. This is the only photo that needs to be posted for
This is real
2020.
How have I not
magic.
seen?
Yeah, 2024 re-election. Like, yeah.
Somebody find it. I'll find the one of Casey DeSantis looking like some kind of Hunger Games bullshit. Hold up.
Okay, but Charles, how do you feel about? I mean, Joe Biden's Irish. That's not waspy.
No. He's a fake Irish. What are you talking about?
What do you mean he's a fake Irish? He's not actually Irish.
No, he's totally not Irish.
He just says that
Fuck.
for he wants to fit in.
Yeah, he says that to calm the Irishmen.
Okay.
Which
What
is
is he then?
which is a time-honored tradition of us WASPs.
What's his ethnicity?
Oh,
English.
I mean,
that picture is scary.
yeah, he's British. I mean, he's English.
Bruh.
That
No,
should be
that's
a
the
crime because why as an Englishman would you want to pretend to be Irish? That's such a downgrade.
True.
to trick the Irish into voting for you, obviously.
What did he,
I mean, that's how
what
you
did
do
he
That's why
say
you
the
do
other day?
it.
He said, "Oh, there's a great quote of him from a long time ago that was
Look at that
like,
Cruella de Vil
I may be
photo. Tom
Irish,
knows.
but I'm not stupid."
Tom, find the photo of him with find the photo of Tom with him and Biden. I think I posted it. DeSantis and the vetting. I think I wrote a piece about DeSantis. DeSantis freaks me out. Like I straight up like I'm not even kidding. Like people are like, oh, I'm gonna move to another country. Like I'm 100% gone because like he would whack us. Like he'd whack me in a heartbeat.
He's Putin.
I don't
Yeah.
understand what's bad about this picture.
That photo. Are you
Like
serious?
she's just wearing a dress. Like I don't get it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I don't understand.
It's very like ceremonial.
Yeah, there's similar pictures of Trump and Melania
But that's weird though.
I think it's just the wife's dress. The kids' outfits seem fine.
Melania had wore dresses just like that.
Yeah, and Melania is like, not exactly. I mean, I always thought the best attack on Trump was like, why does he have a problem with American women? Right? Because like all of his wives
They're
are
all
like
foreigners. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all foreigners.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like kind of weird, Make America great again with all the wives that are. Yeah, I mean, Tom's got it.
There it
Tom
is, the cracker.
I mean, look
Maybe
at that
because
photo.
America wasn't great then, so we couldn't get them.
Look
yet.
at that. The man is wearing a Florida cracker endangered species, and he's like hanging out. He's got his arm around the guy's wife, right, or his woman.
And his wife's
Unclear if
like
it's his
pointing
wife.
at his shirt.
Yeah, like they're laughing, having a good time, and then look at DeSantis.
I have seen this picture.
Look at that motherfucker.
I have seen this picture because I've seen the DeSantis and Biden, but I didn't see the cracker shirt, which is hilarious.
Wow, it's
he
all
looks
here
like
in
he
the
wants
photo.
to kill somebody.
That really
That's
is a
what he looks
picture says 1,000 words. That is a perfect example of that. Because there's so much going on.
He looks like he wants to kill Biden. Like seriously, like I'll fucking kill him.
Biden is so chill, though.
I will
He's just
show you
so
another
chill.
photo that creeped me out.
Because Biden knows everything about DeSantis. Everything.
DeSantis, not DeSantis.
Piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. He's Putin.
You can't.
He's barrel-chested weird.
There's nothing about this guy creeps me out.
He doesn't even know how to wear a suit. Just get over it. Ugh.
Does he button the top button? It's over, man.
He has sausage fingers. He's just gross.
He looks heavier now since this picture, though.
Yeah, bloated
He looks
anger.
thin in this picture.
Happens that way. Inflammation.
I'm just telling you, like,
we have to
defeat him. This is anti-Italian hatred.
He's not fat. That's just his body shape.
He's just Italian. He's Italian.
It's a heart attack waiting to happen.
Doughboy.
It's called being Italian.
But his face, he doesn't have the fat
I
face.
won't stand for it.
No,
I mean, anti-Italian
very
bigotry is
sexy
called being
Italian men.
American.
That is not Italian looking to me.
One person's anti-Italian bigot is another person's good sense.
I'm not anti-Italian.
So that photo right there, where Matt Gaetz is shaking the hand of Rod Rosenstein, and there is DeSantis grinning and looking on. That photo is another one that because obviously later, Gaetz and Rod Rosenstein would have a falling out. But look at that. Look at him. I mean, it's just creepy.
She thinks she's Jackie O in that green dress. I mean, her gloves. God.
And now you've seen the death certificate with his sister, right? Christina DeSantis.
How long ago did this happen?
Well, this is the question. Okay. So Christina DeSantis. So here's the story. Okay. Now, I got a copy of the death certificate because it happened in the wonderful United Kingdom. God save the Queen and all that. God save the King and all that. And I had a friend of mine get me a copy of the death certificate. And by the way, this Daily Mail piece is the only piece on this situation. And of course, it is a whitewash because the whole situation there is the Daily Mail is basically the mob publication. Okay, so don't pay attention to that. Just pay attention to the death certificate. Okay, scroll down. Okay, I'll put it up in the actual. How dare they put a watermark on it? Those cocksuckers. All right, so you go to it, and you're like, Christina Marie DeSantis, May, 1985. 5th is when her birthday is. She's a financial consultant. Okay, kind of weird. And she is dating this guy, Stefan Nicholas Pasowicz, okay, he's like some kind of film editor type, okay? He's like clearly Polish mob if you Google into him. And so supposedly she had like a pulmonary thromboembolism, an ovarian borderline mucus tumor, right? Then like basically he goes and he takes, remember DeSantis at this time is a member of Congress, okay? A member of Congress who's running for U.S. Senate in 2016, right? Ultimately, Rubio steps back into the race, right, and runs and becomes and is reelected, okay? He takes a member of Congress's sister and has her cremated, okay? Now, there are people here who know the Italians. How many Italians do you know of who've been cremated? Okay? It's like not a thing, right? There's a crowd fund the family does. Crowd fund raises no money. The whole situation is like very weird, very strange. And yeah, I mean, I think Tom's right. DeSantis is Patrick Bateman without the charm. Okay? Patrick Bateman with the charm is Governor Gavin Newsom. That's how it is.
Who's Patrick Bateman?
Oh,
Patrick, oh my God.
oh,
American
it's over.
Psycho.
It's over.
Okay.
American Psycho, starring
Your homework is to watch that movie.
Christian
I've
Bale.
seen it before. It came out when I was in school, so I know exactly what movie it is.
That movie is the 21st century.
True.
It's so
I
relevant.
think it's going to
right
be
now.
almost impossible for DeSantis to win because every Trump supporter I kind of talk to, we're on board of going to Biden if Trump loses in the primary
DeSantis
to
supporters
DeSantis.
feel the same way if they're not going to vote for Trump. If he's a nominee.
Good.
Exactly.
Good.
So it's going
Vote
to
So
be
it's going to
really
be
hard
Biden.
with the
Biden's
division
going
of
to
that.
win.
Yeah, good.
The Republicans are divided like always. So they're just going to help the Democrat win. That's how it always
Good.
is.
Good.
Well, until they get rid of that stupid Tea Party, they're not going anywhere.
Or until they actually have a vision beyond like cutting taxes and going to war in the Middle
100%.
East.
Besides just being reactionaries and complaining about the left. That's all they do.
True.
I literally don't know a single Republican. I mean, I know a lot of Republicans, and I don't know a single one that has like interesting ideas. Okay, like not a one. They're all like
they're against any sort of progress, whether or not it's actually good or not. It's just like, oh, we have to be anything that could advance society in any way. We have to put a stop to it.
And it's never pro-American.
No, it went from being un-American to anti-American.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's where we
they
are
don't
now.
see it. They think it's make America great again, but he never did shit to do so.
I just know that when Jared Kushner was flying over the Middle East with Steve Mnuchin, they were not thinking about how they could like take care of the forgotten man of Ohio. Okay, like that wasn't on their bingo card.
Or when he flew over to go to the Middle East by himself, little boy, all by himself, and stayed with MBS for what?
My
a week?
My dream is that Jared is indicted, and all these people, and that basically Trump gets to just say what he really thinks about Jared after Jared's indicted.
I don't think that'll happen.
Oh man, that would be so good.
Because he still has grandchildren with him.
No, I think he's that much of a narcissist.
Right. I was going to say, this is Trump we're talking about.
Yeah,
Nothing would make me happier than hearing what Trump really thinks about Jared Kushner in a public setting.
He was a nasty guy.
I want to mention that I'm overjoyed. Was that Devin who said that all the Trump people won't vote for DeSantis; they'll vote for Biden?
No, obviously not all, but a lot of the
And the
ones I talked
opposite
to
too.
were on board
The
with
opposite as
Biden
well.
over Trump,
Yeah,
over DeSantis.
I think that's really fantastic stuff. I mean, I have suggested this to this group, and so I hope everyone understands like where I'm coming from. But I think we should be anti Trump, and we should just be anti DeSantis for a long time,
Well, you know
and
what's
that will mean kind of like a little bit of 2016 nostalgia, or be like, oh, Trump, look, he's so much fun, he's so ridiculous, and
100%
look at these
agreed.
nicknames. But I think we
Yep.
should signal boost that, and basically not dwell on Trump's obvious failures, at least from my standpoint, and just be anti DeSantis 100%. Give
No,
no quarter
the
to
deal
DeSantis, people.
that we need to cut is we will not indict you, Mr. Trump, if you run third party. You basically have whatever means at your disposal you can do to stop DeSantis. We support.
well, you
That
know that
needs to be our.
he's if anything, if Trump doesn't run third party, he'll just full on endorse Biden.
I think that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Remember,
God, that would be
he
so
on Truth
good.
Social, he was saying some nice things after the State of the
Yeah.
Union. It was this kind of funny situation where I think, I was saying, I've been saying nice things about Biden for a while, but
Mm-hmm.
Nick Fuentes was like, oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Biden, it was pretty good. It was pro-America.
No, I mean, I
And
when I
it's
met
out
with
there. We
Fuentes
gotta
in
we gotta
LA,
put it out there. We gotta put it out there.
when I met with Fuentes in LA, Fuentes was telling me like that he liked Biden. He thought Biden was doing a great job. So it's
Base.
like,
Well, these people always come around to my position like
yes,
18 months after I take
I
the
know. Believe me, I
Spencer is
know.
the center of gravity.
But yeah, Trump is
every
not.
time.
He's not
You need to just
somebody.
become. You need to just
If he's
accept your role
going
as an
down, he's going to take
investor.
everyone down with him.
100%.
But that's okay. Like if him taking everyone down means taking down the GOP. It means
Yeah.
getting Biden reelected by running through the Patriot Party or the Constitution Party or something.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I am going to like get the ban to the degree that I can, and my powers are, not the strongest in the world, but like I'm gonna work to like getting a little bit of that 2016 energy going
Let's
on
go.
Twitter. It's like, oh,
I
Trump,
mean,
he's
vote for
fun, he's
Trump.
crazy. Look how
Yes.
hilarious he is.
Yes,
Look
I think
at
every
this.
one of us that wants Biden to be reelected, we have a duty to support Trump as the weapon against DeSantis.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
will you think Trump will run against DeSantis in the
Mm-hmm.
primary? Then if DeSantis wins the primary, then Trump needs to then
Well,
switch and go
Run
to
third party.
the
he
appendix.
might not be
This
able
is
to
a
do
mob
that. He
war.
might not be
This is
able
a
to do
mob
that though.
war, and it's our obligation
Yeah, it is
to
a mob
make them
war.
fight
He might
as
not.
long as possible, as bloody as
He
possible.
might not be able to run third party though, because the GOP, I think, just I don't know, like the national GOP made some law that whoever loses a nomination, every candidate has to support the GOP nominee.
Yeah,
Oh fuck.
it's not a law. It's
A
some kind of
contract or
contract,
whatever.
which Trump
Yeah.
will just break.
Oh,
Yeah,
I mean, he'll
Trump
break
just
it.
breaks
break the
every
contract.
contract.
Break
He
We'll
it.
doesn't do
root him on as he
contracts.
breaks the
Good.
contract. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Trump doesn't follow anybody's rules.
Yes. That's what makes him awesome.
You can't cage him.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
He
I
won't.
mean he needs I want Trump to humiliate DeSantis repeatedly. I want him to basically have people say, like, I want him to do it with Jeb Bush, right? Sitting there, seated in the VIP section. And then I want him to just grin, as
How do
he
we know he won't
vivisects him.
own him when he runs against him in the primary? He might just cream the shit
Oh,
out of
I
him.
think he will. And I think a whole bunch of rednecks. There's no way they're going to vote for an Italian. Like, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. I know you want to believe it could happen. It won't happen.
But
It's not a
Trump
thing.
is so good at making fun of people and giving them these stupid names, and seeing him do it on a stage. Ron DeSantis turns 8 shades of
Listen,
red from
I was
humility. He
there.
can't handle shit.
I was
He's
there
too
when Matt
immature.
Gaetz was a championship debater, and he was basically coaching Ron DeSantis every step of the way.
Yes, I know
Okay?
this. I agree with you on that.
And Matt was basically like, so good at preparing him in the 18, and then the 2022 campaign he really struggled, even though he's sort of like, I mean, it was sort of rigged, right?
But
Charlie
he
Kirk,
told him everything what to do after he
he told him
won,
what
and
to
he's been
do.
doing it. He's
Yes,
been doing it.
and he's basically copied Trump's mannerisms almost perfectly, and he's a sort of Manchurian candidate who basically copies. He's like the Terminator. He copies human form, and what I think needs to happen is I think Matt and the rednecks need to ride behind Trump and basically take out DeSantis. It's their patriotic duty.
Well,
We
Matt
need
has a lot of pull in Florida, so he might be able to help Trump really pull that off. And then Trump's good on his own against somebody, and Biden was good against Trump. I mean, Biden can handle himself if he just. It's
Biden
just if
loves the
everybody
street
gets over
fight.
his stuttering, because he stutters. He may say Mrs. Biden instead of Mr. Biden. I mean, I understand all that stupid shit, but his
Well,
record is going to be impeccable.
But Trump broke down. I mean, Trump versus Hillary Clinton, those were, street
Yep.
fights and they were kind of
Yep.
fun. But Trump vis-a-vis Biden in 2020, when he saw things slipping away, I mean, he was like a child, like lashing out at his teacher or
Yes.
something
Yes. Yes.
in
Right.
those
I
debates.
thought
Those
they were
debates were
funny.
an
Trump
embarrassment
knows he
to the
has no
country.
business being president. Everybody knows that Trump knows that he shouldn't be
Agreed.
there.
I thought the
Yeah.
Okay.
debates were hilarious in 2020.
Yeah, they were hilarious because everybody knows that it was two like old men
Exactly.
like rambling at
I
each
know.
other, right? It was like what has America become, right? It's like
100%, 100%. It was like two
Well,
old men that are not
was
quite with it anymore.
narcissistic. It was narcissistic rage coming from
Mhm.
Trump, and then Biden was like old man, like, come on, man,
It
like,
was,
come on,
yeah.
come on.
But
That's all he has to do is say, come on.
but to be
That was
That's all
no
he
fair,
has to
literally all
do.
he did.
malarkey, no malarkey, no malarkey.
but to be fair, it wasn't necessarily Biden's debating that won. It was the COVID that of how bad it was how bad that Trump and
Oh,
Kushner
Biden
No,
ran
I
it.
didn't
mean,
have to
So
I
do
think it was a hate for
anything. He
Trump
just
guy.
had to just sit there and let Trump destroy himself.
no,
I know,
there's
but
a
I
whole
think
lot of
COVID. I
us.
think COVID is the reason that Biden won. It wasn't how they handled COVID. It
Mhm.
had nothing to do
No, it
necessarily
was
about the
Dominion.
debates.
It was a whole bunch of things, right?
Yeah, but I mean, combined with but COVID scared the shit out of a lot of people, Charles. It really did.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, by November,
Yes,
really?
we thought he was. Everybody hated Kushner. They thought he
Mail-in
was
voting.
evil. I
I
mean,
don't know.
you were looking at it as a Trump supporter. I'm telling you, as somebody who hated fucking Trump, was petrified of everything he did, not
I
knowing.
think it's very simple. The Republicans have no nerds. Okay, all the nerds that they have are Israeli spies. Okay,
Well, y'all
and
are
like
nerds.
no. The Republicans basically over the course of the Trump presidency basically made it so that if you were a high IQ white person, you could not participate in that. Okay, it was like it was awkward and ugly, and you just couldn't be associated with it if you wanted to keep your bona fides as a nerd. And like everyone here who's like somewhat sophisticated knows what I'm talking about. Like you reached a point somewhere in the presidency where you're like, I can't defend this shit anymore. I can't
Right.
even
It
do
was
it to
pretty
myself.
bad. I didn't know how y'all
It was
defended it from the
embarrassing.
get go, but y'all
It was
did.
embarrassing. Okay, it was embarrassing. Like
We
things that
some of
Trump
us
would
already
say,
knew
things
that
that he would
though.
do. Well, you were ahead of the class, okay? But like but I'm sorry, like Hillary Clinton should not have been president.
Yeah, but
And
she
like
was much smarter than him. Doesn't
who
matter.
He was,
cares?
yeah.
I understand what you're saying, Charles, but we all did not
If I could go
understand this
back in
shit
time, I would
until
have voted
Trump
for Hillary.
became
Yeah,
president.
I'll actually defend
Me
Hillary at
too.
this point. I mean, there's this notion that she's a psychopathic murderer or something. That's just right wing memes. I have listened to her talk about issues. Like she shows understanding.
Yep.
She was actually really insightful in her alt right speech,
Yep.
which I think should actually be looked back at.
And I'm not a fan
As
of hers, to be honest with you, but I think exactly
I
what you're
am
saying.
a fan.
If I could go back in time, I
That
would have voted for
Nope.
that
Libya,
I
Libya,
love Hillary.
Libya, Libya,
that,
Libya,
that
Libya.
alt right
get it. I
speech
get it. I get
was
it.
very fair and even handed, surprisingly.
Yeah, I actually heard it when I was in Hungary, and I remember just being so pissed off about it at the time. And I recently rewatched it, and I was like, Yeah, fair enough. She kind of got
Yeah,
it.
she
You know?
she got at the dynamic because
Yeah.
because I am so self-centered and egotistical. I was like, oh, see, this is really about me. She's slandering me, you know. But it wasn't about me. She actually identified the like broad base of support of the alt-right, so to speak. She correctly identified it as like mentally deranged, basically, and like she was right.
Nihilistic was one of the
Yeah.
words from it. Yeah. Which, like, looking back on it, fair enough. But the problem with her was it's third world to have a president that is basically the wife of a former president. Like, I'm
But
sorry,
she
it
was
is.
the brains behind the operation, and Bill Clinton has brains,
No, no,
but
no.
he has
Bill Clinton.
charisma
No, Bill
coming out
Clinton
of his
is.
pores.
Yeah, Bill Clinton is so much smarter, so much more put together in all these weird ways than people really want to appreciate. And
Well, both of them were. I mean, they were kind of a power business
no,
couple.
the
Yeah,
the
she's
number
not
of
dumb.
policies that
There's
she
nothing dumb
pushed.
about her.
No, I mean, the Libya intervention alone is disqualifying. Like, I'm sorry, Sid
You make a
Blumenthal.
good point on that.
Sid
I'll grant you
Blumenthal.
that.
I mean, there are so many things from her secretary. I mean, the stuff that John Kerry has said about like the shit he had to clean
Worse
up.
than what Trump did with all the mafia in New York City. Seriously?
I believe that Trump and the mafia in New York City was him being a Fed and basically processing that cash into places where it could be watched and monitored.
Okay, but for the rest of us that weren't in the
No,
know,
I mean, my read on Trump, right? So like putting aside Trump, right? Like I was not pro Trump initially. I was pro Cruz, and really because I saw him as having
oh, he's
I saw him
horrible.
having the best chance of beating Hillary, right? And I also knew
No,
Ted Cruz, so I was not. But as time grew on, I
This
became
might be disqualifying, Charles.
well. This
yeah,
is disqualifying in
Ted
retrospect.
Cruz
It's
is
disqualifying. No,
gross.
no, no, no. I mean, just to be very clear about this, I knew he was a son of a bitch, but he was
Why
my
don't
son
we
of a
just
bitch.
elect Joel Osteen, or an even worse televangelist?
No,
Like, quite while we're at it, like,
an
why not?
actual televangelist would be preferable to Ted Cruz. Okay, like
Yes.
there is nothing redeemable about Ted Cruz. Like
Nothing.
I have met mannequins with more personality, but he is he was my son of a bitch. Okay, and I was going to end up running his presidency. That was the plan. Okay, and so it was like, yeah, okay, we could do this, because I always believed that Hillary would underperform. And but the thing about it with Trump, I did not anticipate that Trump would summon all these like weird white people out of the hinterlands and that they would descend and vote for him and vote for no one else in the 2016 campaign. And those people just disappeared, basically. He totally squandered them, right, as a voting constituency. I mean, Trump was the redneck Obama, okay? He was like, they would come from everywhere to see him. And he failed them, like, so epically on so many levels by basically outsourcing everything to his fucked up son in law, who, by the way, Alan Dershowitz once told me was the dumbest Jew he knew, okay? So, like,
Kushner was the
Kushner,
dumbest.
yes. Now that was before Trump was elected president, and then he had to pivot. Because they all believed that Hillary had it in the bag. Like the entitlements, this sort of like all of that was so maddening and
Well,
so
even Trump
disgusting.
thought she had it in the bag.
Of course, the press thought they had it in the bag, and I was literally sitting there realizing that I was the only person in the country that actually had a list of people that could go into the government because I thought Trump was going to win.
Well, I
And
said he was going to win the primary for the Republican Party. I told that to everybody. They thought I was crazy, but I did say he would not beat Hillary, which he did. So,
yeah, I don't know that I believe that election was entirely legitimate
oh,
either. Just to
for
be
sure.
blunt, in retrospect, looking back on it, like all the weird Chinese people in voting machines in Michigan, like there was so much weird stuff in 2016 that I don't even fully. I was
Well,
thinking to
Jill
myself, like,
Stein doesn't get talked about. So, what about her?
I mean, there's so many aspects of it that, like, I was thinking to myself, like, all right, when my daughter is of age, what will I say when she like Googles me and thinks about my involvement in the 2016 campaign, right? Like, what is it? What is there to say about this, right? Like what defense do I have of like stopping the first female president, right? Like, right? Like if you're just like if you're going to be just
Honesty. You just have to be honest.
well, of course I'm going to be honest, but like, what is the, how do you explain this to like a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 20-year-old, right? Like, what? Obviously, the world will be different then. Maybe we'll already have a female president by then. I don't know, but my read on it basically,
Yeah, she might be mad.
maybe we'll see. She might agree. I mean, I
She'll
don't know.
love you though. She still loves you. You'll be a good
The
dad, so
number, the
she'll love
number of
you.
people out there who so hated Hillary
Hmm.
too was, I think, totally underestimated by the
It
Democrats.
was.
Like, we would be polling people and they would be voting for Trump simply because they hated her.
Yep.
I don't think that I think you're wrong on that. I think that there were a lot of Democrats that were worried for that because they knew that, that the Arkansas when he was governor, that followed her. Um, she never
There were a
settled
whole lot of
right.
black Americans too that just did
Yeah,
not
she did
want to
not
make
do
it
well
happen.
with black people.
Well, the black Americans were not mad at Hillary; they were mad at her husband because
I
he's
don't.
She
the one
just
who
wasn't
didn't do the
popular with
bill.
them.
No, she just never had the numbers
Yeah,
there.
but he passed those bills that didn't help protect the black people, that
No,
helped
no,
the
it wasn't
police go
that
after
actually. They're
them. Yes,
polling.
it
No, no, no.
was.
From 2016, Bill Clinton's polling with blacks was extremely high. There's a whole bunch of us, by the way, from
Well,
the
Bill
Trump.
and Hillary are two different people.
I'm just telling you, there were a number of blacks that loved Bill Clinton and hated Hillary
Yeah.
Clinton.
I
They used to
understand.
call it. They used to call it the Bill Hill gap. It was actually polled at one point, and at one point it grew up. It grew to like 35 or 40%, something crazy like that. And so he at various towards the end of the campaign, he was asked by her to go campaign in all these black areas, and he refused. Okay, so there's a number of people who believe that Bill Clinton fucked over his wife by basically not helping her win the election.
Well, it didn't
And,
help him when he got on that plane with Loretta.
Hmm.
yeah, and by the way, I
Lo-
happen to agree with this. I happen to think he did rig it. Like I actually happen to think that he's like extremely happy his wife didn't become president.
Probably.
I mean, think about it. If you're Bill Clinton, like, what kind of
Exactly.
life would that be?
I get it.
You know, you can't fuck whoever you want anymore. You can't make money in all the weird ways you want
You
to.
have a
It's
really
kind of
like
terrible.
emasculating title, like the first gentleman.
Yeah,
What man wants to be called
yeah.
that?
I
Oh,
mean,
he could have handled it though. He would have handled it.
no,
He
he
would
would
have.
have
He would have
tried. He
found
would have
that role.
pretended to like have grace or whatever. But you would look at him, and it's like what? It's like looking at a lion in the zoo. It's like he wants to be like getting blown by
Mhm.
Monica and like having a good old time. Like that about him. You know that like being in
I
prison.
don't know that about him, but I know what you're saying.
100%. We all know men like this who just like have to fuck all the time. And he's one of those guys. He just needs it. And the fact that his wife would be president, like it wouldn't work for him, you know?
And he
It would have
married the
Yeah, and
total
he owed
opposite.
her. He totally owed her that too, because
Yeah,
he
Of
he
course
did.
he owed it to her,
embarrassed
which
her
is why
so
he
bad.
couldn't give it to her. He could
I
never
know.
give it to her because he owed it to her.
She should have left him though.
She really should have.
There was no way she would ever have left him.
Not if she wanted to be president. That was her
That was
dream.
the deal. She was
That's right.
imprisoned with him,
That's right.
Hmm.
you know? It was hilarious.
Char-
The whole presidency, the whole presidential campaign was
They could
hilarious.
get a divorce now though, and they're still together.
Did she in 2016? Did she do really bad with black? Like, did blacks not show up to
Yes,
vote? Okay.
terribly, terribly.
Well, they were psych op through
They just
Facebook
didn't.
though. Come
They
on.
just
No,
didn't
there
show.
people way overstate the. Look, I'll just tell
I
you,
don't believe
there
that.
was no street cash. Okay, so what was happening was we were getting reports from all these like black hood rat types, basically being like, "Yo, if Trump shows up with street cash, we'll vote for Trump." Okay, in like Philadelphia. So when the numbers were light in
That is
Philadelphia,
illegal though. You know that, right?
of course it's
Yeah, you
illegal.
can't pay
Okay,
someone to vote.
I'm
Well,
just telling you. No, you can pay them to show up to vote.
he can pay
Hmm.
them as actors to be there in a crowd, which is what he did a
Yes.
lot of the time.
Listen, there was a lot of stuff in 2016 that looking back on it, was clearly illegal. Okay,
Clearly,
like
exactly.
as an example,
We know.
the in 2012, Obama as a machine paid a whole bunch of black people to show up and steal Ohio from Romney. Okay, that was a thing. It like nobody likes to talk about it because it's like gauche to talk
No.
about. But like,
No.
yes, it is 100% the case in Cleveland, and like, I mean, there's lots and lots of evidence pointing into this direction, and they basically ran a machine to identify every single black person they could, and basically like hunt them down and force them to vote.
But
Okay, like
he did get the younger vote more than anybody. He was the one
no, I'm
that
just
did it
telling you,
through the cell phone.
Obama
He
would
was
have lost
brilliant.
the election were it not for the. I mean, he went and took black voters from like 88 to like 96% for him.
But he
Okay.
also got the young vote
Yeah,
through
but
through
he
the
already
cell
had the young
phone.
vote. He lost the white vote. So what happened was the Republicans bet in 2012 that they could get enough of the white vote, and that would be enough, and that Obama had maxed out the black voters. That was not true. He produced new black voters who
What's
didn't vote.
hilarious is he wasn't liberal, and everybody thinks he's
How did
liberal,
Trump
but
do
he
with
was
black? How
conservative.
did Trump do with black men in 2016?
What Trump was doing, what Trump's people were doing, was all about like, hey, we don't care if the blacks vote for us. We just want them to stay home.
Yes,
Okay,
that's right.
that
That's
was the
right.
plan. Okay,
That's
so
right.
in 2016, when Philly, so what happened was all these blacks like got a bunch of money. They got a bunch of money coming to their community in 2012, right? All across the country in all these swing districts. So they thought like, well, like shit, they got to do it again for us, right? They got to give us money. They got to support us again in 2016. And then when Hillary's people are like, no, we're going to build a coalition with the Latinos, and like they were like, oh, fuck this. And they all stayed home and punished her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's why she really lost.
Well, her numbers went down too after the Comey thing. That is a fact too.
The Comey thing is a part of it, but I'm just telling you, if Hillary had performed as every other Democrat had ever performed
True.
with blacks,
True.
she would have
Very
won
true.
the
True.
election.
You're
I
right.
think that
Very true.
Trump's 2016 win in the Rust Belt was a fluke too. I don't think that
100%.
because
I totally
I
agree
hate
too.
when Republicans are like Trump is a Rust Belt king or whatever. He's not. No, it was a fluke. That was a one-time thing.
It was 100% a
Yeah,
fluke. And then I would say in 2018, in the blue wall, all of those places voted for Democratic governors. And I
right,
told everyone, like, oh, we're fucked, right? Because they're going to like clearly change the rules to
right.
help, like all the people who were elected in 2018 aren't just like sitting there, right? They're changing the rules
Yep.
around voting in their states. So I remember saying that to people, and people were like, oh, you're too, pessimistic, you're too
Mm-hmm.
whatever. And sure enough, they changed all of the rules in all of these states and fucked him.
But I don't think even if they were changed, he would win again. I think 2016 is a total fluke in the Rust Belt.
Yes, he had the element of surprise.
Yeah.
Like
there were so many people that went out and voted for him in 2016 that had never voted before and never will again.
Yep. I remember that there were more people who voted for Trump in the Nevada caucus than had ever voted before.
Mm-hmm. And they didn't go back
like,
out again. They didn't vote for him in 2020.
Nevada.
They didn't vote in the midterms.
I'm just telling you, like, I had friends who were poll workers, and they would have people like show up who literally they had never seen vote before.
Right.
They would like show up out of nowhere, and they would be like, same day registration in some cases, or they'd be registered like they voted once and like when they were 18, and now they're like 62 or some shit, right? Like they would show up and they would be like, how do I vote for Trump?
Mm-hmm.
And they would go in and they'd vote for Trump and they'd vote for no one else and they would leave. And like
Sheldon Adelson really did, because his death was just really bizarre. Nobody talked about it. Just
that whole
happened.
situation. We could do the casino Jews at some point, but I'll tell you, there were so many of these people. Okay, and what nobody did was nobody bothered to figure out how to contact them again. Like the Jared people had no interest in them, right?
Which
he was
is
more
so
interested in like
stupid on the GOP's part.
Yeah, it's just interesting, right? Like there was all these people who loved Trump, and he never. I mean, it was crazy.
He was exciting. He was the first exciting politician ever to come
Well, he
up.
was like
That's
when I
The
remember
celebrity element wore
I
off
remember in the
after
primaries
16.
yeah, it's getting old.
when the debate started, you have all these career politicians that they've been researching, studying policy for how long. They're ready to debate serious topics. And Trump gets up there and he starts insulting their wives and their looks and everything. And a lot of people thought, and people are just like, what is this? Because, like no one had seen something like this before. And a lot of people thought that was going to make his approval rating go way down. It made it go up. It made it go up.
When he was
That
in
tells
South
you how
Carolina,
disgusting we are as
when
Americans,
he was in South
honestly.
Carolina
Low IQ.
and mocking the Bushes for bringing
Mhm.
us to war, right, or making fun of John McCain,
He
and
was
people were
right
like,
about those two things for
he was right
sure.
about both of those two things.
Yeah, I know.
And then when he was like, when he, Jeb was like trying to defend his mother or whatever, and he was just like, she should be running, and like there were so many examples of this. Like I don't even know why Rand Paul is here. He like didn't qualify. Like
Is his wife Cuban or Mexican?
who?
Cuban.
Who?
Jeb's.
Jeb's is Mexican.
Mexican. Okay, so he kept saying your Mexican wife.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, he would just like fuck with them,
He said Ted
and there was
Cruz's wife looked like a
nothing.
dog, or didn't he? Something like that.
Yeah, there was
Oh,
nothing that could.
100%. He was horrible.
Mhm.
And by the way, every Cuban hated Ted Cruz's dad because Ted Cruz's dad was a communist. Okay,
That's
like,
right. That's right.
and so like he was right about. I don't know who was telling him this shit. I don't
Lion
know.
Ted.
He
Lion
he would
Ted.
always say that. He always
Yeah.
says that Ted Cruz's dad was involved in the assassination of JFK or something.
Which
That
like
What do
is
you
true.
mean who told him? He lived through all that shit, Charles.
no, he knew like a level of granular detail on a lot of this shit.
Because he was friends with Reagan and
No,
Roy
he knew it.
Cohn.
He knew it because the Israelis told him through the
Exactly,
National
but
Enquirer.
Roy Cohn. Exactly.
You know,
He had an
I remember
inside.
having this conversation with Peter Thiel, where Peter was convinced that Trump would lose the election in 16 because Trump had basically like failed, basically the grab him by the pussy tape came out. And I said to him, no, I think he's going to win now. And Peter was like, "What do you mean? Like, why? Like it's like, well, Peter, like you're a gay man, so like you don't understand. Like this is how dudes actually talk. And every Hispanic, every black man in the country has a version of this conversation that they've had with their boys.
It was gross.
Do
Of
do
course, it
gay
was
men
gross.
have that kind of locker room talk?
Gay men don't have that kind of locker room talk. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, yes, they do. They have
Much worse. I
worse.
would say it's
I
much
worked
worse.
with them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's much worse. It's not the same.
Yeah, it's worse.
There's actually something kind of like gentlemanly. He's like, "Oh, I didn't come after her all that hard because she was married." You know.
Get any man drunk, whether he's straight or gay, you'll hear everything you need to know.
It's over.
What I loved about that conversation was just how like workmanlike it was. Like he was just like describing a day at the office. Like that was to me the funniest part of it. You know.
Hey, Charles, I hate to shift the
Yeah.
conversation,
No. Go
but
ahead and shift it.
could you tie a bow around this issue with DeSantis' sister? Because while you guys were talking, I actually read that article, and there's just so many odd things about it. I mean, the foreign death, and then keeping the death a secret.
Yes.
I mean, every politician.
We could do. I mean, look, it's 6 a.m. right now. You and I should just do a space on Christina DeSantis. Like, let's prep. We'll come back.
Yeah.
We'll do it in a serious way.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, every politician worth his salt is going to play up a family tragedy. I mean, I'm not saying this is good.
Well,
but
Gates
they'll be
first
like,
told
"Oh,
me that his
gosh."
sister had been murdered, and I was like, "What do you mean murdered?" And he's like, "The sister's been murdered and was covered up."
Oh, I meant to tell you while don't forget. You remember how I told you that the girl that was killed in what's his name's office? Morning
Yes, I know.
Joe
Yeah,
Scarborough.
Joe Scarborough. Yep.
Okay, the husband. I talked to my friend, and she said that her her husband, is way high up in the Pentagon, like way high up. So I'm sure he already knows everything, right?
I don't know.
Well, he works in the Pentagon, and she said that. She's really good friends with him. And then I said, "Would you want to ask him?" And she said, "I don't know how I'd bring that up." And I said, well, maybe I can ask Charles how
Just
he felt
give me
about
the number and I'll do it.
What was that? I forgot that story. It was like what was the story again?
it. It was like
I
the
heard.
day or two before 9/11, and he was having an affair with a girl that was like working for him at the time. He was a congressman, and he left his office in like to fly out to go to Washington at 6 o'clock in the morning. She was found dead in his office. Uh, the same mortician that did her, or I guess that's what you call them, is the same one who did what's her name, Smith from the Bahamas that died.
Anna Nicole Smith.
Yes, Anna Nicole Smith, and he was the one that kept fucking up everybody's information. So he got in trouble, if y'all remember. He used to be on TV. He'd come on.
Yes, I vaguely recall this. Yes.
Yeah, and I
Yep.
could never understand him. But anyway, he was the one, and but she had her head was bludgeoned, like just the whole thing. She was murdered. There's no doubt.
What was the official story?
Well, he said that she must have tripped him. No, I mean, he said he didn't know how she made it into his office. Well, she worked for you, but he flew back, and it was at the same time the Chandra Levy girl went missing, and that other congressman was
Gary Condit. Yep, Gary
Yep,
Condit.
that's right. But because September 11th happened, that's really what saved Joe Scarborough, because no one thought about that ever again. It just kind of really disappeared. Seriously disappeared. But
And
the husband always
what
said
would
that
his
he killed her.
motive be? Just getting rid of a potential scandal? Is that or
Well, if you think about this, the election was 2000, and that was the Bush stealing the election from Florida. Uh, he was involved with a lot of those characters. What's the woman, the brunette that was in charge of a lot of the elections? She was maybe the U.S. Attorney General, maybe, or something. I can't think of her name.
Oh,
That
the
was
Attorney
real.
General.
I think she was the Attorney General, or she was maybe something to do wherever that area was that they were doing. Whoever had to go and overlook that election, and she was famous during that time. She had brown hair, kind of a bob, real thick
Yeah, I know who you're
hair.
talking about. I can see her
Okay,
in
well,
my
he
mind.
was working with
I can
her.
see her in my mind's eye. I know
Yes.
exactly who
Okay,
you're
well, he
talking
was
about.
working with her, and he was all involved with that election stealing. So that's kind of how he was able to get away with it on top of the September 11th, because everybody just kind of never thought about it, because after 9/11, we were all in fear and shell shock over what we witnessed on 9/11. Plus, then, people couldn't fly. There's everything was
Catherine
different.
Harris.
Catherine Harris, that's her. So
Yeah.
he has a connection to her, and supposedly so did Lori. That's the girl who died. That he was having the affair with, and she was married, and he's high up in the military. And at that time, she's Russian, from Georgia.
Yeah, what I recall about this is that there was sort of a lot of different debates about this at the time. It's now been a few years since I really researched this, but the thinking was that he basically pimped out his wife to the congressman so that the networks there could have dirt on the congressman, and then she was whacked by
Well,
somebody.
he was in love with her.
Well, I don't, maybe, but I don't know. But like the theory was that it was like one of these situations that was like the the military guy pimped out his wife to the congressman to have leverage over the congressman. It was like one of those situations.
Well, she was a marathon runner, and they said that she had had a heart issue, and that's what killed her. Well, she also had a gash in her head. So, but that was
Yeah. By the way, I know Tucker Carlson believes all the Joe Scarborough stuff because he's asked around about it. So it's sort of interesting.
So does Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz believes it too. Yeah, I don't know the magnitude of how much he believes it. I haven't
Everybody
talked to him
around
about
there believed it. I mean,
Yeah.
there was no, there's no,
Yeah,
there
I've
was
had people
nothing
tell
else.
me in that district that like, oh, Matt's a great congressman. Joe Scarborough was a good guy, but he murdered that young lady. Like I remember like talking with people about like when I was in his district. Like it's a conversation topic there.
Well, he never ran again. He went away. I mean, he could have won easily. Joe Scarborough was very well liked.
Yeah, well, it's such a Republican district too.
Completely, but he also went to Alabama, and that's a big deal here. But he was very well liked here, and they didn't, when that happened, it was just a very bizarre thing.
It was a big deal at the time.
It was huge here, but not after 9/11. But it stayed huge here in this area.
Now
But he was devastated.
the Gary Condit thing, if I recall correctly, there was like nothing to it, or something like there was
No,
something.
the person that killed her confessed. He did have an affair with her, but he
Yes,
always
that's right.
swore
Yeah,
he didn't kill her.
and then the question was like, what was her deal? And my understanding is that she was like, there was some sort of like weird Israeli issue there, because
Probably.
he was on if I recall, this has been like literally like 5 years, so I'm going on memory. But my recollection of this was that he was on the House Select Committee on Intelligence, and that basically she was like having sex with him and leaking information about it. And there's this sort of question about whether or not the guy who supposedly killed her, this El Salvadoran, whether or not he was like a contract killer or something. There was sort of some interesting stuff about that.
Gotcha. Well, I know
Yeah.
he admitted it. I guess your blood DNA could now prove that one way or the other.
Yes, it could be proven if there's DNA still. Yeah.
I would imagine there is. I mean, she was. They found her
know.
body in the
You
park.
would be
when she
shocked
was
at
jogging.
you would be shocked at what's preserved in which cases and what's not.
Gotcha.
You know, things are way more, things are way more haphazard than people think. Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, on to the DeSantis point, Christina DeSantis question. There's a lot of weird stuff there, Richard. Like, it's one of the weirdest things I've seen in politics, and I've seen a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah.
Who was the other woman
Won't
who
that
was
be held
murdered?
against him when he runs?
What's that?
Won't
Hold on,
that be
Emily
talked
first.
about when he runs?
Oh, who was the other woman you were talking about that was murdered?
Chandra Levy is the one, and then
And
I
she
forget
has
the one
connections to who?
to Gary Condit, who was the Democrat on the select committee.
They were having an affair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was just a thing back in the day. They would just like people. What would happen is
with all their interns, just fuck your intern.
Yeah. And by the way, like, I talked to a lot of women who became lobbyists from that period, and they were perfectly cool with it. Like, a lot of women liked the idea of going to Congress, banging their local congressman, and then getting a sweet job paying six figures.
And then ending up dead,
Well, I mean, it didn't work out so well for all of them, but like the numbers of them who are actual spies of foreign governments, I think, is like something that shouldn't be underestimated. Like, it's a thing, you know.
And then you had the Monica Lewinsky that was just a couple of years prior to that because of the impeachment.
I know that there's a Chinese spy who's like banging a member of Congress right now, and like she's an intern. She sleeps with the congressman, not the congressman she works for, but another congressman. And it's like very obvious that she's a Chinese spy. And the feds are like, do you have any proof for it? Do you have whatever? And it's like her entire family are Chinese spies. And like, she's not one? Oh, she's just a student? Oh, okay, yeah, whatever. Shut the fuck up. So there's like all of this stuff that you see with the government, and like people don't want to go there. They don't want to have that conversation.
The other big thing, I mean, you mentioned this, and I've seen some other people who have corroborated it, but the MTG and Kevin McCarthy affair, but that almost seems like hanky panky. I don't know if there's some angle of interest outside of two people I loathe.
Well,
jumping into
the issue is how Russian is she, how Chinese is he.
Mm-hmm.
That's always the question. And is his deal so? Like, I mean, I went and talked with some people around Biden about all the stuff I knew about Kevin McCarthy. I went in with like my whole little dossier, and I was like, "Here's everything I have." There was a whiteboard. I presented. I did the whole thing, and it was like wrapping up or whatever. They sort of stopped me, and they're like, "Okay, that'll be enough." And I was like, "Well, what's the situation here?" And the attitude was, well, we know Kevin's a criminal. What we're trying to figure out is, can Kevin be useful? So they're clearly like compromising him back, would be the way I would think about it.
Interesting.
So I think that's something that happens like way more than people want to talk about, by the way.
I would be curious about the Russian connection with MTG. I mean, what she is doing right now is just so insane. Talking about a national divorce, just openly supporting ending funding for Ukraine, taking Russia's side. I mean, it's remarkable.
Well, she
And
has that
she's the
business
type.
that's mobbed up, the mobbed up construction business.
I think she's just
And
dumb.
no, I wish that
She's
she were.
not
I've met
dumb.
her and had
But
conversations with her.
it's kind of like Jackson. I mean, I actually have some sympathy for him, but it's this scatterbrained, naive. He's probably more intelligent than she is because she's just obnoxiously stupid.
Yeah.
But it's this certain type of person who's easy to manipulate,
Now,
and
what
it just
happened was
stinks.
she
Mhm.
got attacked, okay, in a serious way about the whole Jewish space lasers thing
Mhm.
by all the ADL types. And then the Chabadniks and all those people were waiting in the wings for her. And they basically protected her and they like staffed her up and they spent all this time with her and they played to her ego. And then she had Milo Yiannopoulos live with her for
Yeah.
That's never a good thing.
Can you imagine like thinking that was a good idea?
Mhm.
Like, can you imagine a universe in which you're like, oh, I think he's gonna be like he's gonna live with me in my home in Georgia? I mean, like, totally nuts.
I
And then,
didn't know he was
She's
living with her.
she's a
well,
total.
Jesus.
She's a dirty whore.
yeah, I
But
mean,
he's
that's
gay
apparently
though.
what people say. You know, I don't know.
He is.
Y-
Milo? Oh
Not
yeah.
anymore.
Well, crap.
So he
He's
says.
reformed homosexual.
Yeah,
Give
that's
me a
that's
break.
BS.
Come on, guys.
That's not true.
How was he
I mean, I
not
don't.
deported? Like, how was he not deported? Is the question I keep asking
Yeah, because
myself.
he's British, right?
I mean, he's British and like clearly committed green card marriage fraud with
He's
that black
just
dude,
he's just a
supposedly.
snake. He just steals people's money and
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, he's literally a criminal
Mhm.
and a
He
thief.
moved on to Yay, although I think
Oh,
the
he got
Yay
rid of him
thing
already.
is over.
Ye
Kanye
cut
Well,
got
I
rid of
ties
know
him
with
that.
him. Yeah.
already.
I know, but who does Ye have ties to at this point? I mean, that whole thing has just vanished into thin air.
It happened a lot
It's
Apparently,
faster
coming
than I
back.
thought.
It's still there. It's brewing.
no, I
It's
don't think
coming.
so.
No.
I think you're crazy,
Is
Devin.
Nick still hanging
No,
around
it's
him?
Can't
coming.
been talking about Kanye.
Is Fuente still hanging around him?
I don't
Yeah.
think Fuentes is live streaming from Yay headquarters anymore. I mean,
No,
I think
No,
the
he's
whole
not.
thing might be. I think the whole thing might be over.
I think it's over.
You can't leave us hanging for 3 months,
Hmm.
and
Well, he got
there's nothing.
remarried to some weird woman,
Yeah, I
right?
heard
Who's the
that.
woman he remarried? What's the
I have
woman
no idea.
who he married? I don't know.
I
I don't
feel
know.
like
Some
he's just
chick from
building up the
Australia.
anticipation right now. You got to kind of let
By the way,
everybody
He's
sither
gonna
he
put
out.
out
reads
an
my
album again.
he reads my Substack. Interestingly, and I know he does
That's funny. That's awesome.
because Fuentes has shared with me messages that Ye sent him about the Substack, which is hilarious to me.
That's shocking because I wouldn't think that Kanye was that like in tune with politics, to be honest.
No, he's apparently quite a reader, just from what
Yeah,
I've been told, which is interesting. I don't know.
he's smart.
Yeah, he looks at like the deep, like he found Nick Fuentes just watching, like he like finds a bunch of stuff
Oh,
on the
I thought
internet. He's
Milo
like a
introduced.
schizo like that.
No, because Fuentes got rid of Milo.
Oh.
You know, and as did Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer was a big part of that as well. You know, I don't
Do y'all
know.
know
And
how hilarious that sounds? Fuentes got rid of Milo or got rid of Yay.
Yeah, but
Do you think there's
Ali
any chance if like
Alexander's still there, presumably. I
well,
mean,
Ali Alexander is the Emirati money connection.
Yeah, he's a fucking clown.
I
Did
just
any
that
of these
whole
people
thing.
ever think they'd meet each other 10 years ago?
No, they're
Literally
all
a circus.
conduits for different. They're all conduits for different intelligence. You know, kind of connections and money and all the rest of it.
Oh,
So
okay.
Milo is Russian and sort of Russian Rebecca Mercer money, whereas Kanye is kind of more Chinese and German because of all the connections there with Adidas. And
Yeah, he
Kanye
lived in China.
lived in China, and then Kanye's mother protected him, and because Kanye is clearly like mentally ill in all these ways because Kanye's mother was a spook, okay, and Kanye's father,
What?
yes, Kanye's father was a Black Panther type, and there was sort of a they had a brief union. They produced Little Kanye, and then his stepfather was white. He was like raised in this sort of like multicultural family, basically, living in China.
Then
Comes
he
back.
marries the mob.
Well, he needed the cash to get his career going.
I thought he had his career
Yeah, he
before
did.
No,
Kardashian.
to get where he really wanted to go, he needed the cash, and I think he was assigned her actually. It's kind of my understanding of it.
Weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
So weird. You're forcing a man to have children with somebody just
I
for
mean,
intelligence? That's fucked up. Those
that's the
poor
way of
kids.
that's the way of the world.
Poor kids.
I mean, yeah.
So people don't give a shit about families. Why they lie? They don't care.
I don't know. I mean, like, is the family legitimate? Or, I don't know. I mean, the whole thing is very strange.
Mhm.
You know.
Totally.
I
She
mean,
didn't
he
even carry
had
the
a
children,
huge
though, did she?
breakdown when she divorced him.
Yeah, but she also didn't carry those kids, right? She never.
Not like the last one or two, I think.
Gotcha.
The last two.
I mean, God forbid that figure.
I mean, he's clearly gay, right? Like, we kind of all know that Kanye is gay, right? I mean, it's kind of
Or he likes
established.
like
Kanye's not gay. Come on.
he likes trans
Dude, I
women.
mean, he's pretty obviously gay. I mean, if you just like
Ooh,
if you look at the history around him and all the weird gay stuff around him that goes way back, it's not a secret. I wrote about it at one point, like,
I'll
you
have
know.
to read that. I've not seen anything indicating that
Oh
Kanye.
yeah, I mean, this isn't even one of my outlandish gay theories. This is like basic bitch gay. Yeah. How gay is he
I
anyway?
think
The foreign
I think he
construction, and detonation of Kanye. And I go into Kanye's bloodlines. I mean, it's not a secret, it's like it's pretty well established. By the way, he's convinced that his mother was murdered, for what it's worth, for people who are curious about this.
Well, it's her
no.
fault.
What was the official cause of death?
I don't know. I'd have
She
to go
got a
back and check it.
facelift when she shouldn't have, or body work
I think
done.
she had like
Something
a
like that, yeah.
blood clot or something.
Yeah, and her
Blood
doctors
clot after the
all these
surgery.
doctors told her that she shouldn't have it, she'll die. And that other doctor took the risk to do it, and Kanye blamed that doctor. He said, "You murdered my mother." And it was like, well, she was going to have that surgery one way or the other. She didn't care that she had high blood pressure and blood clots and shit like that. She didn't care.
I
Wasn't
don't know
that
why
doctor
he
Jewish? I think that doctor was Jewish.
He was a black guy. I don't know. He could still be
had
Jewish,
her
but I
go to
don't know.
Beverly Hills and get surgery instead of Dominican Republic or whatever it was. I don't know why he didn't do that. Send her to somewhere more reputable. So he probably feels bad
You
about
try
that.
to tell a mama what to do. You can't
Yeah,
tell a mama what to do,
that's true.
even if it's his money. Mama's still going to win.
I mean, you can go and read that piece that I just posted on the Jumbotron about Kanye and the homosexual question. It's pretty clear as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. Others may disagree, but I don't know. Very weird stuff.
It's
I
a bit
remember when he
odd
was
that
Go ahead.
Ali Milo Fuente, like, this is a lot of psychological types will find a psychological type that's either complementary or identical. Like someone who's overly dominant will find a submissive, and vice versa. A sociopath will seek out someone he can leech off of. A narcissist will seek out someone who will give him fuel in some way. It's just an odd cast of characters that Milo gravitated towards. I mean, all of those people are suspect of this in that photo, to put it mildly.
Yeah, I don't know what I think about it. I just find the whole thing very interesting and weird. It's like one of those things where you're like, it's very unclear how to think about it, just being honest about it. I don't know. I just find it very weird that we're even in a world in which, like, we actually talk about these people as if they're like major players, and like we're in a world in which they kind of are major players, which is even more fucked up.
Do you think if Kanye went for it and like came back, ran, do you think he could make like the debates and stuff like that? Do you think they would just block him on that?
No.
They would just block him right out?
Well,
That would be the
there's some
funniest thing in the
rule.
world if you seen Kanye, Trump, and DeSantis up there. It'd be so funny.
There's some rule of if you get 5%, you get to be on the big debate stage, in October of the
Give
election
me
year or
a
He
so.
would
break.
never
They
get that
will
But
100%
We'll get
it's
him
not
there
do
if
going to
he
that.
happen.
runs. We'll get him there. I swear.
No, you won't though. I mean, is the it's you need an army of secretaries getting
Yeah,
yay on the
there's
ballot.
there's all this basic bitch shit you have to do
And you
when you're
can't
running.
do that. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, you can't do that with like some ship sailed by Fuentes and Ali Alexander. I mean, it's
Or
just you
with your own
can't do it.
mental health woes.
Yeah,
You
and
know.
he did this last. I mean, we forget he ran in 2020, and I think he got tens of thousands of votes or something like that, which is fairly remarkable.
I
But
had
it's just
a
nothing.
number of friends who voted for him just because, if you were in a state in which like it was going to go one way or the other, there was really no reason not to vote for him. Just
Yeah,
you
but
know.
I mean, I worked on the Ron Paul 2008 campaign, and they had all these boring people whose task was only to like fill out forms, collect signatures, get everything in line. These are like the people who work at H&R Block type human. And you need that. You just cannot do this without that army. It can't be this like grift class live streamers getting someone elected. And it just it's not going to work. You can't do a campaign where your strategy is to like, now let's go talk to Gavin McInnes or whatever. I mean, it just becomes a joke. And I don't know why he didn't recognize this, but there's this
No, I
gap.
think he did. I think it was designed as a publicity tour. I mean, there was a lot of things going on there at once. And remember, you can launder money through political campaigns. You can, there's lots of ways you can pay people, right, rather than having them actually work, right? So you could
Well,
hire.
that's true, but there's a gap separating like the grift class from actual politics, and they just can't see it.
Ross Perot was a mentally ill person, right, who ran for president, I think in 92 and in 96, if I recall my history here. And the same thing could be said of Kanye, that he was kind of used in that way. So I don't know. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting. I think we should maybe call it a night or a morning, as the case may be, wherever you should find yourself. We will do more of these. I do think we should maybe have like a very long conversation about Christina DeSantis.
Please.
I think that's worth doing. And I think there's other people that have sort of met terrible fates.
We need ammunition to get ready for DeSantis so we can all know how to zone in to build our little cells all over to take his ass
I mean,
out.
we're going to get
Exactly.
there. We're going to get there. I mean, I honestly think that we may actually be in a world in which DeSantis realizes that like Trump is good. Trump is good at this. I mean, I think that if DeSantis' numbers don't improve drastically, I think he's in real trouble.
His his online influencer community just there's nothing there.
They're not very
No,
good.
they're terrible. They're like C- grift players, and there's nothing
And the
nothing
Daily Wire
organic
too.
about them at all. It's all fake. They're terrible. So I love.
There's no energy there,
Yes.
And I think it's very hard to run for office when you're a seated governor. I think it's hard. I think it's like way harder to run from a state level to a federal level, because you have to raise new money. You have to do, I mean, there's so many things, so many details that have to happen.
Would he still stay governor?
I think what they're going to do is they're going to try and rig it with Twitter. The Twitter game is going to be how they're going to play it. Go ahead, Emily.
Oh, before you end the space, I was just going to ask you, because I heard you a few nights ago in a space say something about you got kicked out of a space. That was something about you said the election was rigged, but it was a good thing or something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I was kicked out of a space with Stu Peters,
who is a Russian nutbag, and I was going on at some detail about Stu Peters. Stu Peters was basically calling for a revolution,
Yeah.
and I was like, "Well, you're crazy. Like, if you want that, you're an
I
insane
think
person, and like, no one should listen to you." And they kicked me out of the space, and it like really upset me. To be candid about it, it really bothered me. And then they started harassing me and calling me a coward and a pussy. And I said, "All right, come on over. Like, I've got my
mhm.
guns. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
I
let's
think I've
roll."
been in
And of
Yeah,
course,
I
that.
remember you calling him a pussy.
I'm pretty
no,
sure
he
It was
called me a
I've
coward, and I called him a
I've been
pussy.
in some of
that's
these
right.
spaces before.
Yeah.
I think it's the same people, where you can be very respectful to them, and you can say, I don't think the election was stolen from Trump and stuff like that, and they will get so angry with you, and they'll be like, this one lady, she's from Arizona. I wish I could remember her hand right
No,
now
their job, they're paid.
because she's
Many of
so
them.
dumb. But she's like, if you don't think the election was stolen, I have no time for you. I'm not even going to entertain that idea, and I'm not going to let you speak. And there was another person, me and my friend joined.
Well, the issue was my friend Noel Fridge, from National File, invited me into the space, and then he booted me because he's like, "Oh, you can't argue with Stu," and I was like, "Fuck you! I can
I know.
argue
I
with
love how
Stu.
these
Like,
are
who the
like
fuck is
free
Stu?"
speech absolutists, but you can't disagree with any of them. And there was
I literally have anyone and everyone up on my stage. Like, if you
right.
want to talk, and
There's
like,
so
unless you have some like crazy shit on your personal bio, and even then, I'll like sometimes let you up just like by
yeah.
by just making an
And
error
then
or
and then
whatever.
so my friend and I who had joined the space that when we said that we didn't believe the election was rigged, and then that girl went off on us, and then another guy goes, you guys need to grow up. And like, oh, because we don't believe that our election is rigged, we're the ones that need to grow up. Okay. It's like, what world do these people live in?
I mean, many of them are like legit crazy,
Yeah.
and many of them are legit paid.
But it's just
I mean, imagine if you could identify all the crazy people in, say, China, right?
yeah.
And you could give them like 50 to $100 a week just to cause trouble in China. Like, wouldn't you do it? Right? Isn't it like kind of the optimal strategy is to like find these
hmm
malcontents and basically keep them
It
going
was
on
just
fumes? I
it was
don't know.
just disturbing to see them all in a space together and just feeding each other's delusions. And then when like reality comes in the picture, they like can't handle it.
Maybe that's the point of these spaces. Uh, on some
Yeah.
level, is you put all these people in and they don't even realize they're like in a struggle session with themselves, with the people that they actually agree with. Um, and
hmm
somebody comes in and just offers a little bit of a different perspective, and it's
Right.
painful. It is so painful for them. They don't know how to deal with it, so they just lash out.
I love going to these spaces and basically like picking fights with
You
them
might
hmm
be in a rap
because they
off.
don't.
They wanted you to rap against Stu Peters.
Yeah, they wanted me to rap against him, and this guy's like literally a wife beater. He's got like a history of like he's like gone to jail a few times or whatever, and you're like, this is the guy, like this is the person that they've sent. I mean, really? You
Charles,
know?
have you ever been in any Mario spaces?
No, he won't let me in any of them.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Why? He's got the worst. He's the nicest person, and he has huge spaces, and he has
Ask him.
literally the worst people in there
Yeah,
all the time.
because that's his job.
Oh God,
Yeah,
I don't get
is
it
he
at
like
all.
paid or what's up with the Mario figure?
I don't know. I
You know,
I don't really know either.
many
I
of these
mean,
people, like, I mean, look, Kim.com is a criminal. Okay, like he's literally
oh
fighting
God, yeah,
his extradition. And I asked
yeah.
him one time in a space, it wasn't recorded, unfortunately. I asked him, like, hey, Kim, what are you going to do when they extradite you to the United States? And he starts, like, yelling at me,
They're not going to
freaking
do that,
out.
Charles.
I'm like, yeah,
Oh my God.
he like lost his shit on me.
Joe
And I was like, hey,
Biden.
man, like,
I've got all the
I'm not,
receipts.
yeah. And I was
Oh
like,
my God, that's
I'm not even
perfect.
fighting. I was like, I'm not even fighting with you. I just want to know, like, what are you going to actually, like, what is your plan? And he was
Who's
like,
saying that?
yeah, he was like losing his shit on me.
I know, but who
And
was just saying that with the
no, that's
accent?
I think
Tom.
that was
Tom's good at this
perfect.
stuff. Yeah.
He
It was
was
like he was
What
here,
about
very
Tom.
good.
Ian?
Yeah, Ian Michael Chong or whatever.
Ian Miles Chong loses his shit on me too.
Yeah.
Look,
Oh my God.
many of them don't want to talk to me because I just like
I trap them. Like they've seen what I've done to Eric
Yeah.
Weinstein,
What is
and
up
they
with
see what I.
Ian Miles Chong?
I mean, he's Chinese
Right.
intelligence.
Okay, I figured.
Yeah.
You know,
Because he's in Malaysia.
He's in Malaysia,
Yeah,
and
he's in
he's
Malaysia.
talking about bitching about American government
I know, like he's
every
never
single
even
day of his
been.
life.
he's Chinese intelligence stationed in Malaysia.
He's the foreign grift class of the DeSantis campaign.
You know, his job is to create active measures.
Yeah.
So his job is to take all these like black people beating the shit out of white people, or like black people shooting a white person in the head. Like his job is to take all of that and amplify all the tension, which is what the Scott Adams thing is about.
Mm. That was
They want to use
Mm.
Twitter.
That's ridiculous.
They want to
That
use
canceled
Twitter
you.
to cause chaos as a vehicle in the real world, as a vehicle for like causing DeSantis. You know, that's their objective. That's what they're about.
That Scott Adams thing was ridiculous. I thought it was blown way out of proportion.
On many levels, it's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I think he wanted it that way, right?
The fact that there were all these Chinese and Russian and Israeli bots all amplifying it tells me everything I need to know about it.
It's fake outrage for sure.
Yeah.
Of course, it's perfunctory. It's rage farming, as people called it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I wrote about the Scott thing. People can read it about on the Substack. I know him. I know that he has all these weird Israeli handlers that like processed him. And this is how it works, right? Is like they use these platforms as a way of like trapping us and like driving people crazy and saying crazy things and then ruining them. And they're worried about people like me, because I'll go into these spaces and I'll just like go talk to them and set traps for them and argue with them. So when they see me coming, they now run and they block me or call me names, and it's like, okay, whatever. I don't really get razzled about it because I'm not really like, oh, Kim.com doesn't like me. Oh my God, like what am I gonna do with my life? You know, like, oh no. Yeah, it's just like I don't know. I don't have a how would I put this? I find that these people are fucking dangerous and bad for the republic and bad for our country. And I love going into these spaces and fighting with them and arguing with them. You know?
Oh, and Seb
Because somebody needs to
Gorka
do
and
it.
Tom Fenton, oh, they're the worst. They're like, they will
I don't
literally
know
scream.
I don't know Tom Fitton, but Gorka, I met Gorka in real life and I was like, "Oh, how's it how's it being a traitor?" And he got like really angry with me. He was like, "How dare you? How dare
That's
you?"
Dr. Sebastian Gorka.
Yes. Yes. And I was like, "Are you
I
really
was just
like,
over in
you know, he
Israel
like
giving some combat lessons and tours of the IDF.
it's just like it's the weirdest shit with these people. And then you realize like they're all frauds. They all work for foreign governments, and they all want to basically psyop a bunch of boomers to have them ruin their
Right. It's
lives and
disgusting.
go to jail.
Yeah.
So
And
Gorka is
Our
Russian.
parents, and our siblings, and our like mentally ill members of our family are like their prey.
I know. It's
Like
really disgusting.
yeah.
it's a form of it's a predatory behavior.
Gorka is Russian, I presume.
Hungarian.
He is Hungarian. He's of Hungarian.
I know that, but I
No,
in terms
he's a go between the Likudniks and the Russians.
Okay.
He's sort of a utility player in that way. Yeah.
And Fenton's
No.
just totally roided up. He's roided out of his mind. So
I don't know.
that's his deal.
I don't know. I hear that he's gay. I don't know that definitively, but that's what I've heard through the grapevine. You know,
Him and Kanye
which makes sense
together.
I don't know. I mean, the fact that all these people are like going to CPAC gathering is kind of disturbing. To put it mildly.
He's gonna get slapped.
You know?
What about Jack Posobiec, or whatever his name is?
I don't know. I mean, I hear Jack's close with the Law and Justice Party.
Well, he's former
He's
CIA
strange.
or something.
No, he was drummed out of the intelligence world from naval intelligence. I think there was some like issue with him and alcohol and women.
Oh, yes,
that
I've
happened.
heard this.
Yeah.
But he's married to a Russian who was in the military.
He's married to a Belarusian, not a Russian.
Okay, but she was in the military.
Are you sure she was in the military?
Have you not seen the pictures?
I haven't seen that.
I'll send you some pictures.
Yeah, I mean, I know that.
Hey,
I
what's
know
up with
that.
what's up?
Go ahead, Lisa.
Sorry, I was gonna say, what's up with James O'Keefe? You got to know something about him.
You know, I did do a space on James O'Keefe. I may do something more serious on James. I think the real question there is what's going on with Tierman.
Right, with
Tierman's friendly with all these weird Israelis, so I don't know.
What about him getting, fired from his job or whatever?
I believe that the fake because that got him kicked out, the fake because is the issue about money and the girlfriend, and that I do believe.
Yeah. I thought it was from Pfizer, because
Whose girlfriend?
you mess around with pharmaceutical companies. They're like total mafia pharmaceutical companies.
They are total mafia, but I don't think they did it. Just to be blunt about it.
No. Okay.
If only
cool.
they had that level of power of shutting him down, but no. By the way, I found the Pfizer thing to be kind of a nothing burger, personally.
Yeah, no, but he drove around a van, parked it in front of Pfizer's with all this stuff on
weird.
it. So
the whole thing is weird.
Yeah, the whole thing is weird. Another vaccine story that you don't want to talk about.
Well, does anyone help? Emily, you wanted to say something? I'll give you the final word.
No, sorry. I think I have my hand up on accident. Sorry.
Just unmuted. Okay, yeah. Well, very good. Thank you, everyone, for participating tonight. I wish you all the best. And
Great talk.
Have a good evening. Yeah, I'm glad everyone could join, and I hope you get safely where you're going, Richard. And we'll do this again soon.
Kept me awake.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lunchtime meeting. I had a breakfast meeting which got canceled mercifully. So I was like, screw it. What else am I going to do? But talk with you all. And I think, there's quite a lot of material here that people can kind of go through and sort of check some of these things. And we'll do more of these things in the future because I think they're important. And I like that we have a good mix of people who disagree and are still friendly and not. I was a little annoyed about Zeke. I mean, he was just giving us the same usual nonsense on the Russian stuff.
He DM'd me and he apologized and he has a sad face and he wants you to forgive him.
Well, all right. I'm merciful.
Don't trust him.
I like Zeke. I mean, he's been around a long time. He's just got to learn. We got to help him get better things.
The same thing with Prodigal. Like, a number of these guys just give us the Russia stuff, and it's like really like, come on, man.
Yes.
I'm very tired of I'm very tired of people who can't think.
Me too.
It's actually like kind of the scariest thing because like the whole self-government thing doesn't really work if people can't think.
It's exhausting.
I mean,
the platitudes are exhausting.
The platitudes are exhausting, and then they the speed with which they hit you with shit, where you're like, no, like let's go piece by piece. Like I'll give you as much time as you want, and then they just like hit you very fast, and it's like the inability to think, to just walk through the logic chain and answer questions. That the inability to do that or the refusal to do that is very annoying.
Well, it's like he wants it to be the way he's
right.
thinking
Their
instead
insistence
of how
on,
is it actually,
on being wrong.
But how is it actually?
Their insistence on being wrong.
I ask them for sources, then they don't have it, and then I walk them through the points, and it's like they can't hang. They can't do it,
Mm-hmm.
And it's very frustrating.
They can't or won't.
Well, this is the thing.
Remember the guy the other time who was making all of these crazy claims, and then when I denied them, he would just move the goalpost to a point where he just wants to play some, recording done by these crazy people of me just kind of like getting frustrated and losing my shit, just so we can get banned. Like it is kind of nihilistic. And they don't make any claim that's real. They have some like, I don't even know. It's just a very, very strange thing. But it's not worth talking to them. They don't show their face and name. They have weird motivations. And they always like claim these, they have an avatar and then they'll claim some other kind of weird identity to you. or like, oh, I'm just a centrist liberal or something. And you know they're just lying. It's just a weird. It's just internet people. It's just so strange.
There's a lot of shockingly weird behavior in these spaces that I don't quite have a way of explaining it or sort of like thinking it through. And you encounter these people and you're kind of like, why are you even in this space with me? Like what is your objective in trying to talk to
Mhm.
me? Right. And I think a lot of it is they're just trying to suck up space and annoy you and waste your time or whatever. And so it's kind of like, okay, well, like, I got time to spare. Let's walk through the arguments. And then they can't handle it. And then they eventually, like, either get banned because they go crazy or they say, like, legitimately nuts things. And then you have to sort of kick them out. And then some of them will try to come back in different ways. But you're like in a situation where you're like not totally sure if this person is like, can they think? Like, what's going on here? Are they a foreign actor?
Well, well. Also, there's this weird thing that I've noticed that sometimes I'll tweet out something that will be a a hot take or something that like really innocuous or who knows, and like within a minute they are responding with some like demeaning comment, and they have some photo like an unflattering photo of me. Believe it or not, they exist. Or just something like that. And it's like the speed, I think, is what
It's
is
like they were
questionable.
like
Like
waiting for
within,
you to post something.
yeah, or they have a file like waiting to do
It's
this,
so
or there's like
weird.
it's automated, like literally automated. So it's just like, what are you doing? Like I tweeted out some, you know, stupid, meaningless tweet about MTG or something, and this is your response. Within 2 minutes, you spent
Mhm.
more time replying, finding some photo of me and some accusation. And it's just bizarre. It's like, what are you doing? You know?
Well,
Like what are you
the issue is that some of them have like notifications turned on all of our tweets. So that's like
It's
weird to
very
begin with.
strange behavior.
And then you have the ones who are actually foreign governments, right? So like there's the whole Israeli network that sort of like chronicles me, and like I was literally washing my hands on one of these things and they're like, he just took a shit on the space. And I was like, no. Like I don't know. It's like they'll claim these like increasingly crazy things, and then you discover like rather quickly, like, oh, this one actually works for this Chinese front group. This one works for that. And so what they do over time is they actually just ultimately map out their networks by how they attack you. And so in a
yes.
weird way, I'm actually kind of okay with it.
I noticed that I put up my, super evil Machiavellian strategy about how we should be weirdly pro Trump for the next like 12 months or something, and anti DeSantis. And it was just such a I don't know what to say, but the fact that they react to that I'm actually saying we should be kind of like pro Trump and things like that. But it's the DeSantis thing. I think this is I agree with someone who spoke up, like 20 minutes ago about how DeSantis, it has no energy, there's no seemingly organic energy. It's not fun. It seems, astroturf. At the same time,
Also, like, let's be real,
there
he wasn't a part of our childhood. There's no Celebrity Apprentice with Ron DeSantis,
no, oh no,
right?
I obviously agree with all of that, but there's there is this, I think one of the major motivations for purchasing Twitter was the DeSantis thing, for whatever reason, whatever's behind that. And the other thing is, that Daily Beast article about all these like B class grifters who were giving DeSantis resumes about how they're going to help him win and do online influencing. And then all of these like clear monsters, Pedro Gonzalez or something, they're now anti Trump. It's just so
Yes.
strange. And it doesn't
But they
quite
all
make
got a memo
sense.
or something. They all got a fax or
Exactly.
something. Yeah. You know, it's interesting.
Exactly.
And then the numbers of them who are like vaguely mob associated, like John Cardillo, right? And like all this like weird activity around some of the DeSantis supporters. Yeah, it makes me very uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie to you.
My job.
Yeah, but it is a clear group of people, and they're also out for blood. Like they are going hard early, and so it is something to keep in mind.
Well, I'm actually kind of looking forward to it because I think a lot of these people will basically. I don't think they understand that, like, we invented the influencer stuff, Richard. Like, we're so old in this game that, like, we've
Yeah,
seen that, like, 4 or 5 hands at the table. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
so it's sort of like it's weird having people like attack you using techniques that like you started in like 2013, 2014 on the internet. It's like,
Oh yeah.
okay, like it's a very I don't know. I don't even really get upset about it anymore. I'm sort of like, oh, look at this strange creature, like let's poke this one or whatever. Um, I don't really. It doesn't really bother me as much as it once did because I kind of understand it. What I find interesting about it is the connections that these people all have with different like handlers, foreign intelligence. It's like clearly there's an effort here, right, to kind of like run a foreign policy through influencers and to run it quite cheaply at that.
Yeah.
What is your sense? I mean, are we basically? Do we think there's anyone other than Trump or DeSantis it could well be, or is that just sort of our sense on the right?
I think these other people are running for vice
Yeah.
president. I mean, I just don't. I just
Nikki
don't
Haley
really
totally
see it.
not gonna win this nomination.
Have you
Yeah.
seen Nikki Haley's ad for running for president? It's
It's
awful.
so
Oh yeah.
she
I mean, I was making fun of that Indian guy who's like
yeah,
he was like an entrepreneur of some kind. I mean, it seems fairly dubious to be honest. And
No, he was literally involved with like Axovan, which is like a pump and dump kind of thing. I mean, I met him once, and he's like clearly a crook. I mean, I've been thinking about just doing a Substack on him, just going because I have a lot of research on him that I sort of saved from back in the day. I was sort of shocked that they wanted. I mean, they literally want to run him for president. Like I couldn't believe it. Like I thought it was like really kind of crazy. And then Bill Ackerman, is like pumping him up, and it's like, who the fuck are all these people? Like, what is going on here? And it's just always like, you have these people, the Nikki Haley thing, and it's like I've met people who know Nikki Haley from South Carolina. Like I know her driver. Like I know these people. And like I know that she basically slept her way to the governorship, and I know that she was like, on the payroll of these weird Likud people when she was a UN ambassador. And it's like, what is going on here? It's very strange.
yeah,
They get to keep all that money when they lose. That's what it's about.
Well, of course, it's about money on some level, right? Like we all kind of know that, but really, like, is it that much money? I mean, are they that cheaply bought?
Yeah, I mean, $100,000, $500,000. I mean, knowing she's going to lose, why not?
I don't know. Get a hobby.
mean-
Go golfing.
But she's not going to
she
do that.
managed
She's a
to find a
politician
way
at
to
this
have
point.
a even more cringe campaign slogan than Hillary.
What's her campaign slogan?
Sometimes it takes a woman.
wow.
It's awful. I mean,
And
it's
then,
so long
and then
too,
she
and
says in there,
awful.
she's like in her ad, what does she say again? I don't put up with bullies, and when you kick them back, it hurts harder if you're wearing heels.
She could have murdered somebody on 20, whatever Trump says, and literally murdered somebody in her video, and it would still have been boring. It was the weirdest.
Yeah, it was
Dead.
so cringe.
They all
So
have
dead.
they all have this like weird thing where they like try to build some sort of relationship with you through their ad,
Mhm.
and you're like, I did not consent to this level of
Right.
relationship. Like we did not. This is not how this is going to happen.
Right.
Like you're going to have to earn your relationship with me over time.
Isn't it kind of weird about the conservative mentality that she's appealing to them about like kicking people
Mhm.
with high heels? Like it's just a kind of odd thing. Like
Well,
I'm not even
the
saying
fact
this
that her
is like
family
some.
ran a lingerie
She said that
business, right?
like
She's the dominatrix. She's the
yeah,
dominatrix
that's
that they all want.
She wasn't
Is she
dominatrix in
appealing
this
to anybody
video,
though? I
though.
don't know
No,
anybody
but
who's a
I just
Nikki
don't
Haley
get it
fan.
because that's not my bag, baby. In the words of Austin Powers, it's just such a weird thing. I'm gonna kick people with my high heels. It's like, what? What?
And that's that's her line that's her go-to line. She's been using it. That's not it's in the ad, but she said it in interviews and stuff too.
Oh, I've seen it. I
And
know.
I
It's
don't
just
even
it's
think she even
clearly like
wore a pair
focus
of high
groups.
heels
Yeah.
in the entire video.
They must have like done some study of like Pornhub usage in like southern primary states where it's like a lot of dominatrix stuff. They're like, this is an untapped market we've got here. Like, they really like this idea. Like you heels, kicking them, standing on them. Yeah, just keep going.
I mean, like her
Well,
family literally ran a lingerie business, right? Like, do I need to say more? Like, I mean, I don't know. It speaks for itself at a certain point, and then you're kind of like, really? This is the woman? Like, this is the game? Okay, you
Right.
know. I don't
Then we
know. I
have
mean,
Marianne.
you want to? What's that, Lisa?
yeah, Marion.
I said, and we have Marianne Williamson over on our
Who, by the
over in the
way, is
Biden
like
side.
she's kind of oddly compelling, just not as a president, right? Like, I feel like I'd like her as an aunt or something,
Oh,
by marriage.
please. Are you
I think
serious?
she's
She's a
probably
fucking idiot.
I think she's probably pretty organic. She's not an idiot. I
No.
agree that she's
I
Yeah.
don't
pretty
like
woo
her.
woo. She's pretty woo woo, but I
Yes.
don't think
Yeah.
I think she's actually an intelligent woman.
Yeah, I
And
know people who know
I
her,
would
and
I
they
would
all they
even
report that
defend
she's actually quite savvy, but they don't understand why she's running for president. Like,
I think she's misjudged things because she thinks there's some organic swell where she can be the Bernie or something.
I'm
But
just waiting for
I
her to
don't
tell
think
us
she
about her
can.
vagina candle. I mean, I'm just waiting for that ad.
I'm unironically waiting for that. Yeah.
I
Her
mean,
yoga.
I find
She
these
only
It's gonna
people,
be
I
her
find these
yoga
people,
vagina
I find
candle
these
smell.
people like weirdly compelling, but like, as I say, not as a presidential candidate. Like, if I met somebody like this in the real world, I would probably sit and listen to them. But like, this woman wants the nuke codes, right? Like, she wants to be commander in chief,
Right.
right? Like really?
Right. And
Okay, like tell me.
she only shows up when it's election time. She's like doesn't do anything unless it's election time. She showed up last time. Like
I think
you
it's
don't really
sweat
hear anything
yoga.
about her.
She
Is
makes
it
me
to
think
sell
of
books or
sweat
like what is
yoga.
she trying to do? Like what is she like?
Crystals.
Is she just
Crystals.
narcissistic or is
Yeah,
she?
crystals.
Yeah, is
Yeah,
it
there you go.
crystals or
She's in
what?
the crystal business.
I think it helps. It's a wash at worst, and I think it actually might even help Biden a bit.
Oh, of course it
It's
helps Biden because it makes Biden look like respectable and
Jesus
conservative.
Christ.
Even like he looks like a serious adult against this crazy witch running against him. I'm 100% for her running. I just don't understand why she's doing it.
I don't either. And who's
I
behind her?
kind of like her in some weird way.
You
I must
do?
admit.
Yeah,
Look.
she's your type. She's
Her
seen you.
I know she sees me. Yeah, her discussion of myth. I saw someone making fun of it, but I was kind of like, actually, this is pretty good. She was like,
Don't make me
like
look at her,
the
Spencer,
sky.
please.
She was like the sky. It's like a earth and sky marriage, and the male force is in the sky, and the earth mother, and we have to have a union between the two. But that's actually based.
She
Like
says these
that's
things like that Donald Trump has used hate for political purposes, but I'll defeat him because I have love for political purposes. And it's like that's kind of true, right? Like clearly Joe Biden clearly connected with some of this stuff,
yeah.
So I don't know. She strikes me as like kind of crazy, but also kind of savant like. And I actually I don't want her really to be on the debate stage with Joe Biden because I think that's kind of silly. But I kind of like want to hear from her. Like I hope she's created into a kind of media phenomenon.
She's a Gen X. She's like my generation's Billy Graham, basically. And whether you take that as an insult or the greatest of compliments is up to you.
I do wonder though, like what lab produces these people? Like, where does
Do y'all
this?
like Billy Graham? I don't
Well, no,
know.
I don't. But
Okay, I
it's
don't
like,
either. So I
but
guess
she's
I
kind.
don't
Do you
know.
see how she's like a Gen X Billy Graham? Because it's weirdly kind of Christian-y. I think has like a half Jewish. She's half Jewish or something.
Yeah, I think
But then
so.
she's very kind of like mythical, like a little Joseph Campbell sprinkled in there. But
She's
it's
friends
just
with Meghan Markle and Harry.
I'm not. None of this surprises me.
They have some kind of, or she did some. She does some. When she first moved here, they were doing some charity work with her. The Angel something or another. That
Yeah, the
Miriam's.
angels.
And,
See,
yeah, that's it.
it's a little bit Christian-y.
Gotcha. Yeah, because it's also in New York, right? Doesn't it have a church there in New York as
I
well?
just feel like she's going to summon some kind of demon or something, and I just don't want to be associated with that. You know, it's like one of these situations where like you're not totally sure if you believe in witchcraft or not, but you kind of don't really want to find out. It's like one of those situations.
Poltergeist.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I also just think that I'm kind of
Blair Witch Project. That's it.
yes. There you go. That's the one. You know, I don't know. I also don't really understand. Like, she wakes up every day thinking that like she should be president. Really, like that is the story that she tells herself. I mean, is she that crazy, or like what is she like? What is her argument against Biden?
She's a benign narcissist. That's how I would describe her. She uses her powers of narcissism for good, whereas Trump will take down everyone around him if given the chance. She won't, though.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see her debate Nikki Haley. Like, hopefully, we can get some crossover. You know,
Lord.
like that would be interesting. So
That strange
Tim Scott is
bang that
going to
she has
run.
under the side drives me nuts.
Tim Scott's going to run, right? Because he's backed by Larry Ellison or something, right?
Weird dude.
You know, I don't really get his candidacy either. Like, I don't get these people who run on bio. It's like, do they not understand that that doesn't work? That nobody cares about your biography? You know? I don't know. It's very strange to
I
me.
mean, the chances that you become president, I mean, seriously, are very slim. So we've only had 46 of them. So good luck.
I don't know.
I
I don't
can't
know
believe
where these people
anybody
get
even
the
wants to be
gumped.
president.
Yeah, it seems
Exactly.
terrible, doesn't it? It seems like kind of the worst
Exactly.
thing that could happen to you. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's
The
I
two
don't know
best have
anyone
been
who
what
like genuinely
Jimmy
enjoys.
Carter and Biden.
I don't
Seriously.
know anyone who genuinely enjoys a political life. You know, just like a lot of travel, a lot of meeting people, a lot of lying, a lot of eating terrible food in terrible places.
All right, ask yourself, what would Ron DeSantis do as president? Can you picture him as president? What's he going to do to our country?
We'll be in Iran. There'll be a war there.
Exactly.
And that's kind of it. But that's kind of all there needs to be for him.
Well, wouldn't Ukraine be destroyed and Russia would rise back up? And
Well, it all depends what BB wants. That's what will happen. You know?
when is he going to be taken out?
Hopefully soon. I don't know. But anyway, I have to get to bed. So good night, everyone. At last.
Good night.
And let's chat
Good
soon.
night.
Bye.
Good
Ciao,
night.
everyone.
Ciao.
bad.